check. Yeah. Mic check, 1, 2.
Take me to your secret place. I just wanna slide into your ocean, dive in. We gon' make a big emotion, vibe in. Yeah, you love the vibe. Never knew love like this before. If you're lost on your way, I'ma find you. And if you cry out for help, I'ma hear you. And if it's time that you need, I'll give you love and affection. Oh, baby, I can be your driver. Slide into your ocean, dive in. We gon' make a big emotion, vibe in. Yeah, you love the vibe. Never knew love like this before. If you're lost on your way, I'ma find you. And if you cry out for help, I'ma hear you. And if it's time that you need, I'll give you love and affection. Oh, baby, I can be your driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. If you are hearing my voice and you are on the outside, we'd like to invite you to come on in at this time. We are about ready to begin and we do not want you to miss any of the action that's to take place here on the inside. So again, we're asking you, if you're hearing my voice, you're on the outside, take your coffee with you, come on inside and take a seat and we will begin shortly. Thank you.
Never feel me yet. Well, I'm from me, yeah. Well, I'm from me, hey, hey, yeah. Well, I'm from me, hey, hey, yeah. Well, I'm from me, yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I'm from me, yeah. Well, I'm from me, yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I'm from me, yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I'm from me, yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I'm from me.
Switch you on like a stereo. Turn you all the way up when you feel low. I'm the song that you can't let go. Got me on repeat every word you know. You love how we come shout out in the morning. Create that line request, you know, yeah. Some is a heart and soul, yes, oh, oh, yeah. Me lock her down from 9 to 7, oh, yeah. Love the way I do me think she love my style. Every time we come around, wanna see how she smile. I don't want to try, she want me love, want it all the time. She say I'm always on her mind. She like the lights down low, and the light fires. Kisses on her forehead, that's what she desires. I'ma be a hero, yeah. I flip that switch, yeah, I turn you on. Switch you on like a stereo. Turn you all the way up when you feel low. I'm the song that you can't let go. Got me on repeat every word you know. Switch you on like a stereo. Turn you all the way up when you feel low. I'm the song that you can't let go. Got me on repeat every word you know. Oh, 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 oh. she desires. I'ma be a hero. I flip that switch, yeah, I turn it on. Switch you on like a stereo. Turn you all the way up when you feel low. I'm the song that you can't let go. Got me on repeat, every word you know. Switch you on like a stereo. Turn you all the way up when you feel low. I'm the song that you can't let go. Got me on repeat, every word you know.
My girl bougie, but she's so nice. Love her, she no fussy, she's just living her life. She tell me that she wants to go to country tonight. She wants to see where I'm from, she wants to go for a ride. The next day we go a El Shop, don't look screechy. We had a food and then we see the man easy. Till she hear the music, I'm fling her shoulder. To how she go and who that thinks that she a raver. Boy, when you are far with me, a good time is guaranteed. Build up your vibes and get tired. Tonight we are go touch a party. Boy, when you are oh nana, oh nana, oh nana, oh nana, oh nana, na 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 na. Oh nana, oh nana, oh nana. My girl bougie, but she's so nice. Love her, she no fussy, she's just living her life. She tell me that she wants to go to country tonight. She wants to see where I'm from, she wants to go for a ride. The next day we go a El Shop, don't link screechy. We had a food and then we see the man easy. Till she hear the music, I'm fling her shoulder. To how she go and who that thinks that she a raver. Boy, when you are far with me, a good time is guaranteed. Build up your vibes and get tired. Tonight we are go touch a party. Boy, when you are far with me, a good time is guaranteed. Build up your vibes and get tired. Tonight we are go touch a party. From me get your baby, make me race on like the number 10. You raise the bar so high right now, make you see none of them. No, with you my future bright, so now I can't look back again. Some of them are 5 and 6, but girl you a 10 out of 10. You're real, I'ma love it, yeah, you're not pretend. You are set the trend, baby, you are a gem. The love of me I said, I hope that you can comprehend. You know deal with only fans because me I your only man. Let's go to Ochi, oh what a vibe. Don't River Falls would be somewhere you would like. Then we go to Senti, Treasure Beach, Chota Pelican Bar, you know the boat have you reach. Then we go to Negril, then to Mobay, yeah. Go to Portland for a couple days. Kingston City, life at the party. It's a Wednesday, so wedding ready. When you are far with me, a good time is guaranteed. Build up your vibes and get tired. Tonight we are go touch a party. Boy, when you are far with me, a good time is guaranteed. Build up your vibes and get tired. Tonight we are go touch a party. Girl on your flex, so me really like you. Your stay so right true. There's no one like you. You're all that I need. You're all that and more. I know you can see. Me really like you. Yeah. Oh nana, oh nana, oh nana, oh nana, oh nana, nana.
No how much them woman go. Yeah. Hey, all of my loving's for you. Love how you do what you do. Touch me right, treat me good. Good woman, love on the roof. Can't let a man like you go. I want to me why you for know. There's no flight, no other guy. Cause me man love me woman in style. My man, tell him I'm a king. Everything when me give up to him. My man, put the jump to the bass and him know how to ride the rhythm. My man, oh nobody can nobody like him. My man, love you baby, yeah. Me give him all when he need. Feel comfortable every time with me. Me give him all what he need. Real power couple like Jay-Z and Bey. This I loving, this I loving, this I love gonna lay. No matter what them do, them can't cut with me. This I loving, this I loving, this I love gonna lay. Just for me, just for my man. Me tell him I'm a king, everything when me give up to him. My man, put the jump to the bass and him know how to ride the rhythm. My man, oh nobody can, nobody like
Absolutely, I love you just the way you are, girl. You don't have to change, you don't have to do a thing, no, just the way you are, girl. If you put on a powder, if you take off a pound, just the way you are, girl. Wake up with no makeup, we not break up, just the way you are, girl. In my eyes, you're a star, girl. Hey, she fit me, and she give me love plenty. Yeah, she authentic. This are the real thing, this are the plastic. See, I got big plans. I you flipping the word from now your husband. She said, what is it you like about me? Mr. Woman, you're not fit, change nothing. I love you just the way you are, girl. You don't have to change, you don't have to do a thing, no, just the way you are, girl. If you put on a powder, if you take off a pound, hey, just the way you are, girl. Wake up with no makeup, we not break up, just the way you are. I love your everything.
Don't you know that black don't crack? Hey, it's the melanin. Ooh, yeah. I love your everything. Yeah. Don't you know that black don't crack? There's no need to be ashamed of your skin. They won't tell you, but it's a fact. You got class, let it last, keep it genuine. You must have got me in a trap. Cause every time I keep coming back, cause they don't got a thing on you. And they can glow just like you do. And I want the whole wide world to see that you are beautiful to me. I love my chocolate skin. You are royal, you are queen. Don't you change that, the beauty within. Lift your head up, lift it with pride. And you don't have to worry, I'm always here by your side. You must have got me in a trap. Cause every time I keep coming back, cause they don't got a thing on you. And they can glow just like you do. I want the whole wide world to see you are beautiful to me. I love my chocolate skin.
No, and this another great day. Girl, you know what it takes. Tell me what
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin, and so we're asking those on the outside to please come on inside. We are ready to begin. We're going to be closing the doors, so we're asking everyone again on the outside to please make your way on inside at this time, please.
I'll be on my way to you soon. All through night till morning, don't leave me. Call your work and tell them about noon. I've been waiting for you, my lady. I'll be on my way to you soon. All through night till morning, don't leave me. Call your work and tell them about noon. Hey, I've been thinking about you daily. Putting you in positions that drive you crazy. My provisions are complete accumulating. See what you're facing, you know this ain't no plaything. This is a baby in a playpen. Don't back off when time me regulating. Current a flow direct, we alternating. That's why your gloves so bright, you go with beatings. And I've been waiting for you, my lady. I'll be on my way to you soon. All through night till morning, don't leave me. Call your work and tell them about noon. I've been waiting for you, my lady. I'll be on my way to you soon. All through night till morning, don't leave me. Call your work and tell them about me. Catch a prophecy. Pick a troop on top of me. I your property.
Mr. DJ,
So settle on the
can
properly. You
lower
want
the
me
music, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we're asking that you be seated as you begin. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
We are going to begin with okay, good. That's better. Shall we just open in a word of prayer? We can just stop where you are as we pray. So, Heavenly Father, I want to thank you for this wonderful day that you have given us. We thank you, Lord, that we can gather here as a group representing entrepreneurs, representing business people in Jamaica, ready to launch into this new industry. We pray, Father, as we celebrate in this conference, Lord, we thank you for 4 years. And we pray, Father, that as we continue to look to you, who is the ultimate creator of all things, to give us a creative mind so that we can build and make Jamaica a place to work and enjoy and to invite our friends to come and partake. We pray, Lord, you might guide us in all things. So we just ask for a blessing over everyone here, all the speakers, all those who will participate, all those who will just come and just mingle and meet new persons and create new ideas, Lord, so that Jamaica can be the place of choice to live, work, and raise our families. So let's ask for your blessing, Lord, on this day, on this conference. And as we go forward, Lord, just guide us, oh great Jehovah, as we pray all these things in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Octavia McIntosh, and it is my pleasure to introduce our MC and moderator for today. She is an award-winning Jamaican media personality, producer, and cultural advocate with over a decade's experience in television, radio, and live events. A proud Clarendon native, she began her media career while at the University of the West Indies, later going on to host on TVJ and Fame 95 FM. She has led branding for Bob Marley Group and founded Bassoon Productions Limited, producing impactful campaigns and corporate content. She also created the podcast Moms Can Relate and co-developed the TV show Farm Chicks. She's passionate about storytelling, youth empowerment, and rural development. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Debbie Bassoon.
Thank you so much, Octavia. Thank you, thank you. Good morning, everybody. I don't like how you sound at all. Good morning, everybody. That sounds more like it. Now listen, you know me, I can be a very conventional host, and I can also be a very unconventional host. And for an event like this, because we're all inside here young people, right? We're all young people inside here, right? We're in our youth, right? Exactly. And it's a Monday morning, so can you all stand for me, please? Can you stand for me, please? Because you're young and sprightly and fit, right? And then, Mr. DJ, I'm going to ask that you just increase the volume on this song for me. It's one of my favorite songs, right? Anybody know this song?
Don't fuss and fight. Let us unite. We got one life.
That's right. Why? Because it's a beautiful day. That's right. It's a beautiful day. All right, do me a favor. Stretch all the way up for me. Stretch all the way up. It's a Monday morning. Release all the things you did on the weekend. All right, stretch to the side, side. The person you're seated beside, I know you know them, but you're sitting beside them. You chose to sit beside them this morning, right? So give them a high five or a hug. You know, let's just get to know everybody. Okay, here we go. Let's test the youth in us. Just touch your knee for me, your knee, touch your knee. Rub them knees for me, rub them knees. Let me see how agile you are. Touch your toes, touch your toes.
It's a beautiful day.
That's fine. Sit down, sit down, sit down. We'll pray about it. We'll pray about it. We'll pray about it. Don't feel no way about it. Wow, this is amazing. This is amazing. Give yourselves a big round of applause for being here, please. For being here on time. I want to say welcome to each and every one of you. Welcome to this, the 4th annual R.E.A.P Entrepreneurship Conference and Awards Ceremony. This is where I say cue applause and cue screams, please. It is truly a joy to be here with each and every one of you. Today we are celebrating purpose, we're celebrating progress, and we are celebrating people, the heart of everything that the R.E.A.P program stands for. And as we know, today is much more than a conference. It's a celebration of transformation and resilience, because we're going to be honoring 50 entrepreneurs today. I don't think you heard me right. I said we're honoring 50 entrepreneurs today. As we would say in our Jamaican lingua, Jamaica a keep. Right? Jamaica is keeping. It is happening. And I'm absolutely so proud to be a part of it. Listen, on Saturday, we awarded over 88 young people with the Prime Minister's Youth Awards. I don't know how many of you were there in the audience, but that did something for me as a presenter, to stand there and call the names and read the profiles of our young people who are going to be taking Jamaica to the next level. And I am a proud Jamaican. Do we have any proud Jamaicans inside here? Yes. So when my country is doing big things, man, I'm absolutely proud. When my young people are doing big things, I'm even more proud. And especially when my rural people are doing big things. Oh, my gosh. Let me tell you, man, I am absolutely grateful to God. So today we're going to have a wonderful day. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yes, well, let's go. I'd like to acknowledge some very key individuals who are joining us this morning. From the Price Smart Foundation, please put your hands together. Let's welcome Angela Venza, Executive Director. Jesse Chauvin, Programs Officer. Bridget Barrett, Local Consultant. And from Price Smart Jamaica, Tara Kistro. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. I believe she's not here, though. So we're going to honor her in her absence. Nevertheless, VP of Operations. Alpha Smith, Club Manager, Kingston. Yes. Also joining us, Maxine Brown, Club Manager, Portmore. The marketing team who's here, yes. We also have Dare Humans, who's here with us as well. Thank you so much for joining us. Put your hands together, please, for the team members from Price Smart. And a guest of the Price Smart Foundation, Sir Joseph Matalon, is here with us this morning as well. I had to, of course, recognize him. And I'm going to claim a little piece of Joseph because he is my chairman at the R.E.A.P Gleaner Communications Group. So it's so good to have you. And also the chairman of R.E.A.P Caribbean. That's big on helping our young people and helping our entrepreneurs. So it's so good to have him with us. Put your hands together, please, for this gentleman. PIOJ members, we have Charles Clayton, I believe he's here already. Yes, Sir Charles is here. Yes, Director General and the members of the PIOJ. Put your hands together for them, please. Good to see you, sir. Our keynote speaker who flew in, I'm going to say first class, right? All the way from Canada, Michael DePisa, who's here with us. And he's been practicing his Jamaican language. He's going to drop some on us later on, right? Yes, he says his mommy is a Jamaican. So he has some Jamaican background. We're looking forward to hearing from you. Ladies and gentlemen, our founder, executive director, head cook and bottle washer for the young women and men of purpose, Lenicia Roden. Put your hands together for her, please. Visionary. Oh my gosh, I could go on and on and on with the adjectives. And I just love to see a young Jamaican woman prosper and do big things. I think she deserves another round of applause, please. The team members of the young men and women of purpose, each and every one of you, and the roles that you play to make today possible, I applaud each and every one of you. Put your hands together for them as well, please. The many friends and partners who are here, and the legacy builders in this room, ready to take Jamaica to the next level, to really make it the place of choice, to live, to work, to raise families, to do business, and to also retire. Because we don't want you leaving here at all. We want you to stay here and build the country. We are going to have a fantastic day. Now, I'm a lady who likes to give away things. Do we have any Flow customers inside the building? We do? Okay, that's awesome. Are you a Flow postpaid customer, though? Postpaid customers, raise your hands up. Okay, guys, applicable to all today. Yes, so you're not eligible for entry postpaid customers. They said that you guys are rich. So postpaid customers, I'm so sorry. But this is for prepaid customers. Prepaid customers, raise your hand up for me. There you go. Okay, let me see how fast your fingers are. I have some credit to give away. Okay? And I'm a Clarendonian, and so we speak very quickly. So let us see. You know how to do it, right? Star 121 star. You ready? Here we go. 2210-1274-18159, number sign send. Anybody got it? Anybody got it? One more time? One more time for good measure? All right, here we go. Star 121 star 22103-1274-18159, number sign send. Somebody must get it now. Anybody? Hey, somebody got it. Congratulations. And don't worry, we have more credit to give away, okay? So wish her well, because it may be your chance later on. We just want to say big thanks to Flo, because Flo is also giving away a smartphone today. Okay, somebody claiming the smartphone. I don't think you heard me. Flo is giving away a smartphone. Anybody inside here want a smartphone? Oh, so you already have your smartphone. Okay, that's fine. But let me tell you, all you need to do, though, all you need to do is to capture moments from this event, put together a reel, post it on your social media platform, tag the Flow Foundation, tag the page for the YWOP, and then you can write your caption, and the reel that has the most interaction and engagement will win the brand new smartphone courtesy of the Flow Foundation. So all you need to do is make sure that you're going to show your followers why they missed out on this event and why it's bad that they missed out on the event, okay? We're going to create some FOMO. All right? It sounds easy, right? Sounds easy? No, it doesn't sound easy? It's going to be easy. And then we're going to be calling out the name of the winner at the end of the show. So that means you can't leave, because you may just miss a chance on winning the Flow phone. It's very simple. Just grab snippets of the event and put it all together in one reel. All right, here we go, because we have much to conquer this morning. We're going to be getting the overview of the YWOP, YMOP from Lanicia Roden at this time. So I want you to give her the warmest welcome that you have, please, and show her how much we appreciate her.
Thank you very much, Debbie. Good morning, everyone. Okay. I would like to acknowledge our key partners and stakeholders in the room, Ms. Angela Venza and the team from PriceSmart Foundation, our partners from the PIOJ, Mr. Clayton Parchment, Ms. Charmaine Brim from Vision 2030, Ms. Samantha Wilmot, and all the other key partners who are with us. The R.E.A.P team who is here, our keynote speaker, our media partners, our reapers. Without you, we would not be in this room. So can you make some noise for yourselves, reapers? And of course, our entrepreneurs who you are either in business or want to go in business. Thank you for choosing this conference as the activity to participate in today. So my job is really to tell you a little about how we got here at Young Women and Men of Purpose. In 2009, I was a part-time instructor with Heart Trust NSDA. And I was selected by my boss to join a committee to actually be a trainer for young women who wanted to enter the JCDC, and that's Jamaica Cultural Development Commission, Festival Queen competition. After attending about 2 committee meetings, I went to the regional training of trainers workshop, and the representatives from JCDC started to encourage me to enter the competition. So I said to them that I'm not a pageant person. Mind you, at this time I had already entered a few while in university. But I said, that's not my thing. I'm shy, and so I didn't have any talent. That's what I said at that time, and so I didn't want to enter. Lo and behold, by the end of the day, I was convinced, and I decided that, okay, even though I was representing the committee in the parish of St. Elizabeth, I'm from the parish of Manchester. Anybody from Manchester in the room? So I would enter the competition for Manchester, and that's what I did. Fast forward, by the end of the competition, I won the JCDC Miss Manchester Festival Queen in 2009, and a big part of that was because the competition is focused on cultural awareness to become a brand ambassador or a cultural ambassador for your country. But another key aspect of the competition was to develop a community service project that would make an impact in your community. And so because I was a teacher at the time with Heart, and I had quite a number of students, especially women, who experienced challenges such as teenage pregnancy, who did not get any guidance career-wise from teachers or even their parents, I decided that the project that I wanted to start was to provide career guidance and mentorship for young women who experience challenges, and that gave birth to Young Women of Purpose. Fast forward to 1 year later, the males were asking, what about us? And so I decided, or as a team, because by that time I had a team, we were going to expand the organization to include males and to register as a nonprofit organization. And that is how we became Young Women and Men of Purpose. Fast forward to 16 years later, we are still here. We would have impacted over 30,000 youth across Jamaica through our career development and entrepreneurship programs. We would have trained over 300 entrepreneurs, and I can add another 100 to it because we recently launched our R.E.A.P Entrepreneurship Academy through funding provided by PriceSmart Foundation. And that has been impacting almost 100 entrepreneurs online who could not participate in the programs face-to-face. So the organization has created impact to youth across Jamaica. Youth who would have benefited from the programs have received career advice. Some of them have received scholarships to attend high school and even tertiary institutions. Many entrepreneurs have received training, and one of the key things about our training programs is that our program is usually the first training or entrepreneurship training that these entrepreneurs would have gotten the chance to participate in. And not only are they or have they received theoretical training on how to start a business, but it is mixed with practical elements, so they actually get to learn by doing and also to interact with successful entrepreneurs who are actually engaged in business. They receive mentorship, and one of the key things that we're very proud of as an organization is that we're currently at cohort 12, and today we're celebrating and awarding the reapers of cohort 11, which is the R.E.A.P Youth Entrepreneurship Project. But for cohort 12, we have 50 entrepreneurs in the parishes of Clarendon, Kingston and St. Andrew, St. James, and Westmoreland, and they are currently receiving training and support, and that is also because of partnerships with key stakeholders like the Planning Institute of Jamaica, Community Renewal Program, and agencies such as the Tax Administration, the Companies Office of Jamaica, Vision 2030, and other key agencies in Jamaica who have allowed us to not only talk to the entrepreneurs about business, but really to help them to move from one stage to the next. And so I mentioned that the key element of the program, or another key element of the program, is that we, out of 12 cohorts, 10 cohorts have always received funding to either start or grow their business. And I know as entrepreneurs in the room, I'm an entrepreneur myself. I've been unofficially for many years in high school, and then officially since 2009. It's not easy to get funding to start your business. And the truth is that most entrepreneurs never get funding. But if you are able to receive funding to buy a tool or equipment or material to start your business, then you are a step ahead of those who have to seek it themselves or to work to save the money themselves to actually start their own businesses. And so we are very proud that through the generosity of our partners and funders, we have been able to award entrepreneurs seed funding to purchase equipment and tools for their businesses, and that really has impacted or created an impact as to how they have been impacting their own lives, making changes in their families, and even their communities across Jamaica. Today, young women and men of purpose, we're almost 16 years old. On June 30th, 2025, we will be celebrating our 16-year anniversary. And as I wrap up the overview, I want to acknowledge the team at Young Women and Men of Purpose. So even though I had the opportunity and the platform to start the organization, it would never have gotten to this magnitude. It would never have been sustainable without the help, the contribution, the commitment, dedication, and hard work of the YWAP team. We have a team currently of 5 operational members, most of whom are in Jamaica, and one of whom is overseas, and he was very instrumental in ensuring that you all received your Eventbrite tickets and are here. And we have over 100 volunteers in the organization who provide mentoring to our mentees, mentoring to our entrepreneurs, and provide volunteer service for activities that we execute as an organization. And so as you enjoy the rest of the program, I ask you to continue to support the vision and mission of Young Women and Men of Purpose. But I want you to take it a little bit further too. I want you to support the vision and mission, not only of the entrepreneurs that you will engage with in the room today, but of any person who desires and is seeking to make an impact in their community, because that was my idea 16 years ago, to create a small change within my community, and little did I know that it would have grown and lasted up until this point and really create waves, making impact, not only in Manchester where we started, but across Jamaica. So thank you again for your support and enjoy the rest of the day.
We have to give her another round of applause, please. Lanicia Roden. Absolutely amazing story. Thank you so much for sharing this with us. And for the persons who may not have, had an understanding of how this all started, but can you believe it? One seed that started in Manchester is now serving the entire Jamaica and has served over 30,000 persons. And I just want to give her another round of applause, because so many times we have ideas, and sometimes we start or we stop, but can you imagine that in a couple of days you're going to be celebrating 16 years? And if you ask her, I'm sure she'll tell you that it has not been an easy road, right? But here she is still going strong. And that's the thing with entrepreneurship, right? Because we know it takes courage to start your business. And so when it is that you are able to move on it, stick with it, and you can ask for help, and you can get the help, and that's the reason why I want to applaud the partners like the PIOJ, who is here with us, and so many others, Price Smart Foundation. It's a real blessing. And again, I want to say big thanks to all the partners for standing with our entrepreneurs and helping them to take it to the next level. So at this time, we're going to be hearing from the Director General for the Planning Institute of Jamaica, Charles Clayton, Programs Director, Community Renewal Program, seasoned and current project partner of the R.E.A.P and R.E.A.P team. Please put your hands together for him, please.
Well, I thank you for the promotion, but it's not there yet. I'm not the Director General of the PIOJ. I'm the Program Director for the Community Renewal Program. And unfortunately, the Director General was unable to make it today, so I was asked to speak on his behalf. So, first of all, I'm delighted to be here today. We are here every year with you because the work that you do is very valuable, and I will say why. The Community Renewal Program was established as a mechanism for enhancing the delivery of services in communities that are considered volatile or vulnerable. And what we hope to do is to change the direction and the perception of these communities, that become more positive in the trajectory that they're taking and in the perception of themselves and how other people see them. That's the aim. And what we do, we are not ourselves implementers, because there are a lot of implementers there already. What we try to do is to provide information and direction that can help the partners to better target what needs to be done and where to go. We also encourage partners to work together to harmonize their actions and to make the actions more integrated, because we have been working in silos for years. And the end result is that whereas we have benefited people's lives, we have not really changed the community space itself, because no entity has the capacity to do it by themselves. And there's a range of things that need to be done there, but you must first find out what needs to be done before you do it. And so what we try to do is to bring information that can help to improve targeting and to get more entities to work together in the spaces that, community by community, we can change the space. Much of what people experience and some of the negatives that we see coming out are rooted in the community culture that has built up over time, whether it's gang culture or other types of culture. And so you have to change how people see themselves, how we perceive those spaces, and the kinds of values that are promoted there. Values, people are very practical. They work with those values that can benefit them. So when you tell people that you should do this or that, but it's not working for them, there's no point in saying it. So what we have to do is to make sure that the values that we are touting can work. When we say go here, when we say take a job, they can find jobs, and find jobs that can pay a wage that they can live off. And if you take somebody to a job, but all it pays is bus fare and lunch money, they see no point in it. So we really have to work to build a space so that people can find livable wages where they work, so that it's an alternative, a real alternative to other things that might be. I can only use one at a time. Thank you. Yes, so they can find real alternatives that can give value to them and bring value to, give them a feeling that they can achieve what they're looking for. This vision, realize, embrace, and achieve your purpose really speaks to that. We have to believe in ourselves. We have to believe that what we want to do is achievable. It's no use looking for something that is way out of your reach. But what is achievable should be something that can bring meaning to your life. And so what we try to do is to work with partners to see if we can close the gaps and that we can help people to realize for themselves that their purpose can be achieved. And so what we have been, the work we have been doing through youth, with young women and men of purpose, beg your pardon, is very important, because one of the things that has to be done if you want to make people survive is that they must have a way of living, of earning. People build houses, they build all these high-rise buildings, and you build up community centers, but there's no income to support it. So very soon it falls apart. So what we need to do is to make sure that we have more people working than not working in these spaces, or more people having an income that they can live off than those who are not living with a livable wage. And in this way, those spaces become places where people can sustain their living. And the housing will get better, the streets will get better, everything will get better because there's an income to support what they're doing. So this focus on entrepreneurs is a critical part of that. We have been trying for years to grow our country, and we have grown, but we will grow much faster if we get more people doing business. Those businesses at the top are near the peak. They don't have much further to grow. But who can grow are the smaller businesses at the bottom. So we really need to get them working, get people believing that they can expand their business, they can grow their businesses, and then we will see growth moving in our country. So what you're doing with the young entrepreneurs is very, very important. And I want to congratulate all of you who have come here today as a part of the program, because you have bought into the vision. You believe you can do it, and that's why you're here. And I'm going to tell you that you can do it. And I want to ask you to keep your focus. Sometimes you'll feel that you're not going to make it because things are getting rough, but don't ever think that. Just around the corner might be the break you're looking for. Just keep going, keep going, keep going until you realize your purpose. And this is why I respect this vision so much, because it is saying that what you know already, that you can do it if you keep trying. So congratulations on this conference. Congratulations on all our partners who have come together to make it possible. And congratulations to you, the participants, for believing in yourself. Keep forging ahead. You'll get there.
Spoken like a proud partner. Thank you so much, Sir Charles Clayton, Program Director, Community Renewal Program with the PIOJ. And please give our love to the Director General. And thank you so much, sir, for partnering with us for this event. Solidly delivered. And it's so true that, of course, we have to change the mindset so that we can change the realities, because sometimes when you look around in the communities, you know, you're saying, I don't see anything at all happening. I don't see where change is going to come from. But it takes one small seed, one glimmer of hope, something that we can actually look forward to happening. And that's the reason why this program is so important, so that we're able to change the mindset and change the perception of what's possible and give them something else to look forward to, so that they too can serve as inspiration to their community. We're going to continue by hearing more from our partners. This one, remarks from the Price Smart Foundation. They funded 2 phases of the R.E.A.P Entrepreneurship Project. And of course, we want to hear right now from the Executive Director herself, who is here. And she's been smiling all morning, Miss Angela Venza. Please put your hands together for her, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here with you today. On behalf of PriceSmart and PriceSmart Foundation, I want to express our heartfelt gratitude to Lenicia and all the team at Young Women and Men of Purpose for your dedication, your vision, and your partnership. It's been a genuine honor to collaborate with you in support of budding entrepreneurs in Jamaica. We're really excited to be able to join you at this event today and expect it to be an inspiring and knowledge-filled day. I'd also like to recognize the PriceSmart team members who are joining us today, Alpha Smith, club manager from our club here in Kingston, and many others who are here to support. Your commitment and engagement are helping make this initiative more impactful for the women and men who are participating. At PriceSmart, our mission goes beyond just offering quality products at an excellent price. We're committed to generating positive, sustainable impact in the communities that we serve. We care deeply about supporting small and medium businesses, especially those led by young people, because they are the drivers of local economic development. In fact, PriceSmart's founders built the company with these businesses in mind, believing that the growth of small entrepreneurs and small businesses contributes to the prosperity of communities. We know that often young entrepreneurs face barriers in accessing training and mentoring, financing, as Lenicia rightly pointed out, and also access to markets. And so through R.E.A.P, young men and women are being given the tools to support their and realize their potential and to reinvest in their own communities and families. And this is why we're so proud to support programs like R.E.A.P. In addition to the foundation's funding, PriceSmart Jamaica team members are getting involved in the program. Earlier this year, PriceSmart staff helped judge the business pitch competition. Today, PriceSmart's head buyer will be with us to share valuable insights around how to prepare your businesses to access retail distributors. We're also planning other opportunities to have participants visit PriceSmart clubs and engage with our teams and learn more about what it takes to build a business relationship with a company like PriceSmart. Our team is really excited to share their knowledge with all of you promising entrepreneurs. To the Reapers, we are really inspired by your resilience, determination, and progress in the program so far. I know you've worked really hard, and it hasn't been easy. Through the coursework and the guidance received, you've pushed yourselves out of your comfort zone, you've deepened your skills, and you maybe even have reimagined what the possibilities are for your businesses. With the mentoring and additional support you'll continue to receive, undoubtedly you will graduate from the program stronger and better prepared. What you have learned will serve you well as you continue to grow your business and take it to the next level. You will also serve as role models for others in your community and around you who may be taking a similar path. From all of us at PriceSmart and PriceSmart Foundation, heartfelt congratulations to all the Reapers and to all the entrepreneurs present here who are advancing the growth of themselves and their businesses by investing in new skills and knowledge. Being an entrepreneur is not an easy journey, and we really celebrate your dedication and passion. We're excited to spend the day with you and get to know you and your business ventures. We're looking forward to what is sure to be a stimulating and educational conference. PriceSmart is proud to be part of this community and to support the emerging business leaders who are shaping a brighter future for Jamaica. We wish you all the best of luck and much success as you continue your journeys. Thank you very much.
And we say big thanks to you, Miss Angela Venza. Put your hands together again for her, please. Executive Director. And we say big thanks to the PriceSmart Foundation team. Make some noise for them, please. Can all the team members stand? I know you're seated. I know, come on, guys. Stand up and be applauded, please, for the support that you've given to this amazing program. Thank you so much. Thank you for all you have done for the Reapers, for the access that you have provided, for the support that you have provided. And trust me, as a PriceSmart member, I'm not shopping the same way anymore. I'm shopping knowing that this is going to even greater causes. Thank you so much. Now, we are moving on with some entertainment. Are you ready? We have some brilliant entertainers out of Jamaica, you know that, right? And you know that entertainment is a business, right? Did you know that? You know they're registered companies, entertainment companies in Jamaica. Absolutely. And so we have a wonderful lady coming up. Her name is Dear Maria Neal Walker. Put your hands together for her, please. And as she comes to the stage, earlier on, she was doing a sound check, and I actually thought it was the recording that was being played. I did not know that she was at the microphone singing. That's how good she is. So hold on to your seats. Ready?
Blessings. They say this mountain can't be moved. They say these chains will never break. But they don't know you like we do. There is power in your name. We've heard that there is no way through. We've heard the tide will never change. But they don't see what you can do. There is power in your name. So much power in your name. Move the immovable, break the unbreakable. God, we believe. God, we believe for it. From the impossible, we'll see a miracle. God, we believe. God, we believe for it. We know that hope is never lost, for there is still an empty grave. God, we believe no matter what, there is power in your name. So much power in your name. Move the immovable, break the unbreakable. God, we believe. God, we believe for it. From the impossible, we'll see a miracle. God, we believe. God, we believe for it. Oh, yeah. You are the way where there seems to be no way. We trust in you, God, you have the final say. Yeah, you are the way where there seems to be no way. We trust in you, God, you have the final say. You are the way where there seems to be no way. We trust in you, God, you have the final say. Move the immovable, break the unbreakable. God, we believe. God, we believe for it. From the impossible, we'll see a miracle. God, we believe. God, we believe for it. Move the immovable, break the unbreakable. God, we believe. God, we believe for it. From the impossible, we'll see a miracle, miracle. God, we believe. God, we believe for it. Did it, did it, did it, did. You see, one of the hardest things I've learned, one of the hardest things in life sometimes is just to keep going. When everything around you, even sometimes your body might say stop, but you know you must keep going. But I found that in the Bible, you have some promises that really help us go on. In Genesis, it says that God said, let there be light, and there was light. Now, let me ask a question. Did it take an hour for the light to appear? Half an hour? A minute? A second? Instantaneous is God's word. His word has the power within itself that what he says, it will be. So when he says that your gift will make room for you and set before kings, it is. When it says that you will be the head and not the tail, it already is. When he says that he'll never leave nor forsake you, it already is. You see, what God is waiting on is for us to believe that his word is already declared for you already. And so he calls us from our hearts to say, Lord, I believe you. Whatever you said about me, I believe you. And so I ask you, do you believe? He said it. I believe. Come on now. You said it. It is done. You said it. You said it. I believe. You said it. You said it. I believe. You said it. I believe it. You said it. It is done, oh Lord. You said it, said it. I believe it, believe it. You said it, said it. It is done. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, da, 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 da. You said it. You said it. I believe. Lord, yeah, you said it, and I believe you said it, and it is done. You said it, and I believe you said it, and I believe. Move the immovable, break the unbreakable. God, we believe. God, we believe for it. From the impossible, we'll see a miracle, miracle. God, we believe. God, we believe for it. No matter what it looks like, what God said, it's already done. God, we believe for it. No matter what your business is, keep going and believe. God, we believe for it. Give all praise and glory to him. God, we believe for it.
Oh my gosh. Put your hands together again for her, please. Dear Maria Neil Walker, God, we believe for it. Do you believe? Yes. No, do you really believe though? Because the Lord said, if you believe in him, all things, not some things, you know. He said what? All things are possible. And that is the key ingredient on this journey of entrepreneurship. You have to know it. You have to know that you know, even when you can't see it, that it is possible, right? And some of the times I know the journey gets rough. And sometimes we want to skip process. But it's a part of our story. It's what's going to build us up as we continue to be students of this perpetual school called life. It's going to come with its lesson, and we're going to learn them, and we're going to keep going because it is possible, and we do believe God for it. Thank you so much again, Miss Neil Walker. Thank you so much for blessing us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is that time of the program, and I know, dear Maria, got us out and we're feeling good, and you're about to feel even better. we are about to hear from our keynote speaker for today. And I'm going to be inviting Tony and Williams, our program coordinator for R.E.A.P, to come forward to introduce. And Tony seems to be a superstar. Tony has fans inside here. Tony, I'm so sorry. I'm going to have to talk to the team. We wanted to have confetti and all kind of things for you, flares and stuff. Don't worry, we'll check them at the back, all right? Okay, my darling, here you go.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. All right. Michael DePizzo, Coach Mike, is a transformational speaker and entrepreneur who empowers leaders to break free from fear and build purpose-driven businesses. Raised in inner-city Winnipeg by immigrant parents, he now leads a thriving coaching business rooted in mindset, strategy, and legacy. Through dynamic storytelling and practical skills, Coach Mike inspires audiences to think bigger, act boldly, and build lasting impact. Because true wealth starts in the mind before it reaches the bank, right? Get ready to reset your mindset, reclaim your vision, and ignite a legacy that generations will remember. Please put your hands together and help me to welcome Michael DePizzo.
Good morning, everyone. Are we still morning? I am very grateful to be here today. It all started with a seed I planted not too long ago. At the end of the day, we all look at where we are today. It's not from buying a ticket. It's from a commitment you made many years ago. So my job today is not just to share some kind words, to leave you with some motivation. I'm all about transformation. And that's what today is about. I'm very thankful to be here. I'm thankful for the young women and men of purpose for inviting me down. January 12th, 2019, I made a goal to be the #1 Canadian speaker on mindset. Could you believe I wasn't even on stage before I made that goal? But there's a beauty in this world when you think about it. We're all talking about this God that we serve. Well, there's a formula. If you set a destination, you just do what you need to do, you think you need to do, there's some resources that come together, and I'm a product of that. So thank you very much for inviting me down. And most of all, I'd like to thank you for showing up, because this for you is also a seed. I went around the room earlier and I spoke to a bunch of folks and I asked you why you're here. Some said, you know what, they're almost going to stay home, but they decided to come out. So when we make that move into the direction of just putting that one foot forward, we'll notice that there's another force, again, that's going to bring opportunities. So I'm hoping that I could leave you with some opportunities today. My name is Coach Mike. I came from Canada, and I came all the way from there to share a passionate story, but also to share some perspective that hopefully you could take and adapt to change. I'm especially decided to be here because I'm not born in Jamaica, but my mom's from Jamaica. And you know what, it brings me back here. And honestly, I love the culture, I love the music, and I love the rice and peas and chicken. This is a must. But like I said, I'm not here just to motivate. I'm here to transform. And my goal today is for you to take something today that you could apply. So I want to invite you to this challenge. Take something from today that you could apply to your life, because change doesn't happen by good ideas, it doesn't happen by good feelings, it doesn't happen by smiles. It happens by application. So as I share a message today, I hope something resonates with you, because if you leave here with just information and good feelings, unfortunately, you didn't do what you came to do. So I want to make sure that's clear. Now, I didn't grow up with money. I came from real humble beginnings. My mom came from Jamaica. She came to Canada. She had 4 boys. We were a rowdy bunch, but also resources were slim. We didn't have much. We lived through hard times. There's times where in Winnipeg it's very cold. Anyone knows Winnipeg? Have you ever heard of Winnipeg before? Very cold, one of the coldest places in Canada. There's some times when our gas was cut off. There's no heat in the house. My mom opened the stove because there's electricity to provide heat in the house. So I didn't come from money. Now, even though I grew up in poverty, I never had a poverty mindset. So we got to ask ourselves, some of us who's walking around looking at our past and looking at the limited things we have, are you still walking around with that poverty mindset? Because that poverty that I would call poverty is just what gave me contrast, to be able to appreciate the new things that came into my life, and it actually allowed me to have some gratitude. As a kid, I got into a lot of trouble. I was surrounded by crime. In a neighborhood like what I was born, Winnipeg was like one of the murder capitals of the country. A lot of crime. I was surrounded by a lot of that, and eventually I hit a wall. I was living on repeat. I was noticing things weren't changing in my life. That's when I started to realize my life has nothing to do with my circumstances. It has to do with the patterns I kept choosing. So we got to ask ourselves, how many of us are doing the same thing and expecting different results? You see, life doesn't give problems or challenges, it's only opportunities, and through these setbacks, it gives us an opportunity to redirect. So life is about 10% of what happens to you and 90% of what you do about it. And that's something to let that resonate. So how I began my journey? Well, I started to kind of look at my circumstances and realize it had nothing to do with my surroundings. It had to do with what I'm doing daily. So I started to adopt this feedback loop where things would happen, you reanalyze it, and it will give you an indication on what you need and what needs to change. I was planting seeds that created my current results. It had nothing to do with where I was born or the money that was in the family. So are you doing the same things and expecting different results? If you're running a business, are you doing the same strategies and expecting different results when they're not working? We got to ask ourselves. So the breakthrough came when I started to create some new patterns. And that was just a test. I wanted to see what they'd relate to, and guess what? It worked. 20 years later, I have a very successful finance and insurance training company. I go to dealerships across the country, and I teach mindset, and I marry it with the technical aspects of the job. I believe we don't have work problems. We have personal problems showing up at work. So I help unlock those and help people see those changes. And this growing international coaching business that I have, it's empowering for me because it's my goal to give back. See, I found God in 2019 because I looked at the patterns and I noticed that all I had to do was set a dream, do what I think I needed to do, and there's some force that brought it all together. Look at your life and ask yourself, is this a product of your making, or were you just willing and had the courage to move and then resources came to you? It's interesting because I met a gentleman 2 days ago, and he shared this story with me, which I'm very heartfelt. He said he had the opportunity to sit back and watch TV or just go out anywhere randomly and look for opportunity. I happened to meet him at the hotel, and we had a discussion. And the discussion, I asked him, hey, what are you here for? I'm just looking for some opportunity. I was going to watch TV, but I thought, let me see what's out there. We ended up engaging in the talk, and I found out he wanted to start a business. Lo and behold, he's at this conference today. It was not a plan, but he did what he could do, is take a step forward, and then the resources show up for him. So I help people break their limiting beliefs. With my coaching company, companies call me around the country, internationally, and I show up. And my goal is to give back, is to share insight. So today is not about strategy particularly. It's about sparking something in you so you can see that you are the catalyst to the change. You are that change you're looking for, and it's all an inside job. So what did I learn from my endeavors? I learned that it didn't have to do with smarts. I wasn't smarter than anybody. What happened is I stopped looking at other people's patterns and start looking at my own patterns, and that's when I realized that there's some change to be had. So success is not a destination. Success is daily habits compounded over time. Today, I want to share some patterns that changed my life, hoping you could take some of those, reflect on your own, and find those patterns that you need to change. Before we do that, I want to remind you that growth doesn't happen by chance, it happens by choice. Take an honest look at your life and ask yourself, why am I here today, and what needs to change? And that's where you'll find your answers. The power is in your pattern. And that's going to be the theme of what I'm going to talk about today. And just remember, again, this is an inside job. You don't have to look no further than outside of yourself. What if the thinking, actions, and what you're doing today is the very reason why you're not where you want to be? That's it for a bit. Because the thinking, actions, and procedures that got us where we are today, they're not fit to get you where you want to go tomorrow. Change is inevitable. But suffering is optional. So let's reflect on that for a moment, because at the end of the day, the catalyst to your growth is change. And I'm going to share a little bit about the changes I went through so you know that, look, I'm just like everybody else in this room. A smile doesn't pay bills. Good attitude doesn't pay bills. It's taking action that pays bills. There's a cause and effect relationship. So the only thing guaranteed in life besides death and taxes is change. So you want to endorse that. You have to learn to pivot, not panic. And one thing to realize that things do not happen to you or your business, they happen for you or your business. And this is something that really sat well with me because, see, some of the jobs I had, I was making good money, 6 figures. But I wanted change, but I had these golden handcuffs. But then something out of ordinary happened that created that change, but that was a catalyst for me to move on to new endeavors. So just remember, things do not happen to you, they happen for you. Life doesn't give problems or challenges, only opportunities, but are you seeing those opportunities? The catalyst for growth, change. So let me give you a little timeline of my last recent years so you can see that, look, I have certain things happen to me. I'm no different from anyone in this room. 2019, I was let go from a job of 17 years. I was the #1 finance manager in Canada for Honda. But there have been some changes and restructuring which left me without a job instantly. 2020, I had a marriage of 17 years. Finish. One day my partner came home and she says, look, I don't think this is working. I was too busy working and not putting that energy into the relationship. One day gone. 2022, 21, next year, this year after year, my younger brother died. He passed suddenly. I was his mentor. That didn't sit too well at first. 2022, after I reinvented myself, I created a training program. A company hired me. They kept me for a year. They took my strategies and said, we're done. When I look back at these times, things didn't happen to me. They happened for me. Something out there knew I had more. Through all these situations, I took the lessons that I learned. But when I got terminated in 2022, I literally thanked the person. I said, thank you for giving me the opportunity to work with you and learn the skills. I directly looked up and said, you want me to start my business now? I was grateful for that opportunity. My brother, who passed away, I was his mentor. He always dressed, he always looked great, he always looked wonderful everywhere he went. So because of him, everywhere I went, I make sure I have a good lasting first impression. When I do my workout, I do an extra pump in his name. And you could see how you could take your pains and turn them into triumphs. You could turn them into anchors for success. But I had a choice to make here. So that same year I got terminated, I started my business. So I want to ask you a question. What are you doing with the challenges in your life? Are you extracting the opportunities from them? And that's where the change is. So the most dangerous mindset is we've always done it this way. Your business needs to adapt or die. Growth equals change. Resistance to growth equals decline. So these days, honestly, the risk is to be the same. Stagnation is riskier than innovation, and change isn't coming, it's here. Are you evolving with it is the question. Let me tell you how you could extract change from the most simple scenarios. There was a time, 2022, 2023, someone asked me to be the MC of the wedding, 1 week before the wedding. I didn't know nobody there. I felt like, oh gosh, how am I going to do this? But I knew my job was to say yes. I took that on. I felt unprepared, but I did it anyways. After I was done, Sweat was dripping from my face. I never spoke in front of a crowd. Sweat was dripping from my face. I felt defeated. I looked to my brother who was in the wedding party. I said, man, that sucked. That wasn't good. It sucked. I felt defeated, okay? I walked around the crowd and people would say, hey, Mike, that's the best emceeing I've heard. You did a great job. 2 people asked me to be the MC. Now, I noticed everyone was laughing throughout my emceeing, but I didn't resonate that to anything worthwhile because I felt that I had to be prepared. I needed strategy. Well, I learned something from that. I've been waiting for validation before I own my greatness. Own what you do, don't wait for the applause, okay? When I started my business, I knew this. I called it Operation MAD. Because I was making good money. People would say, Mike, just find another job in the finance business. They'd say, look, this training you want to start, they don't need that out there. They do free training in the business. Doesn't make sense. People are going to discourage you, but I call it Operation MAD because my initials is Michael Andrew DePeaser. I know people are going to look at it from their perspective, but at the end of the day, I had a vision. We're 1 out of 8 billion people. Nobody on the planet could see your idea the same way you see it. Now, those same folks, when you see success, you know what they're going to say? I knew you could do it. So you got to remember that. Always be ready. Don't wait for the applause. You got to keep moving. Now, what change did I get from this? Always be ready. Mike is always ready. If somebody asks me to do something, whether I feel ready or not, I am ready. Let's get it on. And that's the attitude you need to take with your business. The real change does not start with strategy. It starts with patterns, your go-to thoughts, behaviors, and beliefs that are running on autopilot. Most people don't need information. They need transformation. Imagine having a glass full of sorrel. Who likes sorrel? Okay. Imagine have a glass full of sorrel and you're pouring in more sorrel and it's spilling over the edge. We need to drink the juice. Okay? We're collecting information. We need to apply that information, and that's where we're going to find all the change we're looking for. So most people don't need information. What they need is transformation. You have enough information. So I encourage you to transform. Your power is in pattern. Like I said, people aren't stuck because of what they know. It's what they're doing that's not working. So here are going to be the 5 patterns that I'm going to share to hopefully offer you some insight in your own life so you could reflect on these messages. Because if I could spark something that when you repeat these patterns, that you reflect on this message and you create change for yourself, I feel like it was a well-worth session. The first one is the pattern of gratitude versus grievance. Are you focused on what's missing or what's working in your life? Gratitude turns obstacles into opportunity. And like I said before, pain is inevitable. We're going to run into situations. But suffering is optional. And we want to reframe that idea of challenge because a skillful captain was not made in calm waters. So those challenges that you call challenges are what develops you skills to be who you are today. How do you know resilience if you don't have challenge? So you need it. Endorse it. If everybody in this world, in this planet, took all their problems, everybody in this room, everyone in this planet took all their problems, and they threw it in the middle of the world, everybody, and then we all go back to grab equal share, you'll have more problems than you came with. Be grateful for what you have. Gratitude shifts you from lack to abundance, complaints to kindness, and doubts to momentum. It opens doors. That's how I started my speaking company. Could you believe that one wedding that I volunteered to go is why I'm on the stage today? Because I said I got to own my voice. That one situation. Here's a concept. We're all living in a dream we once had. Could you believe this? So we're asking for more. We're asking for more, but we're not almost acknowledging what we had. It's important to understand that concept. Because imagine you're giving somebody something and they're not saying thank you and they're asking for more. But the person who says thank you, you're willing to give them more. There's something out there conspiring to give you what you want, but you have to be grateful and understand what you already have. It's in the little wins. So I'm going to give us about 5 seconds right now to pause and think of a few things that you're grateful for. And I'm going to give you that 5 seconds starting now. Now, not only is this important now, I mean, if you could continue this, you could start every day writing down 3 things you're grateful for, and you'll see how all of a sudden the things that happen in your life, the trial and tribulations, they don't seem so heavy because you already gave thanks to the things that you could acknowledge that you have. The next pattern I want to talk about is the pattern of reflection versus the pattern of autopilot. See, the unexamined life is not worth living. When was the last time you asked yourself, what am I really doing this for? Are you on repeat, hoping for change? See, we're often looking outside of the window. What we need to do is look in the mirror. Because when you're looking outside of the window, you can't offer any change. But when you look in the mirror, you get to see that reflection of how you see things, how you operate. And it gives you some cues into what needs to change. See, it's not going to be easy, but it's worthwhile. If you do the things in life that is easy, life becomes hard. But if you do the things in life that's hard, life becomes easy. Choose your pain. The key to growth, like I said, is in your pattern. And there's a feedback loop. It's going to tell you what worked, what didn't work, and what you need to improve. I want to share another story with you because at the end of the day, I had to reflect in the last few months. My goal was to be the #1 Canadian speaker in Canada. And I had a thriving finance and insurance training company. And when I got home, I had a partner of 2.5 years. Loved her dearly with all my heart. But I realized I had a relationship that walked out on me because I was too busy focused on my goals. So when I came home, I realized, okay, I either put energy in my relationship or energy in my passion. My passion is to influence 1 million mindsets to transform. So one day I had to go home and I had to say to my partner, look, I love you with all my heart, you know this, but I have a goal to influence people and inspire people. I had to let that relationship go. It's unfortunate. But at the end of the day, you got to choose. The cost of success is often your comfort. Success is not a comfortable process. One thing you can't do is hold on to the old and hold on to the new at the same time. You got to pick one. Something's got to let go. So you got to choose that. Do you want the old ways or the new ways? But having both isn't practical. The next pattern I want to talk about is the pattern of focus versus distraction. The successful warrior is the average person with laser-like focus. Are you dialed in or scattered? Because what you focus on is what grows. The grass is never greener on the other side. The grass is greener where you water it. Are you watering your grass or are you splitting your focus? Because splitting your focus equals watered down results. So you want to focus on the tasks that move your business. Now, again, let me add some practical nature to this. 2022, when I got let go, that's the time I decided to, you want me to start my business now? That's what I said. Easy words. I didn't know what to do. I felt defeated. I felt under the weather. And I had an idea that I wrote out, but I was too busy thinking of, oh, what's going on? What should I do? And I realized in all that thought, I'm doing nothing. Life is consistency, not intensity. So what I did was I said, okay, every day I'm going to reach out to one dealership and I'm going to do my workout routine. And I'll tell you why I do my workout routine later. One dealership on my workout routine. So no matter what you're thinking throughout the day, as long as you do those tasks, guess what? In 2 days, that's 2 dealerships. In 3 days, that's 3. Eventually, I got callbacks. So amongst my thinking and thoughts, because I took action and applied those seeds, which were minimum seeds, if you plant a seed, it's going to grow. So you got to ask yourself, are you planting seeds or are you just planting thoughts? Because action are those seeds you need. So if you're wondering why you're stuck, just look at your daily activities, and if you realize that you're just thinking and planning, you did nothing all day. A smile doesn't pay bills, a good attitude doesn't pay bills, good energy doesn't pay bills, it's action. Consistency, not intensity. A Jamaican saying, every mickle make a muckle. Am I right? Okay, we all know this. So before you start working on your website, your business cards, all those sweet stuff, make a call to the person who you want to do business with. Because the website, the stuff is like a prerequisite. Look at the game of soccer. A soccer ball needs to be there. It's a prerequisite, but it doesn't win games. It's the foot movement. So don't be fooled into doing all the easy stuff because they're not doing nothing for your business. Do the stuff. Call your customers who make the difference for you. The fourth pattern is the pattern of discipline versus sporadic effort. We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence is not an act, it's a habit. See, you can't decide your future. You can only decide your activities, and that will decide your future. So, do you show up daily or just when it feels good? Because there's a difference between the pro and the average person. The average person doesn't feel like doing certain things, so you know what? They don't do it. The pro doesn't feel like doing certain things, but guess what? They get it done. Are you a pro or you're amateur? Because if you're an amateur, business is not for you. It's consistency, not intensity. It's reps over rush. It's rhythm over motion. And success isn't sexy. It's repetitive. Choose your pain. Don't fool yourself. The pain of regret or the pain of progress. Now, the pain of regret, you'll never see till it's too late. The pain of progress, you don't feel like doing something, but you get it done, you feel uplifted. It powers you. It keeps you going. You could trust in your word. I'll tell you why I started my gym routine. March 2nd, 2020, I decided to start a gym routine. I went from nothing to saying I'm going to go every second day for a year. I went the first day, the second day, the third day, I was sore. I wanted to stop. But what popped in my mind was, oh my gosh, if I can't do the things I say I'm going to do, there's nothing for you that's worthwhile in this world. Nothing. But let's reverse that. If you could do the things you say you're going to do, everything that you want is right in your hands. It's consistency, not intensity. Now, the cool thing about my gym routine is I don't do it for the physical. I do it for the discipline. Because I know that if I could do that routine, there's nothing I can't do in life. Look, we all know that friend who we say be here at 7, they're coming at 7:30. Guaranteed. So when you have a major event and you ask them to show up, you don't trust they'll be there, right? Most people, that's how they feel about themselves. They're telling them stuff, they're not doing it, they can't even trust themselves like that friend. You have to have discipline. That's the only way you could trust what you're going to do and what you say. The last one is the pattern of generosity versus self-preservation. No one has ever been poor by giving. Are you leading to serve or leading to be seen? Generosity builds trust. It widens reach and it reinforces your purpose. So if you want your business to grow, help somebody else grow. I have a thriving business training F&I managers, but I know the real joy that I come is from giving back. I don't have to be doing this today, but I made a statement that my job is to serve, is to help somebody else see more, and this wonderful Lord that we know up there will bless you. You have to bless somebody else. So start giving what you wish somebody would have gave to you. So my goal is to become Canada's #1 Canadian speaker, and that's why I'm here today, because I just made that deal. I made that deal, and all of a sudden he's opened up the doors, and my job is to show up. But it's rooted in giving back. It's not rooted in profits. So sometimes we got to stop chasing the money and start chasing the transformation, and you'll see how life will change. So let's tie it all together. Every breakthrough starts with your awareness of the patterns that you're participating in. You don't need a new plan. You need a new pattern. We are what we repeatedly do. Now, it may feel slow, but it's still growing. Just water it. When you think of a mango tree, something as simple as a mango tree, what's the last thing to come off the tree? Trust the process. If I could rise from broken beginnings, heartbreak, and still stand strong, so could you. The power isn't out there, it's already in you. Align your pattern with your purpose, and you'll see life change. So I'm going to give a call to action. You have blank sheets in your folder. Today, you're going to write down a pattern that you want to change to shift tomorrow. This is taking something from an idea to the physical state. You want to write it down, you want to reflect on it, and you want to act on it. Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
I know you can do better than that. Put your hands together again, please, for Coach Mike. The leading speaker from Canada. He's supposed to say yes and scream and come on. Oh my gosh. Anybody inside here feels uncomfortable? Yeah? I like feeling uncomfortable. I like when a speaker speaks and I feel like, you know, I need to twitch, like, oh my God, he's targeting me. Mike knows something about me that I did not tell anybody else, Mike. You're targeting me, you're talking to me, you're speaking into my experience. And that's exactly what you did. Thank you so much for challenging us and for making us feel like there is more to us than what we currently know of ourselves. And we need to do that audit. And sometimes it is hard to face the parts of us that we don't want to face, which is the truth about what we have been holding out on. Those patterns that we have been holding to because that's all we know, and we're going to stick to it because that's what I know, and I don't want to do anything else. But the truth is, to advance yourself, as what Mike has been saying, we have to make sure that we are doing the hard stuff, right? The work that's necessary. Checking off the things that are not working and be true to that experience so that we can actually move forward. Change the things because that's the only way in which we get to move forward, to change the things that are not working. And as entrepreneurs, even if we have one employee, we are the thermostat for our business. We know that, right? They are mirroring how we lead. And so we have to make sure that we are doing the work necessary so we can be great leaders for our businesses. Thank you again, Mike. I believe it. You are. You are going to be that guy, Mike. You're on the road. Thank you so much. Remember the patterns? The first pattern? Gratitude versus? Grievances, right? Not grief. But we can grieve over the fact that we have this really bad pattern, and then we're going to get over it, right? That's the first one, gratitude versus grievances. The second pattern, reflection versus autopilot. There we go. They were listening, Mike. They were listening. The third one, focus versus distraction. The fourth one, discipline versus sporadic efforts. And the fifth one, I love that one, generosity versus self-preservation, because trust me, you grow as far as you're helping others to grow, and that's what your business should be about. How it is that you're solving something for someone. That's what's going to keep you relevant to people's experiences and people's lives. That's how we do it. Thank you so much again, sir. Mark, please put your hands together for him, please. Sir, and Mike, if you never feel Jamaican before, you are a Jamaican, sir. All right? Amen. You see the man even know Jamaican proverb? Every mickle, make a muckle. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to be inviting at this time Miss Ruth Ann Campbell Humes to come forward. She's going to be doing the vote of thanks before we get into the festivities of the awards. Put your hands together for her, please.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you step forward for me, please, Mr. DePizzo? Yes. On the stage. I thought my time was done. On behalf of the organizers and everyone present here today, I would like to extend our deepest thanks to our esteemed keynote speaker, Mr. Michael DePizzo. Thank you for sharing your insights, your journey, and your wisdom with us today. Your words were not only inspiring, but also deeply practical, full of hard-won lessons that we as entrepreneurs can apply in our path forward. Once again, thank you. You're welcome.
Wow.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Miss Ruth and Campbell Humes, and thank you again, Sir Coach Mike. You can add that to your wall of accomplishments and accolades, right? There we go. Okay, I want to give you something, Flow customers, for the persons who didn't get any credit earlier on. It's your time again. The young lady who got it earlier on, where is she? Hold your hand up for me. The person who got the credit earlier. She's not inside here? Okay, good. Because I was about to take her phone from her. Okay, here we go. You ready? *121 star. Remember, I'm a fast talker. I do 30-second ads, sometimes 15 seconds. So here we go. 38074-4653-27211. Number sign send. Anybody got it? Hey, there we go. Fast fingers. Okay, another one. Here we go. *121. Put on your phone, please. The person who just said, woo. Put on your phone, please. Okay, here we go. The Lord is watching. Okay, here we go. *121 star. 463453892715564. Number sign send. Did the person at your table just say woo a while ago? Woo! There we go. All right. Guys, don't worry. We have more credit. You can clap her and applaud her. Your time is coming. All right, before we get into the presentation, this part I'm very excited about. We're about to move into the awards portion of the day. But we're going to take a look right now at this video of the R.E.A.P Youth Entrepreneurship Project. Take a look at the screen.
The R.E.A.P Youth Entrepreneurship Program, it is the 11th cohort of our R.E.A.P Entrepreneurship Program, and the second cohort of program that has been funded by the Eisenhower Foundation. I'm proud to say this, Young Women and Enough Purpose is the flagship NGO in Jamaica. If you want to learn about doing good work, check them. So we're really happy to be funding them again, and we're super excited about the academy.
The truth is that as business people, that's what you are. You're a CEO of your life. Yeah? It's not going to be easy. I'm not going to complain with you, so I'm just going to say, failure but it's hard. And I embrace it.
So Lan is going to be handing it out on this side? Okay. No, come on this side. Come on this side.
Over the past 6 weeks, 30 entrepreneurs received training in entrepreneurship, business management, marketing, accounting, and small business, endeavors for entrepreneurs, digital marketing. And they were able to also develop their business practices and learn how to push online investments. The entrepreneurs were selected both of over 495 applicants. 30 participated in the face-to-face training, and as well 100 entrepreneurs participated in the online academy. The entrepreneurs completed the training by pushing their businesses. They would have used everything that they would have learned over the past 6 weeks to create
of our contestants have provided quality business ideas, some better than others, but as you know, generally the ideas are good. And my feedback to them would be to continue on the path they are, right? And for those who need capacity development, to seek it out, right? And just a little learning.
I'm one of 30 applicants who got accepted to the R.E.A.P Entrepreneurship program, and it's been a very wonderful experience. I learned how to focus on growing my business, know my target audience, and how to market my brand so I can compete against larger enterprises or larger companies.
Entrepreneurs participated in a business future where they were able to explore and explore business incubators such as the University of Technology, Technology Innovation Center, the JBBC Business Resource Center, and the Kingston Creative. It gave the entrepreneurs the opportunity to really see what happens in incubators and also for them to interact with other entrepreneurs so that they can be inspired and to get strategies and tips to grow their businesses. This program would not have been possible without the generosity and support of our funder, R.E.A.P Foundation. R.E.A.P Foundation has run the program for a certain time, and because of their generosity, we have been able to impact the lives of over 120 entrepreneurs from Kingston and St. Catherine. We'd also like to thank everyone who has contributed to the success of the program and impacted the lives of the entrepreneurs or current organizations such as the Exit Bank, the Development Bank of Jamaica, R.E.A.P Club, to
facilitators who, provided the training using their expertise and knowledge to share with the entrepreneurs, and of course to the entire R.E.A.P team who supported and just led the implementation of the project.
Wow, put your hands together for it all. Incredible work. And here we go in presenting the certificates and awards to the reapers. We're going to be asking Lenicia to join me here on stage for these presentations. And I'm going to be asking the recipients to enter from my left, would be your right, this way, and you'll exit in the very same way, please. Yeah? And our first recipient for the certificate of participation is Akila Allen. Congratulations, Akila. Our next recipient, Alana Leslie. Congratulations. Our next recipient, Brittany Turner. Is Brittany here? Brittany is here. She's on her way up. Come on up, Brittany. Mr. DJ, we don't have any award music. Our next awardee, Caleb Mayers. Is Caleb in the house? Caleb, calling Caleb. Caleb is not here. We're going to collect on his behalf. That's fine. Carl Murdoch. Is Carl here? And if Carl is not here, we'll collect on his behalf as well. Shanika Young. Shanika Young. Shanika had to be here. Congratulations. Our next awardee, Crystal Rose. Crystal is here. If Crystal is not here, we'll move on. Danielle Morgan. Daniel is not here. That's fine. We'll collect on Daniel's behalf. Giovanna Houghton. Congratulations. Big smiles for the camera. Our next awardee, Joel Vaughn. Oh, that's how you dress and come to an award show. Miss Sir Videographer, sir, can you make sure you get from the shoes to the please, okay? You know, Joel had this specially built for this event, right? It's the first time he's wearing it. Our next awardee, Jordan Nemard. Jordan Nemard? No, not here. That's fine. Lisa Henry? Is Lisa here? Come on up, Lisa. Lisa has some big supporters in the audience. That is good. Rayshawn Colson. Congratulations, and we say thank you so much to Lenicia for presenting those certificates. We're asking Alpha Smith to come forward to make the next round of presentations. Price Mart's Club Manager for Kingston. Come on up, sir, and as he makes his way up to the stage, we're inviting Rebecca Barnett to come forward. Is Rebecca here? Rebecca is not here, that's okay. Renard Anderson. Not here, that's fine. Ricardo Campbell. Ricardo is here. Hard to miss Ricardo in the bright yellow shirts. Pig Ops. He's in the business of pigs? What do you mean? That's a big business. Hello. Big business. Congratulations to you, sir. Romaine Wright is our next recipient. Romaine, is Romaine here? Calling Romaine once. Not here. That's fine. Ronaldino Levy is our next recipient. Looking like a boss. True to the name, right? Parents set him up right for excellence. Ronaldinho, hello. He has no choice, you know, he has to be an excellent individual. Next recipient, Ronaldo Smith. And Ronaldo's fans are going wild. Congratulations. Thank you so much, sir, for making those presentations. Thank you so much to Sir Alpha Smith for making the presentations. We're calling to the stage Tony Ann Williams to make the next round of presentations. Tony Ann, is Tony Ann? Okay, good. And we are inviting Ruth Ann Campbell Humes to the stage. Congratulations, Ruth Ann. And we're inviting Sandra Mullings to the stage. Sandra's like, please, no autographs. No, I can't. No, please. Congratulations to you. We're inviting Sashane Graham to the stage, please. Congratulations. Shaniki Little Redmond is here. She's not here, that's okay. We're inviting Shanice McDonald Brown to the stage. She's running, I gotta get this certificate. Congratulations to you. We are inviting our next recipient, Shamoya Denton. Shamoya here? She's not here, we'll collect on her behalf. Tamara Campbell. Tamara's here? No? Okay. Tanya Davis. Tanya Davis is not here, collect on her behalf. Tiana Simmons. We'll have to go things and find it. We're inviting Travis Miller to come forward. Is he here? Not here? Okay. Juanita Russell. Juanita is here. Congratulations, Juanita. And we're inviting our final recipient for these certificates, Jordan Nemmer, to the stage, please. All right, Tony, I know I have you here first for the special awards. All right, so just stand by for us. These are the special awards. These are plaques to be given out. We're asking Tony to stand by. All right, the first one here. Young Women and Men of Purpose presents the award for Most Outstanding Entrepreneur to Ricardo Campbell of the R.E.A.P Youth Entrepreneurship Project. Most Outstanding Entrepreneur. Pig up, pig up, pig up, pig up. Ricardo, did we get free pig for a year? No? Free pork. We could use a whole pig too. It's fine. Congratulations to you, Sir Ricardo. Outstanding work. Congratulations. Next one, entrepreneur creating the most impact within the community. This award goes to Sandra Mullings. I would say thank you so much to Miss Tony Ann Williams. Thank you for presenting those awards. Congratulations, Sandra. Absolutely great job done. Okay, we're inviting at this time Angela Venza to come forward to make the next round of presentations. And this one is the Most Innovative Business Award. The most innovative business award goes to, drum roll, Daniel Morgan. And Daniel is not here, so we are going to collect on Daniel's behalf. And Angela's going to hold the plaque on behalf of Daniel and smile for the camera. There we go. Show it off. We'll send that picture for Daniel. All right? Then we are moving on to Team Player Award. This one goes to Lisa Henry. Congratulations, Lisa. Lisa said, wow. Congratulations, Lisa. This one, the Most Outstanding Reaper Award, goes to, drum roll please, Tanya Davis. Tanya is not here, so we're gonna ask Angie to look to the camera and smile. There we go. All right, and we're gonna give Angela this last one to present Most Improved Reaper. That award goes to Ronaldo Smith. Congratulations, Ronaldo. Put your hands together for Ronaldo, please. And we say thank you so much for presenting those awards. Angela Venzo from the PriceSmart Foundation. And we're going to be asking Lanicia to come forward to make this last presentation for special awards. This is the Go Getter Award. And the winner is Chinika Young. Congratulations. Put your hands together for her, please. Congratulations to all the recipients of certificates and awards. Put your hands together for everyone. And I know we are not done just yet with the presentations. Lanicia is going to come forward. She's going to make some presentations to the team members and stakeholders.
All right, so I'm going to make this as quickly as possible. So as I mentioned earlier, that the work that you're seeing at Young Women and Men of Purpose, it's not done by one person. It's done by a team of persons who have worked extremely hard to make it possible, especially at the stage that we're at, where we're actually scaling to another level. And so today, I really want to acknowledge the members of the operations team for Young Women and Men of Purpose who have gone above and beyond to ensure that our reapers, our entrepreneurs, our mentees, and persons who are beneficiaries of all the programs of the organizations are served and are served well. And so I'm going to invite Tonian. Which one do we have? Tonian is our program coordinator. Tonian, an interesting thing about Tonian is that she actually became a part of the organization in 2020, where she was a participant in our R.E.A.P Agritech Entrepreneurship Program, which was then funded by the US Embassy. And it was her first entrepreneurship program, and then a few years later, she reached out wanting to engage and to give back. And today she's an outstanding program coordinator who has experienced what we are offering and really serving our entrepreneurs and our community well. So thank you for the work that you're doing, Tonya. And I'm going to invite Miriam Wilderfield. Now, Miriam is, she in the room? Oh, all right. So Miriam joined the team a little bit under a year ago as a Peace Corps volunteer, our first in-person Peace Corps volunteer from the United States, moved to Jamaica, and has been providing program support to the entire organization for the year. And we want to acknowledge Miriam for the work that she has been doing, especially in the areas of program support and monitoring and evaluation. Thank you, Miriam. Right, and I'm going to acknowledge the person standing behind me who has been providing tremendous support for the organization. He is our finance officer. He is no other than Horace Palmer, an accountant. So I don't need to say much because you hear the love. Horace is a finance officer. He also trains our reapers in accounting and records keeping, and he just provides overall support to the organization. So thank you very much, Horace. And there are 3 other members. I'm just going to call their names because they've played a critical role or important role to the organization in where we're at. The first one is Dan Vici. Dan is another Peace Corps volunteer who resides in California, USA. He is an online volunteer, however, who came to us about a year and a half ago for 6 months. And Dan has remained with us to today because he likes the work that we're doing, he sees the impact, and wants to continuously contribute to the work that we're doing here in Jamaica. So thank you, Dan, and we'll get your award to you somehow. I also want to acknowledge 2 of our team members who have transitioned. Annie V. Moore, who started out as our Annie V started out as our administrative assistant and then was later promoted to our operations coordinator because of the excellence in which she works and carries herself. She has a dream of becoming a diplomat, and today she is actually working at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on her way to that journey, and we're very, very proud of her. And just a little key thing about Annie V, she actually was a scholar of the organization a few years ago, where she received a scholarship, the Founder's Scholarship, while in high school, became a mentee, and then became a staff member of the organization. So we really appreciate what she has done. And the final team member to acknowledge is Hannah Joy Gillen. So Hannah Joy came on as our digital marketer. You would have seen her here. We miss her presence. And we really want to acknowledge the work that Hannah Joy has done with our social media, pulling on persons to give interviews, and just sharing the work that we do. Our word is impact, but we also know the power of sharing the work that we do, because that is how many of you are in the room today, because you see what we have done. So thank you to Hannah Joy. There are just a few key stakeholders that we just want to call up. I'm just going to call the ones who are in the room. The program and the impact has been what it is because of the contribution of the stakeholders. Some of them have been working with us for many years, and we really want to acknowledge you. Last year, we acknowledged quite a number of our stakeholders, but this year, we want to acknowledge a few that we've not acknowledged before. Some of them are new, and so I'm going to start with no other than Winsome Whittle, who is the president of the Clarendon Chamber of Commerce. We have been working in Clarendon for some time, but we literally started working face-to-face in Clarendon in last year. And if we need a business owner, a keynote speaker, entrepreneurs for our business speed dating activity, we can call on Winsome, and you know that she's going to direct us and connect us. and she herself is an expert at presenting and helping our entrepreneurs. So thank you so much for supporting us. We have a partner that has been working with us over the years. This partner is one of two under the Planning Institute of Jamaica, Vision 2030 Jamaica. I would like to invite Samantha Wilmot. Since we engaged the Vision 2030 maybe about 2 or 3 years ago, every R.E.A.P program that we have a session on aligning your business with Vision 2030. And the R.E.A.Pers love Samantha because of her energy and how she breaks down how the R.E.A.Pers can actually create their businesses and operate in it, to fulfill the goal that Vision 2030 has. And so thank you very much, Samantha. And Vision 2030, they're also a major sponsor of this conference, and we appreciate you for that. All right, and the final one for today is, well, it's actually two, but it's the same organization. I'm going to invite the Clarendon Youth Innovation Center and the Manchester Youth Innovation Center to come forward as we just acknowledge the partnership. Manchester Youth Innovation Center, that's our home. We started in Mandeville, and that was our first office where we operate from, where all our training programs took place. And they never charged us. They supported us. They mobilized, youth when we needed them. And the Senior Youth Empowerment Officer, I believe her title has changed over the years, Charlene McLaughlin, is also a volunteer in the organization and has been providing support for us. The Clarendon Youth Innovation Center, too, when we physically went into Clarendon, it's the same type of service. They provided the space for us to use. Everything is set up, projector, everything. Mr. Garrett Warren, so I'm going to ask you to come forward, has been providing that support for us, connecting us again with key stakeholders in the parish, and we really appreciate you. So Tony will do that one. All right, so while Tony presents that, I want to acknowledge in their absence the Companies Office of Jamaica, who again has been showing up at all of our R.E.A.P sessions, not just doing sessions, but actually registering the businesses of the R.E.A.Pers. So can you give the Companies Office a hand in their absence?
Wow, can you put your hands together, please, for everyone who came on the stage, collected an award, a certificate of recognition, because they've contributed so much to this program. Thank you so much for everybody who had a hand in the success that we are celebrating today. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, we're gonna go right to our panel discussion. This one is called Earn It, Keep It, Grow It. Can you say it with me? Earn it, keep it, grow it. That's what we want to do. All right, so we're going to be welcoming to the stage our panelists, Dr. David Walcott. Please come on up. Put your hands together, please, for David. Let me tell you a little bit about him. He's a medical doctor, entrepreneur, board director, and founder of the NovaMed and its Catalyst Health Innovation Lab. He has led the Caribbean's first healthcare accelerator in partnership with the IDB and Rock Health, spearheading investments across hospitals, clinics, real estate, and health tech. A Rhodes Scholar, a WEF Young Global Leader. He advises global firms on market entry, strategic growth, and cross-border healthcare innovation. Put your hands together again for him. Sir, please take a seat, get comfortable. We're inviting Sir Gordon Swaby, Edufocal, to the stage, please. And if you follow Gordon on Twitter, you know his famous saying, right? Ignore the noise, focus, and execute. Simple maths, simple maths. Please put your hands together again for Gordon, please. Let me find Gordon's introduction. If you don't know about Gordon, Gordon is CEO, co-founder of Edufocal Limited, a publicly traded, award-winning online learning platform helping thousands of Jamaican students prepare for PEP exams. Recognized by the World Bank, IDB, and Commonwealth, he is a recipient of the Governor General's Youth Award and others. He has served on boards such as the JLS NCB Foundation and the National ICT Council, just to name a few. And he is named as a digital disruptor by the BBC. Now tell me, man, like, put your hands together, please, for the gentleman. And he's also a daddy of 2 amazing children. So and a husband. Oh yes, of course. He's a very lucky man, very lucky man to be married to Kamisha Swaby. All right, coming to the stage as well is Shauna Pottinger. I want to make sure I get this correctly. Is it Skay? Skay, there we go. Skay Events. Put your hands together for her, please. Shauna Kay is a chief curator and executive director of Skay Events Management, specializing in luxury event planning and styling with over 8 years of industry experience. And she has a BSc with honors in food service, hospitality, and tourism management. She brings a dynamic, hands-on approach to transforming visions into unforgettable experiences. And we're so happy to have her here with us today. Completing our panel, Karima Munsi, I believe, Home Choice Enterprise. Here she comes. Founder and CEO of Home Choice Enterprise Limited and Vice President of the JMEA. Started out with just $50 US. She built Home Choice into a household brand known for its pepper shrimp, and Lord, do we know the pepper shrimp? And other products she's now sold in over 3,000 stores locally and abroad. We're very happy to have her here. Put your hands together for all the panelists. We're talking earn it, keep it, grow it. You've heard the profiles, and every time that your profile is read, what do you think about? What comes to mind when you hear how much you've accomplished since you began with your innovation, your company, to where you are now? Gordon, let's start with you.
Thank you, Debbie. Thank you for the invitation, to Lenicia and the rest of the team. It's a privilege to be here, and I've seen the growth over the last decade, almost a decade. It's been a while. Yeah, man, congratulations. I'd quickly say, Debbie, you're only as good as your last win. That's how I see it. I think the keynote speaker, Michael said, a smile doesn't pay the bills. Good intentions don't pay the bills. Effort pays the bills, and effort is something that you have to get up every day, right? If you're big on sales, you know that you start at $0 every day. So, yes, it's all good and well, and you look in the mirror and you cheer yourself on, but you have to get up every day and push. So that's how I'd frame it.
Absolutely. Please
Hi, Debbie.
Hi. Can you tell us what you think
Good.
about when you watch yourself and you hear everything being read about you, about how far you've come?
All right, first, good morning, everyone. Good morning. We have 5 minutes to the afternoon. And congratulations to all the reapers. It's an honor. It's a pleasure to be here. And I want to thank you guys for inviting me. All right, it's a lot. Just 2 points. I'm grateful to Almighty God and my parents, first and foremost, because I grew up in an entrepreneurial home. And, to see how my parents basically pushed, I'm saying I thank God all the time for that extra boost that I had received, and it basically shaped me into who I am. When I go out and I execute, or before I execute and the thought processes come to me, sometimes I have to wonder, how me do this? How this happen? And at the end of the day, once you have a creative mindset and you continue to maintain and also ensure that you maintain good client/customer relations, that's what allows you to basically set yourself apart from others. And the thing about it, I don't market a lot. It's always referrals. 80% of my business is generated from referrals. And once trust me, you'll have bad days, but at the end of the day, you must and should learn from your mistakes. And those are the things that keep me going. So enjoy what you do. You can't go wrong.
I love that. Enjoy what you do because you can't go wrong once you're enjoying it. Sir David.
Thanks, Debbie. Good to be here again. And, as somebody who has a very regional perspective, it's amazing to see the level of dynamism here around entrepreneurship. Jamaica really is actually the most dynamic entrepreneurial market in the Caribbean. And entrepreneurs like Mr. Gordon Swaby right here have led that front with, being the first tech entrepreneur to go public. So I just want everybody to give yourself a round of applause because it's amazing to see. Right? David, to answer your question.
Sorry, and David is one of my first investors, so big up David.
So
I'm sure he's happy about that.
To answer your question, Debbie, I always cringe a little bit, when I hear my, accomplishments and CV and whatnot. And I have 2 thoughts on it. They can be summarized by the adage, stay humble and stay hungry, right? The late Kobe Bryant was once asked, how he felt about the success they've had in the playoffs after a big win, and he said, it's not over. And I think it's important to remember that despite the success you have, despite the wins, despite the good days, it's not over and you have to stay hungry. 1, and 2, that should be a part of a bigger vision where you're thinking big, right? All of us here have the potential to pave our paths and to pave the way for those after us. Gordon can tell you, and Gordon and I speak all the time, it's not easy going public with a startup and essentially facing the same level of obligations as companies that are hundreds of years old. There's companies on the JSC that are hundreds of years old, right? And Gordon has the challenge of going first and stepping into this big ring with these large established companies that have been around for a very long time. It's not easy, but you know what? He's paved the way for those after him. And I think that deserves merit, and it shows that he's thinking big, right? And so the first answer I have to give is stay hungry. Secondly, stay humble. As someone, again, who has a very global perspective, one of the things I've seen that have destroyed people with immense potential is losing their humility. We have countless examples, and everybody knows people who have lost their humility. You get success, it gets to your head, and all of a sudden you transform into a different person. That is the first sign that you're not on the right path, and it's very likely that the success you achieved will soon be taken from you. Back to you, Debbie.
Thank you so much. he just dropped that and said back, back to you, Debbie. But you gave us so many things there to consider, and I think we're going to expand on them a little bit more later on. But I want to hear from Karima about what she feels. When you started that company with $50 US, when you think about it now, you're wondering, if somebody gives you $50 US right now, you're like, I'm going to just buy some flow credits with my $50 US. But you started a whole company that is thriving so well now with that $150 US. Let's talk about that whole journey.
Thank you for having me. I love the entrepreneurship. I love to hear the voice. I just heard a lot of cheers. I really want to work with this group. I'll just tell you a little bit about myself in a few seconds. I am 100% Yardie. I'm gonna stop asking where I come from. Everybody say, how long you there? My foreparents arrived here on a ship 180 years ago, like after when indentured servants as Indians, and I was allowed to keep my religion, because the Indians were allowed to keep their religion. Therefore, my parents grew up barefooted in Cockburn Pen, what is known as Coburn Gardens. So I actually coming from not a very wealthy background. So I saw my mom and my grandmother. And I tell you something, legacy is something else. If you see your grandparents and your parents are entrepreneurs, it will resonate to you. This is why I'm here today, to teach you how to grow a legacy for the rest of your family. And I learned something from Bill Gates. I read a post because I didn't know I was really bright. I didn't know it wasn't really bright. I was bright, not in exams, but I was a bright student at the best girls' school in Kingston. But it said, and this is very important because I'm sure a lot of us can resonate with that, is that Bill Gates said, I went to high school, passed my exams. Sorry, I didn't pass my exam. My friends passed their exam, but guess what? He owned Microsoft and his friends worked for him. Basically, the A students work for the B and C students, and I'm sure that we have a lot of B and C students here. That's why we're entrepreneurs. And my first accountant was my school friend. I know my HR consultant is my school friend. So I can resonate to that you have to work towards you want to do. I got $50 US going to Ghana a few years ago. I was 21 at the time, and all my siblings got $50 US. They bought bling, 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 and I bought 50 pounds of shrimp at the time. And I came back and I put them in some plastic bag because them to close off the waving gallery, and I couldn't get pepper shrimps that used to have them. The Hicklers used to have that. And then I decided to, commercialize upon that. And the thing, whatever product you see out there, you can commercialize upon that and make it professional. Thank God we are looking to go on the stock market next year. And I think that's a great achievement for us. Our sales that we did this month, May, right? The sales that we did in May would have been a sales that we had done in the entire year in 2015. So we are planning to do that. So I leave you with something, and I'm going to ask you about this. You can get a gift from Home Choice. I leave you with one of my mantras: resiliency equals success. So every time you fall down, you just brush off your pants and you go on again. Once you have 2 foot and you have, well, you don't even need 2 foot now, right? You have a cell phone. And consistency equal result. When I had an investor came by my factory, they said, where's the rest of Home Choice? We only had 2 little pieces of container and a wire fence, and just in 2019. And they invested, and then VM came on board. They saw the potential in a company that looked bright, but didn't know how small we are. So you look at what Itala was, so just keep that focus on being professional.
Well said. Very well said. Now, panel, we're talking earn it, keep it, grow it, right? And we're talking about earning it. And I said earlier on that as entrepreneurs, it's a very courageous thing to get up one day and decide, I'm going to start a business. Because when you look inside, when you look at the world, when you look at Jamaica, you're thinking, I don't know what's going to happen here. For some people, entrepreneurship is a very foreign step for them. You go to school, and you go to school to put together a resume and to apply for a job. And even within that first year, you're doubting everything that you do. And sometimes the biggest enemy you find is your own self, to really feel like this is yours, to really feel like you've earned this. Let's talk about that journey. I know for you, Gordon, because your business, Edufocal, the real solution
we did not, well, most people did not see until the need came up, which is COVID, the locking down of the schools, and everybody's wondering, how will my child continue learning? And here comes Edufocal. So let's talk about that point of feeling it, really feeling like you've earned this company and earned all of the work that you have invested in it.
Thank you, Debbie. So I want to take the audience on a journey very quickly. One, I will say that earning it, so entrepreneurship obviously is just hard by default, but I think earning it is relatively easy. Keeping it is hard, and growing it is almost impossible. And I'll explain what I mean by that in a second. So, I mean, Edufocal is a publicly traded company, so what I'm sharing is public knowledge, but I'm sharing it for the sake of you understanding the value of what I'm saying. So I started Edufocal. We launched at the Jamaica Pegasus in this room, this actual room, on March 15, 2012. I was 21 years old. It was an amazing event, and I still remember it to this day. Started working on Edufocal when I was 19, and I've never had a job in my entire life. I've never been on anybody's payroll. I don't know what it is like to work in quote-unquote corporate. I mean, that's not a bad or good thing. I'm just, again, giving perspective. So this year we're what, 14 years in, I believe? It's been a while. And when we started in 2012, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I know for a while we were doing less than 10,000 US a year. The first year we did about 800,000 Jamaican dollars, which is like $4,000. And I was ecstatic, I was excited, make money now, right? So I have some numbers in front of me. In 2016, we did 43,000 US in revenue. 2017, we did 56,000 US in revenue. 2018, we did 58,000. So your sister went, we're all right, we're not really grow, but in 2019, we moved from 58 in 2018 to 169,000 US in 2019, right? So I'm excited now. We have a real company, right? Now, all of this stands out in my head because I remember, all right, I have some money in the bank, I'm going to start hire people. So I remember that particular year, I hired, I had like 5 sales reps, and I, approached somebody from Carreras. And if you know Carreras in here, by the way, Carreras is a big company. So I had my head of sales from Carreras. I was paying her, it's paying $1 million a month. Because I'm a big company now, right? Anyway, you know what happened? Everybody in here knows what happened in 2020, right? COVID. March 2020, COVID. I got married 2019, November. So, again, I'm going to 2020, excited, company I grow, you're married now. At that point in time, I'd have already found out that my wife was pregnant, so I was having my first child, everything good. And then March happened, COVID happened. Anyway, suffice to say, I put my, laser focused, and we did 658,000 US in 2020. So you have to understand now, so I'm a big. You're big, right? 2021, 1.1 million US. So we broke $1 million US, excited. 2022, we did 1.1 million US again. 2023, 1.7 million US. And 2024, 613,000 US. So the numbers tell you a journey. Things were great. Well, things were okay. Then things got really good. And then things have just been bad, right? And that is the entrepreneurship journey. Bearing in mind that Edufocal is not a traditional business. We don't have a physical product. It was almost an impossible task to start Edufocal, right? So I had everything up against me. I had no experience. I'm not from Kingston, right? And I really had to lean on, solid friendships and relationships that I had made. I mentioned earlier that David, became one of our first investors, and David is one of my closest friends. And if you look at if you go on the Jamaica Stock Exchange now, look at our reports, you look at my top 10. My top 10 actually reflect people who are my friends who decided to take a bet, take a risk on me and on Edufocal, and that's a very, very, very valuable thing. So I find that these engagements, these audiences are important because in here you might be sitting next to somebody who may become an investor in your company, right? And they may not have money now. Because when David started out, David didn't have any money either, right? David did not have any money. When I started investing in other entrepreneurs, I did not have any money. But people change, circumstances change. And again, I might be down today, but in another 2 years, I'm up again. Another thing too is that everything is perspective. I'll talk to American investors and they'll say, oh, just $1 million. I'm talking about US dollars, right? Well, just $1 million, oh man, that's nothing. But then in Jamaica, you're talking to somebody and they tell you that you're $1 million. And again, it goes back to David's point about staying humble. Because there's always going to be somebody bigger, better than you, earning more money, doing more. And that alone should keep you humble, but it should also push you to aspire for more. So I just wanted to start there, Debbie.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that, Gordon. Wow. Put your hands together, please, for that. I love how frank and how clear that was and how honest that was. Shauna K, your business in events, and we know how many events companies are here in Jamaica. Like, you know, the market is loaded with event companies, right? Let's talk about how it is that you have been keeping it for your business.
It's not easy. Jesus. What I try to do, I always keep this in mind, this saying, whatever the man can conceive, it can believe and achieve. And those are the words of Napoleon Hill. And sometimes when I check myself and I feel down, I just have to do an introspection and say, girl, you better pick up back yourself, you know, because remember, you can't call in sick. You can't report back to yourself to say, yeah. And before I started, I was in corporate. I didn't enter blindly like Gordon. And when I left UTech, I went overseas to Oklahoma and I did 2 years in hospitality. And when I worked overseas, that was when I saw a little tat of money. And you know, you're earning US dollars, you come back. By the time I got back, the first thing I did was to buy a little car. And you know, I can knock on wood and I thank God all the time. And I constantly say this, I thank God for my parents. I was able to transition into corporate before going on an entrepreneurial journey. And that also helped pave the way. However, when I started, my first job was basically at Fiction. That was when Fiction just started. And I always, when I did a program the other day on CVM, I spoke of Gary Matalon. He was my first boss. He gave me a chance. Remember, this man don't know me from anywhere. I just came out of school. Every time you send your resume to somebody, they're saying you have to have experience. How am I going to have experience or garner experience without you giving me a chance? I said that to him right away. I said, sorry, I am, you know. And he's like, I said, put this up. And that was bold. At the time I was shaking, you know, because I'm like, how am I to say this to, you know? But a minute of frustration came over me, right, where I said, every time I go on an interview, but you only just started, you only this and that. And he was like my last straw. And then when I said, at that time, which it was 2010, because I left university 2008, right? And it was 2010 at the time, and I said, sir, I have a drawback in my shelf because I'm looking this job. I want the work, right? I have to come down, write down, be yourself. So when he said that, he said, like, how much you wanted for your pay? And at the time, I said 70,000, right? 70,000 per month. And he said, no, I can pay you more. And when he said to me, and I'm going to give you 90, trust me, I maintained my composure, and that was my first. And I said, Jesus Christ. And yeah, and from there onwards, I grew, I blossomed. They taught me a lot, and he gave me a chance. Because I tell him, say, I have to give me the chance. Sometimes when you put that foot forward and you make that bold step, don't be afraid. Do not be afraid. I went after Fiction. I couldn't manage a nightlife anymore because it was weighing down. At the end of the day, you do not want to make it look like when you're walking on the road like night dew fall on you. So you want to make sure you stay fresh and keep fresh, because when you're moving or transitioning or moving onwards, you don't want to look older than what you actually are. Mm-hmm. No, you have to be real. You have to be real. I want to clap, man, because that's how it go, especially for the ladies. And at the end, look, Debbie, at the end of the day, you have to ensure, especially ladies, take care of yourselves. You see, in this business also, when you're working corporate, you see presentation matters, right? And if you speak a certain type of way, if you carry yourself a certain type of way or whichever it is, trust me, persons will understand and appreciate you. Moving on, I went to Strawberry Hill from there, and from Strawberry Hill, I spent 3 years, and then from there, I went to CPJ. When I went to CPJ, that was my last turning point. I went up strides, started as a supervisor, then manager, then I became operations manager for CPJ Kingston. And I stayed there for 5 years. Lucky again, I have a good boss. When I was transitioning, and I decided, because I said to myself, I'm spending only 5 to 6 years in corporate, I'm not working for anybody else. I got some extra large budgets to supersede, or which they give me a budget for 8 million, and I had to be innovative. The first budget I got for 8 million, I made 14 million. I said, I make this money for people, may I do this? And I realized that staff, you see, when you become how I became an entrepreneur, I learned from my predecessors and also from my company and how to deal with persons. You see, when you deal with your staff properly, retention is the key. Everybody that I started with on my journey, with the exception of 2 persons, I still have them, and I'm going 7 years now as a little girl. Yeah, I'm not all again. So the thing about it, and then when I transitioned from also my boss helped me to write my business plan. I had and I met another lady, Lisa Bell, right, from Exim Bank. She just took me on. And from there, she gave me mentorship. The lady carried me to her office when she had me. She said, Shanna, you're going to meet me at my house a little later. I said, then Jesus Christ, what could have caused this? But at the end of the day, what they gave to me, I will never, ever, ever forget. You say how you deal, and these were just customers back at CPJ. You say how you deal with people, those things will carry on. And again, humility. Humility in your walk with God, humility in your path, working humility in your path with dealing with persons, it will take you far. Yeah. People they will joke you, they will thump you, they will kick you, but at the end of the day, you have to remain we call it? Humble. Yes. Right? In your strides. And also, you see, once you have determination and you maintain an enthusiastic approach, because trust me, persons have come at me lots of times, and I can tell you this, I'm very fiery, but you have to know when and how. Be diplomatic, because you can still have a stance, right? And still pack that punch. Come, you thump in your head, but talk it in English. Oh, wow. So you know exactly what you're coming at. You know exactly and at the end of the day, you have to be tough, because remember, even in events and in a lot of things that we do in this life, it's male-dominated.
That's what I wanted you to focus in on, because it is a very male-driven industry. Yes. And so as a woman, it's very good to see how it is that you used all the experiences that you gained while working with some of these companies that are also big contributors in the entertainment industry. Yes. We know Gary Matalan and his contribution to entertainment. We know CPJ and the fact that you utilize it to propel your own self in the business, and it's also being used to sustain you as well. Yes. It's absolutely commendable, Shanna. Seriously, absolutely commendable. I want to bring in David here, Dr. David Walcott, because David, your industry, we're talking about entertainment and how competitive it is, but the medical industry is very competitive as well, and it's always evolving, And I think the world on a whole kind of started to pay attention to how important, diverse, competitive it was when we had that pandemic. Let's talk about how it is that you managed to maintain your structure, maintain your grit, and grow from a pandemic that has closed and shuttered so many businesses.
Yeah, Debbie, it's an interesting question. The pandemic was probably the most traumatic period for a lot of corporate and startup Jamaica. The truth is, for healthcare folks, it was bittersweet, because naturally it's a very sad time, but but you're in business, right? The one business that earns more in the pandemic, or at least one of them, is you know, the healthcare businesses. And so it was a bittersweet time. What I would say, you know, struck me was the importance of having an ecosystem to support you, because in the same way as businesses that had to shut down and they needed, you know, or needed funding because they were struggling and had this significant revenue impact, needed an ecosystem of funders and supporters to support them. Healthcare workers were severely burnt out. We couldn't stock masks, we couldn't get vaccines, and we had to deal with the very real reality of people dying, right? And so we also needed an ecosystem, right? And so I think the big point I'd want to make in tandem with this group here is that you need an ecosystem to survive. You know, it takes a village to raise a child, and a startup is in many ways like a child, right? And so what's important is having the ecosystem of support. It's like a stock. Look at the US stock market. The US stock market is what it is because it has an ecosystem of retail investors surrounding it. The Jamaica Stock Exchange has risen in its dynamism because there's an ecosystem of people buying stocks, edifocal stocks, etc. Now, you as an entrepreneur, you need an ecosystem to support you, and I think that's the most important thing to take away. And there was a point made earlier that really resonated with me about the grass is not green on the other side. It's greener where you water it, right? And I think that applies to you watering those relationships and resources around you, one, and you also watering yourself. There's a saying, bloom where you're planted. And so you have to acknowledge where you are, whether you're directly, you know, you're coming out of corporate, or you're starting off as an entrepreneur like Gordon. You have to acknowledge where you are and take deliberate steps towards success. But you have to realize you can't do it alone. You cannot do it alone. You made a good point about your team. It's impossible. All of these accolades that you mentioned just now, Debbie, those don't really belong to us. Those belong to the family of people who supported us. I can call out one person. I'll call her out because she's in the room now with her camera. Samantha Johnson, who is the general manager of our entrepreneurship ecosystem called Catalyst. She's a little shy. Sam, stand up so everybody can see you. I want everybody to see Samantha. No, the reason why...
Put your hands together for Samantha, please.
The reason why I'm calling out Samantha, let me tell you guys why. And I have to thank Gordon for the introduction as well. Samantha is a medical doctor, and Sam came to me one day, you know, she's a medical doctor, didn't want to practice medicine. She was actually a barista because she hated medicine so much, she'd rather make coffee than the medicine, right? So she came to me, and I could see that she was very motivated, very talented, etc. I said, okay, well, Sam, you know, we're acquiring the hospital. It's not done yet. When the hospital acquisition is done, we can have a conversation. So said, so done. Sam came on, supported me as effectively my chief of staff. Sam had of course, the intellect, but the energy and the integrity that made me want to invest in her, and she has invested in me. Sam went on to get her master's, get the Shevening Scholarship, went away to the UK, came back to Jamaica, and is right there sitting down. And you know what? Because she has helped to water me and supported me in my path in such a meaningful way. When I went to the Middle East recently to do some business, you know who came with me? Sam came with me, right? And so I'm just saying that to say it's important to nurture those around you because they pour right back into you. Yes. And what is needed is the ecosystem. And again, I think this here really represents a true entrepreneurial ecosystem for me.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much, Sir David. And Karima, you know, home choice being when we go inside the supermarkets and we go inside the stores, they always say, if you want motivation when you have a company and you're thinking, does it have a place? Just go down the bread aisle, because you see breads of all kind of brands, but they have a place on the shelf, right? And home choice, I know, would have had to find its place in the market. Let's talk about, and if you can share with us one of those instances where you felt that your home choice possibly may not have a place here, and you got the reaffirmation that you do have a place in the market.
Right, thank you for that. So as, I don't know if anyone know our wide range of products, so we make products that solve a problem in the kitchen. So when I came up with a peppered shrimp to put on the market, I just go back a little story so it can empower you all. I used to dry the shrimp. At that time, I had 2 kids. I didn't have anything so much. So I bought the shrimp, brought back the 50 pounds of shrimp from Guyana, and rubbed some pepper on it and put it on the bed. There was a bed net, and I made the sun come in and dry it and package it. I used to let the plastic bag, and I couldn't afford a sealer, so I got an iron to seal the package. So why I'm saying that is that you don't have to have everything to start. You just have to create images in mind. How can I solve this problem? So anyway, I put the pepper shrimp on the market and going on and on and on. I never have enough money to print a bag. Now 5 years down the line, I pick up one orange and white bag on the ground. I that high-low shopping center in Spanish Town. There's another orange and white bag. Printed bags come on the market. Until I say about 20 vans with the brand was Mr. Lee's, I'll say that. So this Leon Cummins saw my product into a bar in Pembroke Hall and say, well, it's going to do it. Sweep me off of the market. So I go home, I go to the factory sometime. It was just like a 20 by 20 grocery shop. And I ended up, South Comogo Beach, because the product wasn't selling. So anyway, I ended up buying a car. And you know what? I said, I got beat by this guy, you know. Him can't come take over my business and just take over the market like that. You can't let nobody take over the market, not even the big players, once you have a dream. I sell back my car again and take back the bus again for another 2 to 3 years, and I paid on the bag that you currently see in the market. The deposit was $250,000. I never know when I'm going to get that back, so I'm going to sell back my vehicle again and buy the bags. And we landed in the marketplace like a storm. And so, same thing in 2017. I traveled in 2017. I wanted to do the whole Arkansas and that era up to Chicago. So I had a car at home, sold the car. I not pay no money, I rent no car over there because that's a waste of money, because the money not going in my pocket. So I bought a second-hand car over there. I sold my Honda Civic here, bought back a Honda Civic there. And then I walk again. I came back up to 2017 and taking bus. I went back to the bus situation again. But how many of us are willing to sacrifice like that? You got to buy bling bling, you trust out a car, and you can't pay for it. I happened to buy my first car last week, cash, and it's my first new car. All these years I've been buying 10-year-old car and 8-year-old car and so on. So that's a success story. You have to tie your belt, you have to squeeze your belt until you can afford to. Because guess what? Your children are watching you, you know. So you're not going to buy bling bling because your children want bling bling, and you're leaving a legacy for your children. So them have to, all my kids drive maybe 10-year-old cars, no, still, until they can reach that point. What was the question again?
No, I mean, you answered everything so perfectly. I was asking about, feeling like you do have a place, but you did come back and you conquer the market.
Yeah, man. So I come back, I take back that brand no longer exists. He died. Not the business, not the person died, the brand died.
Oh, okay.
And then I continue to invent products. Sorrel in a bottle, sorrel concentrate in a bottle, not sweetened. In fact, COVID was excellent for us. I mean, I know it was sad times, but we were working, our first time for working 2 shifts, because we provided lime and ginger, and then we created a turmeric extract during the COVID period so it could suffice. And from that, our sales has been a 30 to 45% increase per annum from COVID.
Because trust me, your ginger extract has saved a lot of us. Say that, right? See, there we go, see? Saved a lot of us during that period, so thank you so much.
Right, one more important thing, you must join association. I joined the JMA in 2008. Because I couldn't afford the boat space, it was $80,000, but if you join the association, it was $60,000. So I joined the association, and then I won Best Manufacturer of the Year the same year in 2008.
Nice.
Then I talk enough, come and talk enough for problems for the government to solve. Then they put me on the board as a director. Then put me as executive director. Now I'm vice president for the JMA. So I'm here to mentor you. I'm vice president for the MSME sector, one of the vice presidents. So I'm here for anybody that needs assistance. I mentor for free.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much, Karima. So we are here at Grow It. And this is the part where when you find a system of operation that works, and maybe it is, you know, we talk about the pandemic, it asks of you, but in general, entrepreneurship asks of you to remain agile. And it asks of you to come out of your comfort zone, because as Mike was saying, you know, we tend to fall into a pattern of being ritualistic, and we're thinking that we can do the same thing and expect a different result. We'll talk about growing your businesses. How do you know when it's time to advance your business, when it's time to advance what it is that you're doing and offering people? Gordon.
Great question and timely question, Debbie. You know, so EduFocal is an edtech company. We're an education technology company. And yeah, EduFocal is an education technology company. And, you know, we've been going through it, as I've mentioned before, over the last 2.5 years. And I believe you have what are called milestone moments in your life. And they're simple times, simple moments where you just sit, you're thinking, right? And your best thoughts come to you in specific times, whether it's on the toilet or whatever, right? But random times, in the shower. You know, I've had moments where I just run out of the shower and I make a note, because I have to remember this thing, or I'll have some really, you know, clear dreams. You get up and you make those notes. And I was sitting down to myself the other day and I said, but why does EduFocal have to be why do we have to be an education technology company? All right, we're no longer going to be an education technology company. And I've started that process of EduFocal no longer being an education technology company. All right, so I can't get too much in it because we're a publicly traded company and, you know, there are certain routes to follow. But the point is, I have started that process and I've started to communicate it to my relevant stakeholders. And I've never been more excited than I am right now. I feel 19 again, right? So, you know, you have to be bold, right? And I am what you call an extreme risk taker, right? I do some crazy things. Sometimes they work out, sometimes they don't. I remember, very quick story again. I love stories, as you can imagine by now. You know, when you become a publicly traded company, one of the things that happens to you is, you know, I wouldn't say it's immediate wealth, but you get access to far more capital than you had before. And I said, you know what? I'm going to borrow against my shares, and I'm going to buy Supreme Venture shares, right? And I borrowed like $30 million and threw all of it in Supreme Ventures. And would you believe me that it doubled in 2 months? I mean, it was the craziest thing. And honestly, please don't, I'm not saying you should do that kind of stuff, right? It was madness. Right now I'm sitting here thinking that was madness. And I obviously did it with other companies and it didn't work out. But the point is, like, you know, there are moments in your life you reflect and you decide to be decisive, and it is very important in entrepreneurship to be decisive. Think things through, but once you make a decision, commit.
Yes, love that. Once you make a decision, love that. Once you make a decision, commit to it. And I'm very happy to hear that you have, you know, decided you've done, I'm sure, the auditing that you would have needed to do to see that it's time now to advance the company, and you're stepping forward with that vim, vigor, and vitality that you started with, and that's what it takes. Shanna, your turn, my darling. How do you know when to go farther and further with your business of entertainment?
All right, so for me, I had to stay current with industry trends, because it's not just decorating, you have to maintain a creative mindset. And what I try to do, I travel a lot. And when you have international exposure, it helps for when you're returning back to your country with something to put on the table. Because trust me, especially I mainly love weddings. I do corporate events, other stuff, but it's mainly weddings. And sometimes, for instance, for example, if you go to the US, you find out that a lot of brides or a lot of clients, they're coming here to Jamaica, destination, Jamaica. It's more cost effective for them. They gain more as it relates to what they really want, because in the US, the costs are so high, very exorbitant, and they get little to nothing. But if you want a fabulous or something nice in the US, you have to pay a lot of money. And when they realize that they can come to Jamaica versus what they would just pay for an event, they get accommodation, they get a planner, they get not just decoration, you just have the whole aesthetics of dealing with the JE. You find out that persons will gravitate more. How I grow also is that you have to have a natural hands-on ability to execute in an unpredictable and challenging arena, especially for me, because staying relevant is not easy at all. And then persons would copy, persons would take from you, but I always tell persons that once persons copy or take from you, it's a good thing. Don't say them a watch or them a this or them a that, because guess what? It allows you to be innovative, to create something else. Yes. I love it when me sit to one table and them say, Shana, then where you get that from? I say, eh. And they'll come and say, okay, can I rent that centerpiece that you had used? Yeah. Money coming in. And trust me, persons are not going to come and ask you for something if it didn't stand out to them. Secondly, in order to grow, you have to invest. I'm in a big like Gordon. I'm in a big like Mr. Sir. And like Home Choice, but I'm okay. And the thing about it is that once you invest in young persons, and would never, because it's a lot of times persons would call and say, okay, I want internship, or I need this or that. I do not really take on interns, because what happens is that, especially in events, not in a bad way, in events, it happens every now and then, right? And with internship, filling out reports, and I know how it is, you have to have something that you have consistent times. So what I tell them is that when you get a chance, or whichever it is, or if there's a function, or when something is needed, I will call you, but do not bank on me for internship. And you can grow and still get the sort of experience, because I do not want you to have an inconsistent flow with your timings and your dates and stuff like that. But separate and apart from that, also investing in young event planners, that's what I enjoy doing now.
Yes.
Sometimes persons would come with me on the road or this, and they're saying that. Then they're saying, they weren't expecting anything at all. I pay them just like the regular people, because you're putting out the same kind of work. Yeah. So if you come, even as say for instance, you're coming as a trainee, and you're understudying somebody, or you're doing whatever it is, trust me, sometimes the trainees put out twice as much than the regular persons. Because you said they're so eager, they're in it. It's like them robust, man. And those things just make me just smile. But you see, sometimes people get carried away. Mm-hmm. They tend not to remain consistent, but you have to be in their box, to know that, if you don't maintain this, you can't get this. And if you want it, trust me, you have to. I don't look like this when I'm working. Mm-hmm. Gordon can tell you this. Cover up, all you see is my two eyes. Big boots, pants, whatever, rugged. Sometimes you have to get dirty. So it comes with it. So in order to grow, I always say this, I have to have, and you have to invest in people around you, and you have to have persons. I can't do it by myself, any at all. Yeah. So that's where my growth comes from, investing in persons that are around me.
Yeah. I love that. Leaders leading from the front. Dr. Walcott, your business. Yeah, it's ever-changing, and I mean, every day we find a new report coming out of something else that we need to be cautious of in terms of growing along with what's necessary. How do you go about doing that?
Yeah, so, Debbie, I think the only solution is consistent effort applied over a long period of time. And again, I'll quote you again, consistency over intensity. Consistency is what gets you to be able to solve the ambiguous set of problems you're faced, one, but it's also what allows you to learn and pivot, right? what Gordon just mentioned just now. He is pivoting his company, and I'm sure he has pivoted many times in the past, right? We've all pivoted, right? And so it's important to gather feedback from the market, whether it's the market of consumers, market of investors, and be able to pivot accordingly. I think that's the most salient point and the main driver of success to me. But again, in order for you to successfully pivot, you have to be patient. It's not easy to wake up and work out in the morning. You mentioned it, right? You work out for the discipline. It's not easy to get up and apply effort. That's not immediately rewarding, consistently over time. But the only way you'll grow is if you keep swimming against the tide. And I think too many times we have these dreams and we're beaten up by the world, because I can tell you, everybody up here has been beaten up. You're beaten up by the world, and you give up on the dream, and you stop applying effort. Effort, effort, effort. If you apply effort consistently in a single direction over a long period of time, success is inevitable.
It's bound to come. Very good point. Thank you so much, Doctor. Can you put our hands together for that, please? Consistent effort over time in that direction, you are bound to meet up answer. And I was looking at a post yesterday that Mel Robbins, I don't know if she posted it yesterday, but I reposted it yesterday. Looking at, she was saying that she had to say to herself that, Mel, this must be leading to somewhere. You know, I know I probably can't see it right now, but there's no way at all that I'm going to believe that all of my effort is for nothing at all. There must be something that's going to come at some point in time. Say, you know what, I'm going to continue, because it's bound to come. And sometimes you have to remind yourself, you know, because again, success doesn't look, it's hard to see something or believe in something that you can't necessarily see. But the reward is going to come. Just like when you look at a seed when it's being planted, it has to go under the ground in a very dark space and be fighting against everything in that soil to burst through the seed, the coating that's around it, to actually burst through the soil and come to get some air. And you think, oh my God, it's one. No. No, in terms of surviving, that tree has to stand up against all kind of pests, stand up against the weather. There's so much that one plant that came from that one seed has to go through before it can even bear a fruit, before it even gets to offer anything at all to the world. So it's that process, and sometimes we tend to run away from the process as soon as it gets a little hard. And for Home Choice, I know that people may think, oh, you know, you're in the food business. There's so many things you can actually do in terms of advancing and growing. But let's talk about how it is that you plan to move Home Choice to even more than what we know it for now.
We can stand up.
You can absolutely stand up. The stage is yours.
Right.
Conquer it.
Yeah, so I talk better when I walk. So, and I can see everybody. Everybody here use the same word, consistency. Anybody can remember my mantra? You have a Home Choice gift basket. Consistency? Who said that? Who said consistency equal result? All right, so you have a Home Choice gift basket to get. And so that is really true. Consistency. All of us have to have consistency. And I want the Jamaican government to run with a dream, the Jamaican dream, because it's real. Everything is American dream. They have sold the American dream in our head that we think we have to go abroad to be successful. The Jamaican dream is real, and I'm one of them. We have many people here that are earning much more money than persons that have gone abroad for greener pastures. So recently we had all our cards on the table. We never know how to play. We never have no more money. This was 2022. And then we got a consultant. His name is Mr. Mark Crossgray. He came in, gave us some advice. In fees was $500,000 a month. Couldn't afford $500,000 a month. So guess what we do? We bring him in as an equity partner. So we'll give him some share and him come in and give us free advice. Out of that free advice, we are able to get investors that coming in like R.E.A.P and a whole heap of other investors. And then that is a way to pivot your business. Don't feel afraid to give up part of your business. You want the dream, take people who can give you advice to pivot to the next level.
Woo! That's how you drop the gems. And I got the wrap-up signal, but my, oh my, so many things. I hope you guys wrote down the things that stood out for you and were applicable for you. Can we give our panelists a big round of applause, please? So many valuable takeaways to apply to your businesses. Last word as a wrap up, this one line, you know, tell them what you want to tell them as we conclude this panel discussion.
You know, luck is when consistent effort meets opportunity, right? And opportunities come in the form of people. Go out, meet people, be consistent with your effort, and you'll see the results.
Absolutely. Thank you. Gordon, Shana.
Just do it. Just do it.
Just do it. Dr. Walcott.
Stay hungry, stay humble. And to that point, you know, we like to look at things as buying and selling. The value is not in the buy or the sell. The value is in the wait.
It's in the wait. Ah, Karima.
Resiliency equals success.
Love that. Put your hands together for them all, please. Dr. David Walcott, Gordon Swaby, Shanna K. Pottinger, Karima Munsi. Thank you all so much for being here. Put your hands together for them, please. And we have some lovely baskets for all of them. And it says coming up to give them. Thank you. Stand by, please. Courtesy of Price Smart Club Jamaica. Big up Price Smart Club. If you're a member of Price Smart, say woo. All right, we have one more. Okay. And I was given the green light to take like 3 questions from the audience. 2, okay, sorry. 2 questions from the audience as soon as we grab this photo. All right? Stand by for us, please. There we go. Panelists smile bright for the camera. Good to go? Yeah. Oh, it's a video. Oh, okay. Okay, all right. All right, so we're going to take 2 questions from one side of the room, one from this side of the room and the other one from this side of the room. Anybody on this side with a question for any of the panelists? Doesn't matter who it is. Anyone question? All right, we have one there at the back. Come on up for me, please. Or can we have a microphone be brought to him? Do we have a microphone? Okay, Horace is on his way to you. Stand by. You can have a seat, please. Have a seat, have a seat, have a seat. Put on the baskets.
Price match, don't fill the thing with member selection stuff.
All right, please go ahead. Introduce yourself, please. And if you have a company, state the company and state your question.
So I am one of the most recent R.E.A.P graduates. My company is not so much, it's still an upstart. The intention is to start a food cart business that offers international food with a Jamaican twist. So it's still in the build-up process, so not too much to say. My question is, for you guys, would you have said the business ideas that you currently are on, working with or working on, are they things that you automatically had known would have been successful from the jump? Like before making the first move, you knew that this was definitely going to be it?
I mean, I'll take that. I 100% knew I was going to be successful. I mean, and that might sound arrogant, right? But you don't get into something thinking you're going to lose. If you think you're going to not do well, then why? The thing about being an entrepreneur is that you have to have a great sense of conviction around what you do. Yeah. So you speak success, you just get up every day believing that you're going to win. Because if you don't believe it, if you can't believe it, right, then you think anybody else is going to believe you? No, you have to believe that you're going to win. So, yes.
Let me just add to that. Business is a gamble. So your wins, you're trying to always win. But business is a gamble. Sometimes you win some, you lose some, but always aim for the top.
Dr. Walker, do you want to add anything? Shanna, you want to add anything as well?
I will draw a line between the two views because, well, first of all, as an entrepreneur, you have to, there's no plan B, right? If you have a plan B, plan A just will not work. But secondly, how you figure out what works is by almost doing calculated experiments, but being smart about how you do them. So maybe you try a new product, maybe you try a new service, and you react to the market and you react very quickly. That's how you figure out what works. You figure out what works by trying a bunch of things that actually don't work.
Shanna, you want to add anything?
To be totally honest, I'm just normal. I'm just normal. So whenever I decided that I wanted to be an entrepreneur, decided that I wanted to work for myself, I was just going with the flow. Trust me. And the thing about it is that I always said to myself, I just wanted to be low-key, but eventually it didn't turn out to be low-key. And what I realized is that persons are not just drawn to the product or drawn to the service, they're also drawn to the personality. And what they're saying, because what I try to do is, with most of my clients, I'm the end product, I'm the first and the last. You're not going to talk to an assistant, you're not going to talk to once you're delivering something, you're hearing it from me. Because the thing about it, what in my area, in my industry, you find out, especially with large organizations, you never ever get to talk to the person at the top or the person's closest to the top. And customer retention is always maintained through personal relationships. Mm-hmm. And that is what has basically set me apart. So once trust me, and I'm always available. It doesn't matter. So they can always call on me unless I have something doing or it's almost impossible. I try to make it work because there has to be something with so many event planners, so many other party agencies, all of these places. You have to ensure that, okay, you know, so if I call Shanna, I go get it done. She always come through.
Yeah.
That is it. So for me, I didn't look and see, okay, you know, I will be successful because guess what? For me, I was more looking at the challenges ahead and looking that Jesus have mercy. Holy for people out there, you know, I just have to set myself apart. And fortunately, it is working out.
You did that, yeah. Can we have the other question? Thank you so much. Thank you very much for your question, sir. I hope you got the answer that you wanted. Thank you so much. Go ahead, sir.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ronaldinho Leve. I do have a catering and party rental service, which I'm working on it to get up. But my question to every one of you is that, I don't know if you all said it before, what really inspired you to become an entrepreneur?
I can start this one. I wanted to work for myself, point blank. Because if I can generate millions for people, I can make it. And then when I left CPJ, say for instance, in October, I had things in the books for me personally, and I realized that, okay, my thing was becoming overwhelming. And when I decided to step away, it gave me an uncomfortable feeling. It was one of the worst feelings in my life. I tell you, I'm not going to tell you what happened to me, but my belly button drop out. Straight up. Because you're used to your benefits, gas, car allowance, this. I was in a well-paid job, but I knew what I wanted at the time. And you see, with that uncomfortable feeling, you make that step and kick off the shoes and run out, problem. And then what I realized in that December, I made 3 times the amount that I was getting for salary. I said, all right, I eat this. That is it.
Wow.
So do it. And don't think about anybody else. Don't say, okay, because that person is doing it or whichever it is. If you make a ticket with a pen, just know that you make a ticket and put a star at the end. Your ticket different.
Thank you, Gordon.
Money. Love money. Keep it real. But, you know, to give you a little bit more nuance, I started a hobby business recently. I started it in January of this year, and I'm not in the business at all. It broke $1 million in sales recently, and I mean, it's such a great feeling, right? So it's not a lot of money in the larger scheme of things, but it's such a great feeling. But EduFocal is a much, much harder business, and I realized that obviously, yes, if you're running a for-profit business, the name of the game is revenues and profits, top line, bottom line. But at the end of the day, I realized that I love creating outsized value, right? Outsized value for my customers, outsized value for my shareholders, and so on and so forth. So for me, I like to solve hard problems. It's a blessing and a curse.
Yeah.
I take on very difficult things, but that is the answer: money and creating outsized value.
Your personal thrill. Dr. Walcott?
Yeah, I'll be quick. Look, we're not on this planet for a very long time. And my answer is maybe a little bit more philosophical, but as someone who has been face to face with death in the hospitals, etc., you realize how fragile life is, and it begs the question of what you feel that period between your birth and your death with, right? Now, I think we can always make more money. I think we can always, there are a million things we can do with our lives, but you have to find what it is that gives you purpose and meaning. And for me, what gave me meaning was being able to impact the lives of those around me in a way that makes them healthier. And so, what wakes me up every morning is the ability to look at a healthier Caribbean and chip away at that goal.
Yeah, I love that. Thank you, Doc. Karima?
Just 2 words. Earn more money and leave a legacy.
Love that. Exactly. Especially when you have children. Thank you so much for your questions. Thank you again, panelists. Put your hands together for them, please. Fantastic. That concludes our Earn It, Keep It, Grow It panel discussion. I trust it was as valuable to all of you as it really was for me here, just moderating and listening to all the stories. And it's so good to hear from the entrepreneurs themselves about why they did what they did and why they're doing what they're doing and what keeps them growing and moving forward. And I'm hoping that you will feel inspired to continue doing what you are doing. So ladies and gentlemen, it's lunchtime. Oh, nobody's hungry? Okay, let's continue. It's lunchtime. Okay, good. All right, so we're going to ask you to keep seated. You are going to be served. And the lovely Jamaica Pegasus team here, they are coming out. You see them rolling out with the good stuff. We just want to say that while lunch is being served, we're inviting the reapers to share their response. Share your response. Anicia, how are we asking them to share their response? On the program, it's on the program. Okay. Oh, okay. Sashane. Come on up, please. Sashane Graham. Come on up. If Sashane is not here, you're Carl Murdoch. There you are. Okay. And before Carl comes to the microphone, I just want to say big thanks to the sponsors, right? PriceSmart Foundation, PIOJ Vision 2030, PIOJ Community Renewal Program, your handwriting, Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, the Jamaica Business Development Corporation, Universal Service Fund, National Housing Trust, Flow Foundation, and Clear Purpose Spring Water. Thank you so much for the YWOP's Spring Water. All right? Okay. They're here. Come on up, guys.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shane Graham, and I'm truly honored and grateful to have been chosen to be a part of this incredible entrepreneur program. Young women and men of purpose. Imagine a total of 495 applicants, and being a part of the top 30 in cohort 11. My business is Trimmer Aesthetics. I offer spa services, and this experience has been both inspiring and transformative, pushing me to grow personally and professionally. I've gained valuable knowledge, skills, connections that I will carry with me through this business path journey. Thank you to the young women and men of purpose, sponsors, and everyone who believed in me. Your support and guidance have made an impact, and I leave this program more confident, more capable, more motivated to pursue my entrepreneurship goals. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Carl Murdoch, and on behalf of all the participants and the organizers, I would like to extend a completely heartfelt thank you to PriceSmart, and also, well, of course, there are sponsors, but also to Lanicia for creating the opportunity and for having the insight to create such a medium that young people can actually come together and find substance in business and entrepreneurship. As a young entrepreneur, I find that it's been so hard. You're convinced that the people, like-minded people stay together. However, it's not as consistent as you might think. You have to go outside of your comfort zone in order to meet with like-minded people. And it's never the people that are in your immediate circle that are the people that are best for you. Or, I mean, if other people have other experiences, then I'll take it. But for me, I've never found that my immediate circle is very entrepreneurial. They're not interested in public speaking. They don't think about what 5 years from now, 10 years from now, what their kids are going to be worried about. And I'm from Spanish Town, so it's not like I'm from a very great community. However, it would be suggested that everybody generally wants the same type of success, but it's not true. And it's from being a part of something like this that you come to realize that the people who are like-minded aren't always the people who look the same or dress the same way or have the same interests. But by being in this type of community, you find a lot of growth. And I just want to say thank you wholeheartedly to PriceSmart, to Lanicia, to R.E.A.P. It's been a pleasure. It's been an honor to be a part of it. And I'm appreciative of all the people I've met and all the opportunities I've been given. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to both of you. Okay, so just as you are enjoying your soup, just two quick announcements. PriceSmart Club services are happening right here on location. You can sign up, renew, or upgrade your membership. I believe it's happening to the left of the room or to be to your right, right? To the right of the room, is it happening over there? Okay, good. You can get your membership if you want a business membership, your platinum membership, or your diamond membership. Go on over there and get it, please, okay? All right. When we come back, I have a giveaway. It is a Father's Day giveaway. I know, so don't worry about it. You don't have to be a father to enter. But if it's a case where you're not sure what to get daddy, this is a good opportunity to win something to bring home for him or for your partner who's a daddy. Because you know, Father's Day, it's the hardest time to figure out what to buy the men, right? And men normally get socks and bow tie and key rings, exactly. But I promise you, this one is going to be really good, so you want to stick around for that. All right, in the meantime, enjoy your lunch, please, and then we'll resume shortly. Thank you. The DJ is going to play some lunch music for us in the meantime. Oh, okay. So, all right. Well, what am I talking about, Mr. DJ? And we have our own entertainment in the house still. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bring her back to the stage, please. Dear Maria Neal Walker, come back for the microphone. You did such a fantastic job. We want to hear you again.
Can take it back for me, please? Hello again. Hi. I'm so glad to be here. I've learned a lot, and I'm so glad that Horace Palmer was acknowledged earlier. I've known Uncle Horace since I was down here, and I remember going to church and him giving me my first backing track when I was about 11, 12 to sing. And so I agree with all the persons that spoke today about planting seeds and being mentors, because he has definitely been my mentor and has encouraged me to do what I am blessed to do. And so I pray that you are blessed today and continue growing in your businesses. You have to take it back for me. I missed the intro. Thank you. God, don't give up on me yet. I know I'm not your best bet, but I'm trying. Don't give up on me yet. And God, don't leave me here alone. I know I need to grow, but still I am trying. Don't leave me here alone. I know I've come so far, but I've got so far to go. And with these brand new scars and this broken heart, it's hard to really know if there's a reason and if I'll ever see it. But I want to believe it. Don't give up on me yet. God, I know it makes no sense. You love me time and time again, but still I need reminding. I know it makes no sense. I know I've come so far, but I've got so far to go. And with these brand new scars and this broken heart, it's hard to really know if there's a reason and if I'll ever see it. But I want to believe it. Don't give up on me yet. Don't give up on me. Don't give up on me. Don't give up on me, Lord. Don't give up on me. Don't give up. Don't give up. Don't give up. same. You knew that I would change, and I think that you're trying to tell me it's okay. I know I've come so far, but I've got so far to go. And with these brand new scars and this broken heart, it's hard to really know if there's a reason and if I'll ever see it. But I wanna believe. Don't give up on me yet. Don't give up on me yet. Don't give up on me.
Blessings. This final song is that no matter what you go through, you have a Heavenly Father who constantly provides, and sometimes He provides for you through other people. Like this organization has their sponsors and partnerships, and so we should always give honor and praise to the great provider who is God of heaven and earth. Amen? Take it back for me again, please.
God provides, so why should I worry about my life when He comes to my rescue 1,000 times? Every other voice, it is a lie. My God provides. God provides in ways I can't explain and can't deny. The little that I have, He multiplies, even when He doesn't show up on time. My God provides. He'll come through when the clouds of doubt rain down on you and test everything you thought you knew. Then you'll finally see what God can do for you. So it's all right. Close your eyes, 'cause there's no need to fight. Watch God provide. God provides. It's hard to say when there's no food to eat, and what you see feels all that life will be. And will this be another year of misery for me? But my faith can't survive on only what I see, and my feelings can't control my destiny. Lord, I only want what you believe is for me. So it's all right. Close your eyes, 'cause there's no need to fight. Watch God provide. He'll provide. He'll never leave nor forsake you. So tonight, close your eyes, 'cause there's no need to fight. Watch God provide. He will provide. That is my testimony. Oh, you get rise, 'cause there's no need to fight. Watch God provide. Blessings and have a wonderful day.
Make sure you send with me white caddy. Cause you know say that the tiger I can show somebody. A man you know say when me come, me ram party. Right on the stage so shout out to me. In at the ballroom, anywhere you go. Hey, that the tiger, better one and two. No tacky one no water, no hole Joe. Sunshine Jamaica, paradise snow. This one that the tiger coffee.
You know, someday I believe I will be someone. Okay. And I won't stop trying until I succeed. You got a fast car. I want a ticket to get you anywhere. Maybe we can make a deal. Maybe together we can get somewhere. Any place is better. Starting from zero, got nothing to lose. Maybe we'll make something. Me, myself, I got nothing to prove. Whoa, yeah. You got a fast car. I've got a plan to get us anywhere. Working at a convenience store. Manage to save just a little bit of money. Won't have to drive too far. Just cross the border and into the city. You and I can both get out and finally see what it means to be living. Oh yeah, You see, my old man's got a problem. He live with a bottle, that's the way he is. He says body too old for working. I say his body too young to looking like his. My mama went off and left him. She wanted more than life that he can give. I said somebody got to take care of him. So I quit school, that's what I did. Woo, yeah.
My heart is filled with so much love, and I need someone I can call my own to fall in love. That's what everyone's dreaming of. Always feeling home, so sure life is too short to live alone. When there's someone to call my own, I will care for you. You will care for me. Our love will live forever. Shower me with your love. Shower me with your love that I long for. Shower me with your love. Shower me with your love that I'm waiting for.
Chinese assassin song, the CD Kings.
Bedbook, the world a girl crying man. Bedbook, step up and don't play. Girls of mercy, I am bad, mad, and no wicked in the bed. Wicked bad and mad in the bed. I am bad, mad, and no wicked in the bed. Wicked bad and mad in the bed. All of the girls go tell the world that I am wicked in bed. Bad, mad, and no wicked in the. All of the girls go tell the world that I am wicked in bed. Wicked bad and mad in the bed. I am bad, mad, and no wicked in the bed. Wicked bad and mad in the bed. Enough in the bed, me don't want all friend. Don't want Tony, me don't want it. Me not promote mama man, all mama man to dead. Pam pam, lick a shot in a mama man head. I am bad, mad, and no wicked in the bed. Wicked bad and mad in the bed. I am bad, mad, and no wicked in the bed. Wicked bad and mad in the bed. Enough in the bed, it is fat and mango. With tall ear and sexy lingo. Go tell the world I am the girls take a reg. I am bad, mad, and no wicked in the bed. Wicked bad and mad in the bed. I am bad, mad, and no wicked in the bed. Wicked bad and Chinese assassin.
Ooh, yeah. Your love is truly amazing, baby. Yeah. baby, 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 baby girl. When I'm feeling blue, all I have to do is take a look at you. Then I'm not so blue. When you're close to me, I can hear your heartbeat. I can hear you breathing in my ears. Wouldn't you agree? Baby, you and me got a groovy kind of love. A groovy kind of love. A groovy kind of love. Ooh, yeah. Your love is amazing, baby. You know your love is amazing, darling. Love is amazing, girl. When I'm feeling blue, all I have to do is take a look at you. Then I'm not so blue. When you're close to me, I can hear your heartbeat. I can hear you breathing in my ears. Wouldn't you agree? Baby, you and me got a groovy kind of love. A groovy kind of love. A groovy kind of love. Ooh, yeah. Your love is amazing, baby. You know your love is so true to me. You know you never lie to me. Because you're my sweet, sweet lady. You're my sweet, sweet baby.
My love is to the end of time. Time. My love is to the end of time. This magic moment, so different and so new, but like any other. Until I kissed you, and then it happened. It took me by surprise. I knew that you felt it too. Yes. By the look in your eyes, sweeter than wine, and softer than the summer night. Everything I want, I have. Whenever I hold you tight, this magic moment, while your lips are close to mine, will last forever. Forever till the end of time. Oh, time. Oh, time. My love is to the end of time. Time. My love is to the end of time.
Chinese assassins, the CD Kings.
Ow, 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 ow. I ain't much old Casanova. Me and Romeo and Helen and friends. Can't you see how much I really love you? And I sing it to you time and time again. I ain't much too serious, and I don't wanna let you down. I love, I love, I love, I love you, baby. Don't you know I wanna be your man? So let me love you. Hear you whispering into my ears now, baby. Let me love you. Feel your warm body close to me now, baby. Oh yeah. I ain't much on Casanova. Me and Romeo and Helen and friends, friends. Can't you see how much I really love you? And I sing it to you time and time again. Skidibbidoop-doop-doop, doop-doop, skidibbidoop-doop-doop, skidibbidoop-doop-doop. When I, my son, was in a contest, we lick another song, boy, them a have to confess. Hear a voice shout, who's there? And this is what I heard. Ooh, ain't nobody but a champion sound. Ain't nobody here but us. So calm yourself and stop that fuss. You're kicking up an awful dust. Hey, Jano, my sound is a champion sound. In all other sound, them a come around. Tomorrow is a busy day. We got things to do, we got dub to play. We got a sound to kill and a contest to win. That's why they got to crown us the king. So ain't nobody but a champion sound. Ain't nobody here but us. So calm yourself and stop that fuss. You're kicking up an awful dust. Hey, Jano, my sound is a champion sound. In all other sound, them a come around. Skiddy doop doop doop, skip to skiddy doop doop doop, skidoo, skiddy doop doop doop. Oh,
Yes, sir. You are pleading guilty to the charge of disturbing the peace. Now tell the court exactly what you said. Jump up, everybody jump up, jump up, jump up, everybody jump up, 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 everybody jump up. Because we don't want it, we don't know it, it's fine and wine. We can't take it, kick it, cock out bottom. We don't love it, them a whole stay. Come get it, ladies, and jump up, everybody jump up, jump up, jump up, everybody jump up, 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 everybody jump up, jump up, jump up, everybody jump up. Talk up, don't pass it, say them a jump up, up, don't pass it, say them a jump up. Mommy, hold granny, say she a jump up, hold papi, say him a jump up, so jump up, jump up, everybody jump up, jump up, jump up, everybody jump up, 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 everybody jump up. Because we don't want it, we done with it, it's hide and wine. We can't take it, kick it, cock out bottom. We don't love it, them a whole time. Come get it, ladies, to jump up, everybody jump up, 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 everybody jump up, jump up, jump up, everybody jump up, jump up, jump up, everybody jump up.
To all the man them who cheat on them woman, and why you know so they understand again and know with a fry pan in her hand. Come now. Sometime a man forget, coop again, coop again, coop. Sometime a man forget, coop again. Sometime a man forget, coop again, coop again, coop. Sometime a man forget, coop again, coop again. What do you know? Maria man.
Oh no no.
Cool wind blowing through the trees. Your love brings a gentle ease. No more noise, just quiet light. With you everything feels right.
Peaceful like the evening tide. You bring calm I cannot hide. Heartbeat slow, no need to race. In your arms a sacred space.
We don't need no other one. In your breath the day is done. Melodies that make us whole. You're the music in my soul. You are my essence. You bring me presence. Floating soft like desert skies. Peaceful gaze in your eyes.
You are my essence, my calm, my sentence. Everything just fades away. In your love, I want to stay. Golden light on morning dew. All I see is me and you.
Every note and every tone feels like home when we're alone.
Close my eyes and drift away to your rhythm night and day. You're the sound I always seek. In your silence I can speak.
Let it wash over me slow.
Let your heartbeat gently flow.
We align in every breath. Love like 'cause it conquers death. You are my essence, the calm in the distance. Through the storm and through the flame, every whisper calls your name.
You are my essence, you're my soul's presence. Here we breathe, here we sleep. In your love, we're buried deep.
Stay with me. In your essence, endlessly.
What you give is what you get. Let the circle spin with grace.
I gave my heart with open hands. You took it slow, you helped me stand. Every smile, every touch came back to me, and that means so much.
I moved in truth, I stayed in light, even when the road wasn't right. Now peace finds me in the calm, wrapped in your love, safe in your arms.
Karma flows like a gentle stream.
What we sow is what we dream.
No need to run, no need to hide.
It always finds us side by side. Good comes back when you let it go. Love returns when your heart is whole. Round and round the spirit knows.
You lift me when I feel the weight. Your kindness opens every gate. No revenge, no bitter game, just peace and joy in karma's name.
I trust in tides, I trust the wind. The love we give will always win. In your eyes I see it shine. This gentle world is yours and mine.
Final flows in soft embrace.
Time returns what we face.
All we give, all we feel,
Comes back around to help us heal. Karma sweet and slow. Let the healing flow.
If I tell you, say, I know they think of you. na big yawa. Oh. The reason you steady, your smile they calm my body. No wahala, no tension. You be peace, no confusion. You did there when I no talk. Still understand my heart, no shock. No be lie, now you they cool my flame. When yawa come, you still remain. If I no see you, yawa today, I no go sleep. You be my comfort, stormy weather. Now you and me when my day together. Your love be bound for so. Your voice they make me whole. Not true, no yawa fit reach yeah. I don't need it plenty noise. Just your laughter, just your voice. On the moon make me just stay. No rush, no fight, just peace they play. Hold my hand, no need to fear. Yawa waka past, love still they near. Even if the world go down, now me and you go shine like sun. If I no see you, yawa feel like. But I know, say we close this time. We love soft like morning, peaceful heart, me and you.
Jerusalem, ikayalami dilondoloze uhambe nami.
Though the sun, soft the breeze, guide me home in quiet peace. Sunganishilana, dawoyami aikolana.
Lift my soul with gentle grace. In your light I find my place. Dawoyami ikayalami. In your calm I will stay. Let your peace lead the way. No more fear, just release. Find your breath, rest in peace. Jerusalem, you bring me ease. Carry me slow. In your light I go. Where the night is kind and love is all I find. Jerusalem, forever mine.
tossing silently. You are home. You are peace, Jerusalem. Set me free, Jerusalem. Daoyami.
You get something I want to tell you. Oh baby, I hear you.
Girl, your body, they calm my soul. Every time I see you, I feel whole. No noise, no wahala for you. Just hold my hand, no fear.
You say make I know they stress. You they give me soft caress. Even when the world they loud. With you, I they feel proud.
Baby, calm down, down. Make we slow down, no. Please stay flow down, Gurika. With you, I know they shiver.
Baby, calm down,
down. Make we slow down, no. Please stay flow like a river. With you, I know they shiver. You're so divine. No need to rush, we there alright. Now your love, they give me life. Now your words, they make me rest. In your arms, I feel my best. No tension, just connection. We the flow in sweet direction.
baby, calm down. Stay near now, your voice I want to hear for this night. Make we just be floating soft like harmony.
Too big for silence. I know fit shrink myself to please. I walk in grace, I move with ease. My steps are calm but strong and sure. I know I'm made for something more. I rise like dawn on ocean breeze. My power flows with quiet peace. They talk but I don't lose my way. I'm here to shine in soft display. Way too big for these small minds. I take my time, I climb with pride. My light won't dim to make them right. Way too big to hide tonight. Yeah. silently. I don't run the race they choose. I cruise, I float, I never lose. My dreams unfold in sacred pace. I find my wings in quiet grace. No need to shout, I let love lead. I'm growing strong like planted seed. Their noise can't shake the truth I know. I'm rooted deep, I rise slow. Way too big for holding back. Way too calm to fear attack. Every breath is how I grow. In stillness, power starts to show. Way too way too big to break my peace. You're golden, brown skin girl. Your light's like the morning, soft like the breeze, and endlessly glowing. Though you know you're a dream in motion, your beauty flows like a quiet ocean. Brown skin love, you made of the stars. You carry peace in all that you do. Every freckle, every curl, you're a wonder in this world. Brown skin girl, you shine like pearls, wrapped in warmth, a gentle swirl. You're a soul, a heaven sent, a queen with roots like ancient king. Your love, your light, your grace, your mind. You are calm and loud. No one else compares to you. Golden soul in all you do. Raise your head, wear your crown. Let the world see your light shine down. Brown skin girl, don't you hide. The world is better with you inside. Lay down, be free. Rest your soul. You're beautiful, brave and whole. Brown skin girl, you are the world. Let it flow.
I know go lie, you they ease my mind. When the world's too loud, you help me unwind. No wahala, no drama, just peace. With your love, I find release.
Slow down to the moonlight hush. Heartbeat soft in the nighttime rush. You don't need to talk too much. Your calm is more than enough.
Anybody where they find this peace, let it come like waves, like breeze. No, they fight the gentle tide. Let the rhythm be your guide.
If you need somebody to hold you quietly, come close and rest your soul. No pressure, just let go. I go there for you. Sun go rise and the night go past. This love we soft, it go always last.
You no need impress me loud. Just be you that makes me proud. You they calm the storm in me, like a hush from a healing.
Anybody when it lost, find his fate.
No rush, no race.
Peace they have in this grace.
Just breathe, just stay.
If you need somebody to hold you quietly, come close and rest your soul. No pressure, just let go. You be my melody and my serenity. For anybody, please go there. Anybody, for everybody, let peace stay. I've been lost in your shadows, light.
Still you pull me through the night.
You got me thinking too much, too deep.
Late night silence, no words to speak.
Your voice and memory, your touch, a ghost.
Birds you calm that I miss the most. I drift alone in your melody. You're a wave inside my sea.
No rules, no change, just distant flame.
Still I whisper out your name.
That influence, but you feel like home. In your storm, I find my own.
You bring me peace in every sin. A quiet war I lose within. Bad influence I let you in.
Still I fall slow and free. Even if you're bad for me, you soothe my soul so carefully. No regrets, just lessons in disguise. You are calm in all my eyes. Even now when I lay low, it's your rhythm in my flow.
Try to run, but I hear your beat. In the silence it repeats. In your chaos I found grace. In your arms I found my place. Find influence, so bittersweet. Still your vibe makes me complete. You pull me close with no intent. But in your calm, my heart is spent. Bad influence, I don't repent. Bad influence, fake relief.
You don't have to say too much. I feel it in your silent touch. We're dancing where no one can know. Just love, just peace on the low. We keep it simple, keep it kind. Love like whispers through the pines. On the low where time is slow. You and me just letting go. No rush, no show. We move so slow. Deep in love. On the low. You're my peace, you're my still. You're the touch that gives me chill. When the world is fast, we go slow. Under moonlight on the low. We don't need the lights to shine. Your heart beats already mine. On the low, we feel it grow. A quiet love, nobody knows. On the low, so sweet, so slow. Let the night sing us home. Walking through the fire, no fear inside. Even when the roads are dry. Mama say don't cry, my child. In your peace I find my pride. Broken days I feel the weight. Still I rise, I won't be late. Your love wraps me like the light. Yeah, you got me with your light.
Okay, how was lunch? I hear amazing. That's good. Anybody else want to add? How was lunch? Woo! No, I got a thumbs up. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. Did I hear somebody say I'm still having dessert? Okay. Well, dessert is still being served. So if you have not received your dessert just yet, don't worry, it's heading your way. Big thanks to the team here at the Jamaica Pegasus for their outstanding service as always.
Have you ever wondered what would happen if you...
Can we just make some noise for the Jamaica Pegasus team, please? Yes. And I do feel a little bit charitable. So I'm going to be giving away some more flow credits. Somebody said no. Oh, no. You don't get no credit? Oh, no. Get you a flow phone. Flow customers, are you ready? You sure? Star 121, star. Star 121, star. If you're ready, sir, ready. If you need more time, sir, wait. Okay. I'll give you 5 more seconds. 5 more seconds. Ready to give you your credits in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, you must be ready now. Here we go. Star 121 star 70595 7996 81012. Number sign send. Anybody? By the way, guys, remember that you can't add this number to any other network's phone, okay? It will not work. You have to be a Flow customer. Okay? It's not a credit for every network, okay? It's Flow credit alone. Okay. Anybody got it? Do it again? Okay. No, I will not give you the card, sir. Star 121 star 70695 7996 81012. Number sign send. If you got it, scream. Hey, somebody got it. Hey. Congratulations. Okay, here's the other one. Here's the other one coming your way, still on the Flow network. I'm sorry, other network. Star 121 star 54258 8865 22977. Number sign send. Scream if you got it. Hold on, somebody on that table got it? Send it back, you're not qualified for entry. Your production team, send it back, send it back. Star 1, how you go, 174? 128, send it back. Exactly. Send it back, please. All right, fine, it's fine. You guys been working hard, you deserve it. Okay, anybody want more credit? All right, hold up, wait a minute. I have 2 more to give away. This is one of 2. Here we go. Star 121 star 06388 7675 31042. Number sign send. Scream if you got it. Did somebody really scream a while ago? You got it? Hey, hold on, but didn't you win some earlier on? It's somebody beside you. Oh, okay. Congratulations. And here we go with the final one for this round. Don't worry, guys. I have a whole heap more to give away later on. Hold on. A scratching. Hold on. All right, here we go. Star 121 star 9108098752816. Number sign send. Scream if you got it. And the other table got it. Okay. Is that the tax table? Is that the THA table over there screaming? I think you should send it back to us. Tax season just right. We paid a lot of money. We need to recoup in some way. Okay. Now, before we get back into the gist of things, I am told that a little 10-year-old is having his birthday today. And he's in the audience. He's actually Lenicia's nephew, I believe. Yes? Where is he? Can you come here, please, and let's sing happy birthday to you, young Roden. Ready? Okay. I want you to introduce yourself because it's a big entrepreneurship conference and you know you're a future boss, right? If you're not already a boss.
Yeah. Life. Celebrate life.
Everybody say happy birthday, Mikhail. Okay, we're gonna sing him the child-friendly birthday song.
Happy birthday, I'm a friend. One more year on them.
Mikhail,
life to your count there till the end.
Happy birthday.
Big birthday, bash. If I
Happy
ever on the ground,
birthday
splash. Give that them.
Happy
Go on a vibe.
birthday.
Give thanks for life. Next year we doing it again.
Happy
Happy birthday, I'm a friend.
to you.
Happy birthday, I'm a friend.
High five. Tell them quickly what you want to do in the future. That's right.
Happy birthday, I'm a friend.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Mikhail, for sharing your birthday with us.
Give thanks for life.
Okay, we are about ready, right? We are ready. All right. We are going to kick things off with a re-energizer. Because you know sometimes after lunch, we get a little lethargic. In Jamaican terms, we say we get what? That kind of righties, yes. All kind of righties we get. So we're going to be re-energized right now. I have Jermaine Allison Saluvida, who's coming up to get us all pumped and ready for the next session. Put your hands together for her, please.
Thank you. Well, actually, you don't have to put your hands together. You all have to stand up, because those of you who know me in the room have been through this before. So can you all stand up? What happens after lunch is you have this little slouch and you might snooze. We're not going to let you snooze. So everybody on your feet, please. Just stand up. I haven't had my dessert yet, so you know. The rest of you can stand up. And then I'll catch up with my dessert when we've had a little re-energizer. What was the message in my sessions was that if you don't use it, you're going to lose it. Our main speaker today said the same thing. He goes to the gym. I don't go to the gym. Maybe I should. But I do exercise regularly. So all you need to do is put your favorite song on at home and just move 15, 20 minutes every day just to re-energize, okay? So we're going to just go through some movements just to wake your body up. Thank you. Hey. Bounce on the beat. Bend your knees.
Havana, ooh, na, na. Half of my heart is in Havana, ooh, na, na. He took me back to East Atlanta, na, na, na. All of my heart is in Havana. There's something about his manners. Havana, ooh, na, na. He didn't walk up with that, how you doing? When he came in, he said there's a lot of girls I can do it, but I can't without you. And forever in a minute. That's on my night. And ever since he got Milo in him, he got me feeling like ooh. I knew it when I met him. I loved him when I left him. Got me feeling like ooh.
Just graduated fresh on campus. Fresh out East Atlanta with no mountains down. Fresh out East Atlanta, up on the board like a traffic jam.
Some of you don't know where your ribs are.
Quick to pay that girl like Uncle Sam.
That's why you
Bring
need
it
to
on me.
practice.
Try to crack it on me, get the beat on me. Try to get it on me, get the beat on me. This is the way. Make it on me. Point blank, close range, that beat. If it goes a million, that's me. I was getting moolah, baby.
Havana, ooh, na, na. Half of my heart is in Havana, ooh, na, na. He took me back to East Atlanta, na, na, na. All of my heart is in Havana. My heart is in Havana. Take me back, 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 take me back, back, back. Take me back, back,
That's the bottom bit. Bend the knees. And then you isolate those
Havana, ooh, na, na. Half of my heart is in Havana, ooh, na, na. He took me back to East Atlanta, na, na, na. All of my heart is in Havana. My heart is in Havana. Havana, ooh, na, na. Havana, ooh, na, na.
Thank you so much, Jermaine. That was so good, right?
Don't worry.
All right, now, Mr. DJ, because this is setting up, let's turn up the music for me, please. Because we're going to sing this together, because after everything that we've heard today, I think we can be motivated that we don't have to worry about a thing, right? Right? About a thing. Because every little thing is going to be all right.
Rise up this morning, smile with the rising sun. Free little bird, it's by my doorstep, singing sweet songs of melodies pure and true.
Singing.
This is my message to you.
That's right.
Singing,
Don't worry about a thing. Why would I go worry?
Every little thing
It's gonna be alright. Come, Rita Marley, let's go.
singing, don't worry
About a thing.
Cause
Every little thing
gonna be alright.
It sounded like the Wailers. I just love it.
Smile with the rising sun.
That's right. Free little birds sit by my doorstep, singing sweet songs, a melody's pure and true, saying,
This is my message to you.
that's right.
Don't worry
About a thing. Da, 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 da.
every little thing gonna be alright. Don't worry, singing, don't worry
Thank God.
about a thing. I won't worry. Every little thing gonna be alright.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. DJ. Woo! Give yourselves a round of applause, please, for being an extraordinary audience. You guys have been so good so far. All right, so now that we're pumped and we are ready for the next round,
I know we have some giveaways. In fact, we have a whole lot of giveaways. Can I give away one now? Yeah? All right. Okay. I did promise you guys the opportunity to win a gift bag and a gift certificate for a massage. Yes, for Father's Day, though. Not for mommies, not for the ladies, but for the daddies. Okay? So maybe you can win one for your daddy. All right. The question is, what is the most valuable information that you've gained from the main speaker? And you have to share it with us. Do they share it online, Island Beauty? They share it right now. Okay. So we need someone to come up here courageously and tell us the most valuable information that you've gained from the guest speaker, please. Come on up. Also, I did see it also. You should like and follow Island Beauty page, and they must have a picture with Daddy. You have all of that? That not gonna work? Okay, so maybe we're going to give somebody else a chance who has that. If you have a picture with Daddy, can you bring it up? Yes. Bring it up, bring it up, bring it up. Somebody's coming. Oh, she logged it. Okay, okay, she's trying to find it. Picture with Daddy. She have a whole profile mark Daddy. Wow. Oh, not sure Daddy. What is Daddy's name?
His name is Zuberi. Zuberi.
Zuberi look ital, let me tell you. Zuberi Avanin Tam, okay? Zuberi is of the Rastafarian persuasion?
Yes, he is, and he's a farmer. I've been an organic farmer for longer than I've been alive, and he's a master of all trades.
Oh, wow. Okay. Will Daddy Zuberi be open to a massage, a Swedish?
He'll take whatever I give him.
Ah, well, there we go. Well, all right, so we checked that box. Give us the information, though, the most valuable info that you've gained from our guest speaker.
I DJ Wavy from University of R.E.A.P. DJ Wavy.
You're listening to DJ Wavy, my first and last choice of good music.
Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to DJ Wavy. And keep on staying tuned.
You've come across obstacles. It doesn't mean that it's done, throw in the towel. It just means that, okay, well, this avenue hasn't worked. Time to find a way around it.
She got it? She got it. Okay, all right. So, on behalf, well, not yet. She has to get this one. She has to like and follow the Island Beauty page. And the boss lady is right here making sure. He's at Betting, Gaming, and Lotteries Commission. She's just making sure everything is done. Okay. Oh, she's like, oh, the graphics are on point. Branding is up and going. Well, there we go. All right. Well, I think she deserves it. She's done the work. Congratulations. Give it to Daddy. Yes, I'm sure he'll enjoy it. All right. Thank you so much as well to Island Beauty. Really appreciate it. Awesome stuff. All right, here we go. We are ready to kick things off in the second part of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we're entering the workshops. The workshops. Workshop 1 is on mindset to millions, building sustainable businesses from the inside out. And this one is going to be done by our keynote speaker, Michael De Pisa. Okay? The other one is Aligning Your Business with Vision 2030, done by Samantha Wilmot. Where's Samantha? Samantha, stand for us, please. Oh, she's on the, okay, it's blocking me. I can't see her well. All right. And the other one is Understanding Business Taxes in Jamaica, a guide for emerging entrepreneurs. And trust me, entrepreneurs, this is very, very important. Your taxes and you being tax compliant is very important. And we have Cardia Sivas, yes, and also Geneva Allen, who are going to be presenting on that. Okay, let me see, I need your help with this one. We're going to be dividing the room. Lenissa is going to be giving us the instructions for how it is that we are going to be participating in the workshops, all right? Listen closely.
All right. So we know that we're a little bit beyond or behind with time, and so we're making a slight change to ensure that everybody here benefits from the workshops, because we know how valuable they are or they will be. And so what we're going to do is we're going to allow each presenter just to present to the entire room so that nobody misses the presentation, and that actually saves us time from breaking out. All right, so Samantha, Michael, and Ms. Cephas, right, we're going to go in the order of Mindset to Million, since you're already set up, followed by Vision 2030, and then we will end with the tax office. So you present to everybody at once. All right, thank you.
Thank you. I think that helps, because sometimes we feel like we're going to be missing out on one thing if we only end up in one workshop. But this allows everybody to get a little bit of everything. All right, so we're going to start things off with Michael, of course, Mindset to Millions, building sustainable businesses from the inside out. Anybody inside here wants to make some millions? You see, this is the most lively I've heard you guys sound all day. Anybody inside here want to make like $10 million by the end of this year? I got them riled up for you, Mike. Yes. They are ready to make the money, the moolah, the millions. And they want to take it from the mindset to the actual cash in hand. And that is important, right? We can move the idea to actually having the cash. It is the rewards for the seed planted. And as soon as Mike is ready, we will begin. Just a reminder for our presenters, in the interest of time, we're asking that you keep your presentations between 20 to 30 minutes, please, because we do have another presentation coming up later on. We have a big one coming up from PriceSmart Jamaica, talking about positioning your products for the retail shelf. And that one is very important because we have a number of products inside this room. And I know we want to know how we can get those products on the shelf inside PriceSmart, right? Yes. No, hold on. We want to know how we're going to get your products inside PriceSmart. Hello? Yes. Oh, okay, good. So make sure that you stay tuned for that one. That's coming up right after the workshops, all right? And then we have another panel discussion coming up later on, looking at the REAP effect, reaping the rewards of your labor. So that's coming up. But I believe we are about ready. Yeah, we just have some folders here. Okay, we have some folders to give out. Can we ask for some help, please? So, Mike, you get to stay still, and we're going to have some team members come on up to help you out, to ensure that everyone in the room gets one, so that you can begin your presentation. Mike has brought all of these goodies with him from foreign. So you can't say Mike come from Canada with him two long hands. He brought something for us. Folders and pens. Here you go, sir.
Check, check, check. Okay, we're going to start this off with a little change of the schedule here, but you know we work with situations that show up different, right? We're going to learn how to adapt to the environment. This one's called Mindset to Millions. It's more not necessarily about strategy, it's about mindset. So mindset is important in anything you do. It's going to determine your altitude, right? So your attitude is going to determine your altitude. So I'm going to dive right in. Everyone's going to get a folder. There's an interactive piece. So I'm going to start my timer so I'm within time so we can catch up. So this might be a little quicker than regular, but at the end of the day, whatever you could take from it is going to be what's going to be beneficial. Okay, before we start, I just want to remember everyone, you got to own the material here. I'm going to share some concepts, but it's up to you to own it. Because at the end of the day, we all have a different style of learning, and how we learn is going to be different, but there's a way where you could take this information and apply it to your own life. Ask questions. So during this presentation, you won't be able to ask me many questions, but at the end of the day, after I'm lurking around, you have to ask questions. We often have resources in our life, but if you don't reach out to people, they're not your resources. If you list on your resume all the skills you have, and you're not applying those skills, you don't have the skills. So I'm a resource for you, so ask questions if you want any clarity. Also, in the package that you're gonna get, you'll have my business card. You can always reach out anytime by email, text message, and you'll see my contact information up there. The great aim of education is not the knowledge you're gonna take from here, it's the application of it. So take some stuff from here that you're gonna apply to your own life, and that's when you're gonna see the change that you're looking for. And stay open to new ideas. There's a fixed mindset versus a growth mindset. So if you're coming in here with a fixed mindset, I'm sure you wouldn't be here if that was the case. Doesn't matter what I share, you can't apply it, you can't take it in. So just have that open mindset and be open to the information that I'm gonna share. So I spoke about this earlier. Change is inevitable. And this is just gonna be talking about the mindset of the entrepreneur, because you gotta start there. At the end of the day, change embraces new opportunities. It opens doors. So as an entrepreneur, change is not optional. It's mandatory. If you don't change, circumstance will hit you to make you change. So you want to be able to adopt that change because it's going to open the doors to new possibilities. Why does change matter? Look back in your life. None of us would be here if we didn't apply change in our life. So what does that mean? It's a catalyst to growth. It builds adaptivity and resilience. How could you say you're a resilient person if you didn't have to overcome change? So you're able to see how change is that catalyst. There's also a transformative power to change. It breaks down barriers, challenges, and preconceived notions. Before I was on this stage, I said to myself, I'm not a speaker. I can't be in front of people. Well, because of change, it allowed me to take that preconception out of my life and allow me to adapt that change. So you got to understand that. And acknowledging change is so powerful because, again, that's the only way you could discover who you are. And at the end of the day, if you rewind yourself, even a year from now, and think of today, it's change that got you here. So it's important that you understand that. And in order for you to navigate the unknown, well, you have to do that. And change is going to be that catalyst. So you want to develop a mindset that thrives under uncertainty. And you'll see that there's something out there that conspires to bring you what you want. We're often stuck doing the same thing. And it's the change that hits us that allows us to evolve. So it's either you evolve, and if you don't evolve, something's going to make you evolve. So this slide is basically just talking about change and the importance of it. When you look at cell phones, they evolved. You look at cars, they evolved. So we can't be the same if we want different results. If you're doing the same thing, you can't expect different results. Now, let's look at some of the companies out there who adapted to the change and some who didn't. Apple, for instance. Look at them. They started off as a computer company. Now, they extended beyond computers. Probably most people in here have an iPhone. So imagine they stayed to computers. They wouldn't adapt. Their business would die. Look at Amazon. They started off with books. I'm from Canada. I swear when I get back, I'll probably have 6 packages from Amazon. They basically are a logistic empire. Okay? When you look at Tesla, they disrupted the auto industry. Electric vehicles is the norm. Now look at Blockbuster. Did you ever have a Blockbuster in Jamaica? At one point you did? Never? Well, Blockbuster was a large video chain. They used to sell video cassettes. They used to sell movies that you could buy online. I mean, not online. You could get in the store. Netflix came over and started streaming. Blockbuster wanted to be the same. So they were one of the biggest movie companies that you could rent movies from. They're out of business because they didn't want to change. So you got to ask yourself, are you evolving like Netflix or staying the same like companies that don't want to change? So again, change is inevitable. You have to endorse it if you want to grow. Today's agenda is going to be a few specific areas that I want to focus on, and it's all going to start with mindset. So the blueprint, your inner blueprint. Who are you? Who do you think you are? Because who you are shapes your business. Just remember that. We all want to go after businesses, but we don't have work problems. We have personal problems showing up at work. So if we don't know who we are, then our business is going to follow that suit. So it's important and imperative that we understand who we are. Visions and goals. Do you know where you're going? Because that's more important than almost the idea that you have. You have to know where you're going, and I'm going to dive into that. And purposeful action. Grass is greener where you water it. You have to plant those seeds. Are you planting seeds? And what kind of seeds are you planting? Seeds of doubt or seeds of opportunity? And the last is trust and focus. You have to stay on course, but how do you stay on course? And we're going to talk about some of this stuff as we move on throughout this presentation. So the inner blueprint, self-image. Your business cannot outgrow your self-image. So who do you think you are? That's important. Often enough, we're telling our stories based on our past. Our past was designed to develop skills. You went through hardships. We all have. But a skillful captain wasn't made in calm waters. But you don't want to define yourself from those things. You want to use them as a skill development to move forward. We do not see the world how it is. We see it how we are. Use that as feedback. If you have conflict with somebody, just know it's not them. It's you took that information in and you processed it and you saw conflict from that. So you got to use that as your indication for growth. Pain, like I say, pain versus suffering. Pain is optional. Pain is inevitable. Suffering is optional. Be aware of the noisy roommate in your head. You're going to be telling yourself stories. We all have one life experience. So you're going to find that through your experience, you develop these certain attitudes. Now, look at the self-talk going in your head. One's going to say, I think I should start a business. The other side is going to say, no, maybe not. Just remember, that's not you. You're the higher coach. You're above that. So just remember, that self-talk is just trying to get you to comfort zone. Plan your options that you want to take and just move forward regardless of the self-talk. It's not real. We're all remarkable beyond measure. But if you're telling yourself other stories, you're going to be working off those other stories. So you want to change your lens. Someone with half your IQ is doing 10 times more than you just because they're not smart enough to doubt themselves. So just remember that. Neuroplasticity. So the good thing about science is we're not stuck. You can rewire your brain. See, the idea of neuroplasticity, there's neurons in our brain that allow us to work on autopilot. So what it is, when you have consistent thoughts, they create these patterns in your brain that are etched. The best way to think about it is, say for instance, you go to a park and you see a well-groomed path. That's because many people walked on that path for years and you see that path. Now, if you go to create a new path, you won't see that marking right away, but as you keep walking, you're going to create that new path. Same with your brain. When you change your thoughts, you offer those new connections. And if you do that on repeat, they become autopilot. Some people say I'm toxic positivity because all I see is the beauty in everything. But I wired myself that way. And it didn't happen from 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. It's that consistency, not intensity. So when you're consistent in anything, you create those new pathways. Now, before we kind of go further onto the next slide, I want to talk about these gales. What's the invisible force that's holding us back? Unfortunately, it isn't anyone across the street. It's inside of us. And here's where it starts. They're called gales. The first one, I hope no one in here is named Gail. Okay, I'm safe. So they call gales. Gremlins, they're the inner critic. I'm not smart enough. I'm not lovable. I'm not deserving. Often enough, these things came when we were young, when our consciousness wasn't quite developed. We heard something, and all of a sudden we're growing up and we're carrying that same weight. Imagine you were, say, 5 years old and you did math. 1 + 1 is 3. Teacher's like, no, Ricky. 1 + 1 is 2. Try again. 1 + 1 is 4. You'll never be good at math. Sometimes we hear these messages from our loved one, and all of a sudden as we grow older, we're going to start saying, I'm not good at math, I'm not good at this. You need to squash it. You need to understand you're good at everything you do. Think of before you're doing what you're doing right now, you had to tell yourself a story that you probably can't do it. And then when you took a step in it, then you became and owned it. Just remember, you're everything. You just have to take the step forward. Don't let that self-talk hold you back. The next one's assumptions. But before the gales, when you have these gales, I'm not smart enough, I'm not lovable, I'm not deserving, you have to ask yourself, where did that idea come from? And you'll find that you'll know that that didn't really come from anything rooted in any solid information. Assumptions, assuming that history will repeat itself. This is a big one. I struggle with marketing. Every launch flops. No one bought my product now, so they won't buy it later. You got to remember, everything's for the most part is independently exclusive. What happened yesterday is not necessarily a bearing on what happens tomorrow. It's like a stock. Yesterday's stock doesn't predict today's price. So sometimes you're going to have to try things more than once. Sometimes it's just timing. So just don't let these old patterns that you had in the past repeat itself in your mind and avoid you from adding some new patterns to your life. So you have to ask yourself, just because it didn't happen before, or just because it happened before, why must it happen again? And you realize that you're going to open up yourself to new opportunities. Now, interpretations, this one's a big one. This is the story that we create and believe to be true. See, sometimes we're going to look at a situation and we're going to make a story about it and we're going to live off that story. So we have to understand, they didn't buy our product, they must not be interested. Stuff like this. My numbers are down, the business must be failing. You got to ask ourselves, why do we take these informations from out there and create these stories? Instead, you just got to show up and let those stories prove you wrong. So when you get those interpretations, you got to ask, what's another way of seeing it? See, we're 1 out of 8 billion people. So how we see things is very unique. But often when we come to conclusions, we make all these connections and we come to one conclusion. There's trillions of different pathways that connection could go. So we tend to think negative and we connect these pathways. Now, that's why if you look at your life, most of your conclusions are wrong. Don't make conclusions, just show up. And you'll be able to see how life operates a little differently than we think it is. But we have one experience, so we tend to use that experience to create these new opportunities. Meanwhile, rewind yourself from a year from today and predict today. None of us could predict today. Life happens in more mysterious ways. So you got to unlock these interpretations and just show up. And last but not least is limiting beliefs. Anything that we believe to be true that limits us. I'm not good at selling. There are already too many people in my business. I can't charge more. Well, a lot of us said these things at one point until we were proven wrong. Instead of saying these things, take your step forward and let life treat you differently. Let life show you another way of doing things. So when you have these limiting beliefs, you have to ask yourself, how has this idea been limiting me or affecting me? Vision and goals, this is a big one because at the end of the day, you have to understand that you have to know why you're doing what you're doing. And that's super important because a strong why will let you weather any storm. I made a goal to be the #1 Canadian speaker. When I see trial and tribulations, it doesn't slow me down because I know my goal. And I know my goal so much that it allows me to discern certain things I can't get involved with because I know I have that goal. But if you don't have that strong why, rooted in some real solid information, then you're going to be weathering around as the blowing with the breeze. And nobody wants to blow with the breeze. So always remember, though, you are kind of good where you are right now, but a ship at port is safe. That's not what a ship was made for, okay? You're safe being where you are right now. That's not what you were made for. So you got to push yourself. Do you solve a problem in your business? This is huge because some of us create business because we have a good idea, but unfortunately, sometimes we're the only one who thinks it's a good idea. Theories don't pay bills, solving problems pay bills. So what you need to know is what specific problem do you solve? You have to know somebody's current state and their desired state. And if you could solve that problem, you got a business. Now, it's so strong that people rather the jerk who solved their problem than the nice person who doesn't. It's all about solving the problem. Ultimately, you want to be the nice person who solves someone's problem, but at the end of the day, you have to solve the problem, and you have to be clear about that problem. So instead of focusing your mission on chasing money, chase specific problems, and don't worry about your business, it will flourish. Where are you going? This is so key. This is absolutely key. Imagine going to the airport and jumping on a random plane. Where are you going to end up? Random destination, right? So now imagine going to the airplane and buying a ticket to Hawaii. Where are you going to end up? Exactly. Everyone's life is designed to spec. May not sound so great, but when someone says, how did I get here? I'll ask, where were you going? That's your answer. The beauty in that is if you didn't set a goal, your goal is random. But look at those times you set destinations. You made it there, or you're on your way there. So it's important to understand you have to set a goal, because if you think of life, there's something out there that conspires to bring it. We all believe in the higher power for the most part. Just remember, look at your life. Here's a formula. You set a dream and a destination. You just do what you need to think you need to do, and something else conspires to bring it together. It's not all our work. So you have to trust the process, but you also have to set that vision so that the universe conspires to bring it where you are, where you need to be. So just keep that in mind. You need a clear destination. Hope's not going to do it for you. And a matter of fact, would you jump on a plane with a pilot who doesn't know where he's going? It doesn't make sense. So if you jump on a plane that a pilot doesn't know where it's going, you will take off, but you're going to burn gas real quick. So you got to understand, you need that destination so you have a landing point. And goals. When it comes to goals, you want to create goals that allow you to stretch yourself, but also give yourself some grace. So a lot of times when we create goals, there's these big old goals that they're so huge that the moment we don't get close to it, we're ready to quit. So there's something called AIM SMART goals. In your package, you'll see something called an AIM SMART goal. And I left that in there because it's a resource for you. When you're setting goals, AIM SMART means the A stands for something, the I and the M. So the A is your acceptable goal. So I'm going to go through this sheet to kind of give you, to kind of give you an indication of what that means. AIM SMART gives you a holistic viewpoint of your goal so that you're always accomplishing something and you're never discouraged. The A is your acceptable, your baseline goal. In this case, you could say, I want to get 1 new client a month. Okay? Now, your ideal goal will be your stretch goal. That's what, if everything worked great, this is what you'd like it to be. Okay? Maybe 3 new clients and 1 referral. And then the M is your minimum. This is minimum output. So non-negotiable action, I'm going to make 10 outreach calls per week. Now, you do that, guess what? After you use the SMART element of it, specific. Create some specific steps that you're going to do to get that goal. Measurable. Is it measurable? In this case, you're going to track the messages, so it's definitely measurable. Is it achievable? Yeah, I got the list ready. I could just send off the list. Is it reasonable? Is it timed? And what will you be accountable to? So all these resources in your package, just remember, if you want anything, just email me. I'll send you additional ones. And if you want clarification on how to use it, I'll definitely send it to you. The workshop was intended to be a little longer, where we were going to fill this stuff out. But due to time, we're going to speed it. But at the end of the day, just remember, I'm a resource. If you don't reach out, you don't have a resource. So you have it available to you. So just keep that in mind when you're making your goals, because it allows you to see a holistic view. You're always getting little wins, and you're never going to fail by doing that. But imagine you keep these goals and you know where you're going, you're going to be building that resilience over time. So just keep that in mind. Now, purposeful action. We all know how important action is. I mean, smiles, attitudes, these don't pay bills. It's all about taking action. But you want purposeful action. Your habits added up and consolidated are who you are. Doesn't matter who you say you are, just look at what you do daily. That's going to tell you the picture. So you got to focus on planting seeds, not outcomes. If you're worried about how your future is going to look, just look at what you're doing today. And if you plant seeds, they will grow. And that's important to understand. But you don't plant a seed today and see the tree tomorrow. Today, we're sitting in a place because we had seeds planted from years ago. This isn't from today. So just keep planting those seeds, water those grass, they're going to grow, and you're going to see them, and that's where those opportunities come. So I want to share with you something that I feel is very important to understand. 10x tasks and 1-minute seeds. See, life isn't about a busy day. It's about stuff that impacts your business. So for instance, I started my business in 2022. And I was, like I said, I was defeated. I didn't know where to start. But I planted those seeds. And the 10X tasks are things like anything that gets you in front of your customer. And if you're not doing those things, you're not doing nothing all day. Imagine you worked on your website, you brought grandma to church, you did the dishes, you clean up the house, you're busy, but you didn't touch on anything that builds your business, you did nothing that day. Versus, say you wanted to be a stockbroker, you want to learn about how to be a stockbroker. If you woke up today, did 30 minutes of reading, went to sleep the whole day, woke up the next day, did 30 minutes of reading, went to sleep the whole day, by the end of the year, you'll be a successful stockbroker, you know all the information. See, but a lot of stuff we're doing is not building the business. So we got to focus on those 10X tasks that build the business and get to the other stuff later. So if you're working on your marketing, your business plan, and all those things, unfortunately, you did nothing all day. Those are prerequisites. You have to reach out to your customer base, and that's when you're going to get those consistent callbacks. And the 1-minute seeds are things you could do daily that allow you to grow. You could do your gratitude journal. You could return an email. Because a lot of us are sometimes delaying on returning emails and delaying on returning a message, but when you return that email, it plants a seed that works in the background. So if it takes under a minute, get it done. And the 10X tasks, again, if you're not building your business, you're not building much. So don't fool yourself by having a busy day, telling everyone how you did the website and the easy stuff, and you're not doing the stuff that counts. Now, we all spoke about consistency, not intensity. Very important to understand. Dreams don't go by wishing. They go by planting and watering daily. So the goal is to have your goal, okay? Take some actions. You're going to see the growth and then success. Now, I'll give this example of compound efforts, and I'll relate it to compound interest. So who's familiar with compound interest, the concept of it? Okay, so I'll give you an example. If you double a penny every day for 30 days, that's over $1 million. 1 penny, 2 penny, 4 penny, 8 penny, 16 penny. 1 penny over 30 days, that's over $1 million. But if you look at it today, that's 1 penny, that's 2 penny, that's 4 penny. You don't see much, but eventually it compounds and it gets bigger. No different from your efforts. No different. What you did back in the days, that job that you didn't like, it compounded to where you are today. What you're always going to get is back pay. So don't give up. So as long as you keep going, today is a result of seeds you planted in the past. Minimum standards versus, we're not our greatest aspirations, we're our minimum standards in life. It doesn't sound great, but when you look at your homes, there's a certain level of cleanliness. Once it gets too dirty, let's clean up this place. You clean it up. Too clean, you're throwing the keys here, a jacket here, and all these kind of things. Let's look at our bank accounts. Okay, certain level of money, we're good. The money gets lower, we're panicking. Too high, we're buying stuff we don't need. What does this mean? For your goal, you have to have minimum goals daily. Because when you don't achieve them, that feeling's gonna make you propel and do more. So it's imperative, because if you don't have goals, then anything goes. And that's not gonna drive your success. So you gotta keep that in mind. And the gift we all have is you don't have to even look for advice, is the feedback loop. We're going to do stuff, we're going to iterate something, it's going to give us a message, and it's through that feedback is how we develop. So use the feedback. When your clients, you don't necessarily have to create new products. See what your customers say about what your current products, and if they say what they need to fix or what you need to fix and change, if a large sample size tells you what to fix and change, you know what to fix and change. So you have to resort to feedback, but more so feedback for yourself. You got to analyze your action, create new action, gather the feedback, and it's a continual process. And by doing that, you're respecting the process, and you don't really have to worry about what you're building. You need to respect the feedback of your audience. Trust and focus is another area that we want to make sure that we understand, because it's imperative to know that life doesn't give you problems or challenges, only opportunities. It's what you label them is what they become. And often enough, things don't come in good times. Like I say, a skillful captain wasn't made in calm waters, so it's something for you to understand. Now, trust the process like you trust your Uber driver. We'll jump in the car with an Uber driver who we don't even know if he has a license. We'll go on a plane with a pilot, we don't even know if this pilot, what he's up to. But yet when it comes to our own goals and visions, we won't trust it. You got to trust yourself because you're doing it already, but you want to transform that to yourself. So again, the seed will grow if you plant it. If you plant the seed, it's going to grow. Now, we spoke about the compound efforts because as you keep doing things, over time you get back pay, and that back pay is going to result in the progress and the success that you see today. But I'll tell you one thing about this comfort versus the uncomfortable zone. We call what we're doing right now comfortable. Even if we don't like it, it's better than the thing we don't know often. Well, I'll challenge you. Who's comfortable right now staying the same? Hands up. Okay, it's not so comfortable. Now look in your life. Every single time you jumped into the uncomfortable zone, didn't it give you all the change, the hope, the desire that you need? Never failed. So don't fool yourself with what's comfort versus uncomfortable, because the comfort zone is a killer because it's not so comfortable. But this, what they call the uncomfortable zone, is where all the change occurs. So just know if you're sitting comfortable, there's problems. If you're uncomfortable, reframe it to know what's there for me. There's opportunity because nothing is in the same. Gratitude is one of the biggest things we want to focus on because at the end of the day, we're all living in a dream that we once had. So the idea is with gratitude, you could turn lack into abundance. Gratitude turns the things that we don't think we have to more than enough. So you got to understand, what are you looking at in terms of what you have? Because we're all sitting in a dream that we once had at some point. And it's up to us to reframe that to understand what that means. Not only that, gratitude creates opportunities. See, when I got terminated in 2022, I said, thank you for the opportunity for work. And I thought, you want me to start my business now? Now imagine I was grieving in that situation or upset. I couldn't have that same outlook. So it's important for us to take gratitude and reframe it to opportunities that will allow us to grow. Now, in your package, you also have a gratitude journal. I encourage you every day when you wake up to fill out 3 things that you're grateful for. I tell you right now, it will change your life. Because often we're waking up and we're thinking of the weather and the rates and all the negative stuff, or we're watching TV, turning on this social media. Well, when you actually be grateful for what you have, it allows you to go through that day. And even if you have a challenge, because you are focused on those little things, it doesn't make that challenge as hard. So you have that in your folder. I encourage you to fill that out. Anyone who needs additional copies, again, reach out to me, and you will get those additional copies. Now, I just want to talk about 3 pillars quickly, just to end this conversation. And it's important that I mention this because at the end of the day, we have to know that we have to be rooted in order to rise. Your mindset shapes everything. Your foundation, you got to forward. Character sustains success. And you have to concern with yourself with your character because integrity is something you want to focus on. And at the end of the day, your legacy. We didn't create this life. We didn't go through hardships. We didn't go through all this stuff for the harness to ourselves. We're here to lift somebody up. So let's talk about these 3 areas quick. Courage versus confidence. Just remember, don't wait for confidence. It comes after courage. Always. Everything you did, that's major. It wasn't confidence first. It was maybe you thought you might do it, but after you do it, you get to earn the confidence. So it's the best way to put it is courage is the down payment, confidence is the receipt. Reframe things. Now, when you're thinking of, here's how you handle the courage part. Do the thing that you want to do scared. And then look for the feedback after, and you'll find out that there's actually confidence that comes from it. Now, reframing. You want to shift your focus and don't see challenges. See them as building blocks, because that's really what they are. Now, I'll give you an example. Every time you have a challenge, say to yourself, what is this teaching me? Whenever you decide to do something, you're going to get challenges. But challenges are giving you and developing you the skills, so when you get to that top position, you're able to manage it. Because if someone took you here and brought you to CEO right away, how are you going to manage it? So that's what those challenges are for. They're actually specifically designed for you. So those who get challenges are those who have goals. That's the nature of how it's going to look. Now, return on investment. Sometimes we want to be right. There's a price to pay for right, and often it's your peace. So stop arguing with people that's trying to argue with you when you have the facts. We're not going to waste our time. So I developed a policy. If someone says 1 + 1 is 5, I'll say, no, look at the calculator. 1 + 1 is 2. If they're like, no, 1 + 1 is 5, no problem. How's that working for you? Leave it alone. Don't engage, because if you're disturbing your peace, you're not focused on your business. So don't fool yourself, because you know what? We all believe in God, but there's also the devil. And what's going to happen is the more you find your purpose, the more resistance you're going to find. And that's something to be careful. So don't engage with those traps. You got to do the math. Now, when I say do the math, you know when you have the math teacher, you give them the answer, they don't want the answer. They want to see the work that you did. So even when you have a negative thought that, you know, I don't think this will work, do the math in your head and tell yourself why it won't work, and you realize you can't even find a solid foundation, so keep moving. Don't fool yourself in thinking that it won't work. If you can't produce the work in your head, keep doing it anyway, because it's just a story you're telling yourself. And gratitude, again, you have to understand gratitude's important. So every day, if you could write down 3 things you're grateful and why, you're going to start seeing why things are a little different from what they appear. When it comes to your foundation, discipline, systems, you have to create these things, because if you do that, see, the idea first is to have proof of concept. It's to do the work yourself. But after you do the work yourself, then you know what works. You create systems to do it for you. And today with technology, with AI, I mean, we have a lot of tools available to us, so we want to use those tools. Sharing your legacy is an important piece, and I'm just going to skip over to one part of this. A cow doesn't drink its own milk. A chicken doesn't eat its own eggs. The skills and the stuff you learn is for other folks to distribute. You got to share it. If you want your life to double, help somebody else double up their life, and you'll see how something else, again, is conspiring to bring that glory to your life. But you have to focus on it. So a legacy is nothing that you leave behind. It's what you give while you're here. And that's key. Okay? So, again, in your book, there's some resources, and I want you to definitely fill them up on your own time and use them. Reach out for me for more. But in your package, you have an airplane ticket. And I created this ticket purposely for you, because the goal on this ticket is for you to write your name, the date, today's date, your starting point. That could be anything. For me, it was 9 to 5, destination, dream destination, #1 speaker. You're going to write yourself that ticket right now. So if you open your book, you could take that, open up your book, find that ticket, and I encourage you to fill that out. And we might not be able to do it right now because of time, so you have 2 other documents that's imperative for you to fill out today. One is there's a commitment to action sheet. It will say pick 3 things that you got from this lesson today that you are going to apply. Write it down, what you're going to apply, and when you're going to start. I tell you, life changes when you take ideas and bring them to the physical. And if you could do one other last thing, in that package there's a feedback form. I did the keynote speak. I also shared my presentation. I encourage you to please give me feedback if you can, and just leave it at the table. Later I'll go around and pick it up. But it's important for me. I spoke about feedback before. So when I get feedback from everyone in this room, and there's something specific that somebody says they want more of, then I know what to introduce to the next session. So and that's how I grow. It's not by my own mindset. It's from getting the feedback from the people I serve. Thanks for allowing me to rush through this. I appreciate it. And my card's in there. God bless.
Put your hands together again, please, for Coach Mike. Oh, wow. When you talk about gems after gems after gems, my gosh. I feel like I was in a session with the Ministry of Mining, man. Like we were getting some gems. My gosh, that was so superb. And I'm very happy, Mike. Thank you so much for making the resources available to us. Yes, persons are nodding around the room, and they're very grateful that we have the folder with the information inclusive of your presentation, because I know this is not what you wanted to do. You wanted to pace yourself a little bit more and go through it all, but don't worry. I know you're going to be getting a lot of calls and a lot of emails from what you have provided, right? Right, Reapers? Absolutely. Okay, so we're going to be moving on. We have another presentation coming up, workshop number 2. This is aligning your business with Vision 2030. This is going to be done by Samantha Wilmot. I know we have been talking about Vision 2030 now for a very long time. Some persons are wondering, is it still achievable? Because we're now in 2025. And we've just entered the 6th month of the year, aka the year probably almost got done by next week. But the fact is,
we still have some more years to go. And if you know one thing about business and time, you never know what can actually happen in a very short space of time if you have the right business. And so that dream is still achievable because we still want Jamaica to be the place where we get to live, work, do business, raise families, and retire. All right? Samantha, come on up. She is, of course, the Localization Officer of Vision 2030, Jamaica Secretariat within the Planning Institute of Jamaica, Attorney at Law and Justice of the Peace, and she's a lady about business. Yeah, put your hands together for her, please. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. No, man, I know it says after lunch and everything, but good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, man, that sounds more like it. All right, so my name is Samantha Wilmot. I'm the Localization Officer with the Vision 2030 Jamaica Secretariat. Now, I'm told I have a very short time to do this presentation, so y'all are going to help me, all right? Now, we have a Vision 2030 Jamaica booth set up outside. So I want to do my Vision 2030 Jamaica check. If you have a popular version in your hand, just put it in the air, let me see. The popular version, let me see if all right, so see one there. If you have a book, put the book in the air, not your hands, the book. I want to see. If you have a popular version, nice. Nobody over this side has the popular version? No? All right, lovely. Thank you so much. Good. So the fact that you have the popular version, so we have our booth set up on the outside. I'm going to have to breeze through the presentation a bit, but we have information available for you on the outside. So that's why I did the check, all right? So you see the people them over here, so? With them hand never go up the book? Yeah, man, you just ensure you visit the booth before you leave, all right? Okay, so next slide. So I'm just going to ask the producers if they could just, we pour it from here? Okay. All right, so next slide, please. All right, so Vision 2030 Jamaica. Anybody can quickly tell me, have you ever heard about it before, and what have you heard? Place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business. And what is that? The place of choice. But what does that mean to you? Everybody wants to stay here. So Jamaica is so attractive that the people who are already here, they want to stay here. And those who are overseas, it's the same way how if you're here, say I get green card today, you're gone. Somehow, no, at least, right? It's the same way when them hear Jamaica, they want to run come, right? Because Jamaica is that place of choice where you can live, work, raise families, and do business. Now, quickly, Vision 2030 Jamaica started in 2009. The implementation process started in 2009, and we go up until 2030. So it's a 21-year plan, which makes it a long-term national development plan. Now, this plan is guided by 4 national goals. Next slide, please. 4 national goals and 15 national outcomes. Just keep clicking until they come up. Right, so these goals, the first one is people-centered. Jamaicans are empowered to achieve their fullest potential. You have the second goal, Jamaica society is secure, cohesive, and just, and I know that will resonate with a lot of us. You have goal 3, Jamaica's economy is prosperous, and you have goal 4, Jamaica has a healthy, natural environment. So it covers the different spheres of development, social, economic, and environmental sphere of development. Now, the next slide will show you just an overview of these national outcomes because, I believe there's a document going around, so if we could just get some help to hand those out, please, you'll be able to get further insight on the national outcomes, and those will actually help you as it relates to alignment. But goal 1, for example, we're looking at how do we have empowered people? World-class education and training, protecting the vulnerable. We're looking at a healthy and stable population, and we're also looking at people with strong culture, right? Also for goal 2, we're also looking at, next slide, a country where, the police and the community, they work together, as well as we have good governance that will ensure that our society is secure, cohesive, and just. For goal 3, we're looking at a booming economy. So we're talking about what makes us internationally competitive. Sport, agriculture, mining, services, renewable energy, tourism, technology, all of those things as it relates to goal 3. And finally, for goal 4, you would also have, we talk about looking at life below water. We're talking about, whilst we develop, how do we protect our environment? And we're also looking at how do we adapt to climate change? Time hot now. How are we adjusting to that? And what are our practices that will help us to better protect the environment? Now, even though we have goals 1 to 4, they're not being pursued in that order. They're all being pursued because if you realize, some of them link. If we're to have healthy people, we have to have a healthy environment. So you see how goal 1 links to goal 4. Now, I know a lot of you might be wondering, we're in 2025, which means that 2030 is 5 years away. Now, I've been hearing this a lot today, and I know a lot of persons, because we get it all the time when we go to booths. Oh, Vision 2030 Jamaica is not going to happen. Well, we're going to get to 2030, and boom, nothing, right? But guess what? If you start your business, for example, and let's say you have a goal that you want to meet by the end of 2025. If you don't meet that goal, what happens? What happens? It means what? Does it really mean that you weren't doing the work? No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. Anybody want to come? Tell me. Exactly. So it means that you go back to the drawing board, you assess, you evaluate, and that kind of thing. And do you stop or what you do? You wheel and come again, don't it? Exactly. So guess what? Now under Vision 2030 Jamaica, we're pushing the concept of 2030 and beyond. So even though we said 2030, all of us have target years that we're working towards. But if we don't meet it, guess what? There's beyond. And we can keep going again. As long as we have life and as long as we're Jamaica, them say we lick about way, Talawas, that we're going to keep going. All right, so next slide, please. All right, so anybody ever heard about the SDGs before? Sustainable Development Goals, right? And we have 17 of them, and they cover basically most of what the national outcomes under Vision 2030 Jamaica covers. So we're looking at education, poverty, health, gender equality, all of those things, infrastructure. You name it, it's there under the 17 SDGs. And because of the close relationship between the SDGs and Vision 2030 Jamaica, Vision 2030 Jamaica is the vehicle through which the SDGs will be implemented in Jamaica. So you see, I tried to get my little bus, and I put the vision, and then I just put the SDGs sitting inside there. Yes, because Vision 2030 Jamaica is the vehicle through which the SDGs will be implemented in Jamaica. So we're 98% aligned. All right, next slide. Because I want to get to, next slide, to the nitty-gritty of things. All right, so you might be wondering, so Vision 2030 Jamaica and my business, how is that even relevant? Like, why do I need to even align? So here are a few pointers for you. So when you align your business to Vision 2030 Jamaica, your business would automatically support the sustainable development goals. Now, by aligning your business, your contribution to global priorities, like, for example, ending poverty, improving education, fostering innovation, all of that, it gives your business credibility on a global scale because, you have a lot of countries that are working towards the SDGs. Additionally, you'll also unlock funding and partnerships. So you have government agencies that you can reach out to, international development partners that you can reach out to, private investors, etc. Next, now you would also be able to build community trust and national pride, and this one really sits well with me. Because can you imagine, you have a business that produces products, facial products, but the container isn't environmentally friendly. Tutu's big headline, right? Skincare product pollutes the environment. How does that sit well with your business? You follow what I'm saying? Right. All right. Next. So once you are aligning to Vision 2030 Jamaica, the people then will more say, yeah, man, it supports our community, because guess what? It does this. So make we buy it. You get what I'm saying? Or let us support it, or let us rally around this business because it supports what we are working towards as a country. And it mitigates regulatory risk. So aligning with Vision 2030 Jamaica basically helps you to stay ahead of future policy changes and regulations. So for example, when we look at green energy, no, right? Renewable energy, for better terms. when we look at policies as it relates to agriculture, once you are continuously aligning your business to what the Vision 2030 Jamaica priorities are, you're automatically falling into place when it comes on to, changing in policies and that kind of thing. Right? And yes, so it also promotes inclusive economic growth. So you're helping to build a more inclusive and resilient economy, one that benefits all Jamaicans. So you're creating jobs, right? You're helping the circulation of money, whether you want to believe it or not. Tourism, depending on what your business is related to. Agriculture, depending on what your business is related to. You're contributing to economic growth for Jamaica. All right, next. Okay, so here are some key pointers to help you to align. Now, I believe some of you would have received a worksheet because the plan was for me to sit down and go through with you, and I actually love doing this because I've done this presentation to R.E.A.P before, where I hear some very interesting business proposals, but I won't get to hear it today, but I hope that you'll actually spend the time to, go through the worksheet. So we have 4 key questions to help you to align. So 1, what is the focus of your business, right? 2, you're going to look at what sector or sectors does your business fall under, because that will therefore help you to basically pinpoint which national outcome. So the 3rd one, what is the main goal and associated national outcome under Vision 2030 Jamaica that your business is aligned to? And then finally, you can determine other areas that your business aligns to indirectly, right? Now, I'm going to give you an example. Next slide, please. Okay, so I had actually created this. It was a story of Sasha, but Sasha is actually me, to be honest, right? I actually tweaked it a bit because I wanted it to sound a little bit different, seeing that some of the past reports who I've presented you probably in the room. But guess what? I heard Coach Mike speak, and I'm going to speak about myself and tell my story. So yes, I work at the Planning Institute of Jamaica as a localization officer. Yes, I'm an attorney at law. Yes, I'm a justice of the peace, but guess what? I'm also a car girly. I love cars. I eat, sleep. No, I don't eat it. I'm just joking. But I breathe, I dream it. Listen, this actually came about via a dream. So I have a car group. We're all women, right? Women, we love cars. And what we do is that we go out and we build awareness about women and cars and help them to understand how they can help themselves. So we teach women how to change their tires. We teach them how to, do their checks, engine checks, and, to fill their oils and how to check the oils and, that kind of thing. Debbie, I believe you had someone on your show. We Can Smile, yes, she came and spoke about it. I couldn't make it, so she came. Right, so we have a YouTube page where we share that information. What we also have been doing, can you just skip to the slide, because I have a slide there. Right, so we also do charity drives. So it's not just about women and cars, but we give back as social responsibility. We also do environmental campaigns. So we have even participated with Vision 2030 Jamaica in terms of beach cleanups. We do tree planting and that kind of thing, because guess what? Our cars use the environment. We use the environment, and we have to also think about the environment in terms of the type of gas and how our cars, the emissions from the cars and that kind of thing. So, of course, we talk about electric vehicles and the benefits and all of those things. Additionally, we promote health amongst women. We look at issues, health issues that affect women mainly, PCOS, endometriosis, that kind of thing. As well as, next slide, we have recently begun to tap into car events. So anybody heard about the Jamaica Auto Show the other day? Yes, my voice was very much there for the 2 days because I host these events. We have our first female judge in our group. We plan these events, and men just love it. They love when the ladies come and say, we got it and we know how to do it. And nobody worry about it, man. We'll angle and triangle it, right? Yeah, man. And then also, our newest initiative has taken us into the secondary schools. We have first started with the all-girls schools to build their, enthusiasm about cars as well. So we even went to Immaculate, who you'd be surprised has a mechanic club. Those girls are definitely into it. So that's something that we have been doing and we're super excited about. Because guess what? Cars are not just for boys. Girls can very much be involved and in it as well. Right? Okay, so let's look at how this initiative contributes to Vision 2030 Jamaica. Next slide, please. So, anybody can tell me, based on the outcomes that I've aligned, what you think pops out at you based on what I've said my group does. So you hear about the education part of it, right? You hear about how we contribute to the environment, right? You hear about how we do health, how we contribute to health, right? And through our social responsibility initiatives, we contribute to a safe and secure society. All of those things, you name it, we have done it under our group. And trust me, it was such a proud feeling putting this thing together, to know that I have been contributing to Vision 2030 Jamaica through my hobby. All right, so initially, the plan was that we were to try this. Somebody would come up and tell us, about the focus of their business. Do we have time? Maybe like 5 minutes. No, we don't have that time. 2 minutes, we don't have that time. Okay, but the worksheet that you have, I will encourage you to just sit down and go through to pinpoint how it is. What is the focus of your business, right? What are the main sectors that it aligns to? The main national goal and the main national outcomes, whether it be directly or indirectly. Next slide. Now, here are some other tips. There was another handout. Sorry, let me just borrow this, please. Looking like this. So this basically has information on the national outcomes. And it was supposed to be a tool to guide you in the exercise. So please use it carefully. And if you have not visited the Vision 2030 Jamaica booth, please ensure that you do so to get additional information about the plan. So of course, you have to familiarize yourself with Vision 2030 Jamaica. You also have to identify overlaps with your business mission and values. We also encourage you to incorporate relevant national outcomes into your business goals. All right? Additionally, it's not just about, aligning, but it's good to monitor what has been happening with your business and how the alignment has been working out. It's not just about putting it on paper, but has it been working? And where can you also improve? And additionally, we want to encourage you as well to engage stakeholders, because what you are doing to contribute to national development through your business, others can benefit from, and you have to tell the people about it so that they can praise your business and see how well it has been doing for Jamaica, land we love. All right, and that's it in a nutshell for my presentation. Thank you so much, and remember to visit our booth on the outside.
Thank you, Samantha, for revving things up. Are those giveaways? Oh, really? Okay, you have questions to ask? All right, come. Here we go. 4 questions, quickly.
Okay. All right, so 4 questions quickly because we have some giveaways. All right. Can anyone tell me how many goals are national outcomes? No, I only hear 1. Give me the next part of the answer. No. How many national outcomes? All right, come. Quickly. All right, next question. Can anybody quickly tell me 2 of the main points in terms of alignment? Aligning your business to Vision 2030 Jamaica. 2 of the main points. No, 2 of the main points to guide you to align. Come again. Align your business to Vision 2030 Jamaica. No, man, the point. There were 4 points. Somebody else wants to try? Come again. Yes? Focus of your business. All right, come quickly. All right, next one. How many SDGs are there? All right, come. All right, last one. last one. All right, so the last question is, can anybody tell me 2 of the national outcomes? All right, come, see your hand up. All right, come. Well done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Samantha. I really appreciate it. And we say thank you so much to the PIOJ for the partnership, and thank you for bringing this presentation on aligning our business with Vision 2030 and beyond, right? So we're going to keep it going as long as we have life. Then there is hope that we can actually, of course, get our business aligning with the vision for Jamaica. Okay. We are done with those 2 workshops, and here we go with the final workshop for this segment, Understanding Business Taxes in Jamaica. Now, unfortunately, trust me, the TAJ would really require more time. Unfortunately, we're going to have to ask them to condense it as much as possible and give us some contact information that we can get them at if we don't hear the information that we need. But we're going to welcome them to the stage, please. Can we just applaud them, please? And remember that we have the big presentation coming up from PriceSmart about how to get our products on their shelves, okay? So stick around for it. All right, here we go.
Thank you, Debbie. All right, so I was coming up here wondering what I can do for make Auntie Debbie nobody take back the credit from we. Because she said taxation must give back the credit, you know. So I said, what can I tell them? All right, so I'm Geneva Allen from Tax Administration Jamaica. Believe it or not, I've been with tax admin for over 28 years. And Cardia Cephas, long time she not too, so we're old, all right, in other words. But today, we are from, you know, when people hear about tax administration, Jamaica say, whoa, the tax people, them are come make a run, you know, want to get out of here fast, you know, come for thief my money and all these things, you know. But we are from the education unit. Anybody in here have ever heard about the education unit? The nicest people in the education unit, right? We are actually the softer side of tax. So the education unit is an initiative of IMF. So IMF, when they came here, they said, all right, you have the people them who go for the money, make the people them compare. You have the one them that are the compliance officers, right? Them people there with one on, right? And then you have the next set of people now that will carry it into court to get the money. We call them the auditors. Them have 2 on, you understand? And then, so IMF said, no, so you need to have somebody or a set of people who will teach people how to be compliant, will hold your hand and walk with you through the whole process of compliance, right? To get you on track, to show you what to do, how to do, and how you get a TCC, you know, how do I start things out? Lord, please help me. Jesus, help! You know, you run and come to the education unit. That's what we are for. So we're the softer side of tax. So we go into schools, from primary level right up to university level, and we're going to businesses, people who have one-on-one demonstration, folks come to us, we go to people, go to folks and all of that, and we don't take your business and go tell the compliance officer, all right? Yes, we work with you to get you compliant, all right? So, we're told there's a small, you know, window that we have now, so I think we should just go right into what is going through the presentation is not really going to hit it right now, but I will tell you today what are some of the very important things that you need to know. Could you go to the slide that says what all entrepreneurs should know? There's that slide. I'll just stay right on that one slide and talk to you about some stuff that you really need to get to know. Can you go to that slide? All right. Right, what every entrepreneur should know. Oh, and there's that. That's it. All right, good. So I'll just focus on that one slide. Business taxes. All right, we all know that when you go into business, in Jamaica, we have the history of coming up with an idea. You know, I think I want to fry some dumpling. I want to go into a dumpling business. I'm going to just you know, get a thing and start sell.
and the business have gone on for years, and then, you make a money, and you never pause to think about, the tax man. And then when I reach 10 years now, you see some people with two hands appear and say, come now, time to pay. We don't take the time to properly build a foundation upon which we build a business. And one of that foundation is compliance. It's the tax man. He's going to be coming after you, if not now, later, right? And so one of the very important things that you need to know is when you're starting a business, the first place you go is to the Companies Office of Jamaica to register the business, right? Because they say you shouldn't be operating anything that them don't know about, right? And it is one of the ways that, of course, you can get to the benefits of being compliant, of having a name to trade with, all right? So one of the things that you need to know about is the business taxes and the fees. Now, self-employed persons pay different fees from persons that are employed, all right? Now, NIS, NHT, education tax, and income tax. Those are the taxes that self-employed persons pay. If NIS, NHT, education tax, and income tax. Now, NHT and NIS are contribution benefits. They're not tax. Education tax, income tax, those are the only two taxes you pay. But the NHT and NIS are contribution benefits that you get back. Did you know that the NHT that you pay, whether or not you get a mortgage from NHT, did you know that you get back a lump sum of all the NHT that you pay, plus interest when you reach the age of 65? Yes. So NHT is not just contribution benefit. It is like a savings towards your pension as well. And I encourage every young person, every person to do this. Now, NIS is your pension. When you reach 65 or 70 years old, NIS makes you pensionable, and that is you begin to receive from them what we call a pension income, some every month, some fortnightly, some monthly. So again, your NHT and NIS are contribution benefits. The only tax you pay is income tax and education tax. No, NIS and NHT are taxed at gross because they are contribution benefits. They want you to get the maximum benefit from it, so they tax it at the gross. So NIS is the rate of 6% of the gross income. For self-employed persons, your gross income is actually your net income. The gross minus your business-related expenses, that becomes your gross income, and that is what you pay the NIS on. All right? 6%. NHT is 3%, and again, it's 3% of your gross, and for the self-employed person, again, your gross is the gross minus your business-related expenses, and that's where they take the 3% from. Education tax is 2.25% of your statutory income, and your statutory income, again, is the gross minus the NIS you have actually paid, and then, or the pension you pay, and then you find the 2.25% of it. Now, income tax is again on your statutory income, and of course, this is where the threshold is taken out of the gross, the NIS is taken out of the gross, and then you find the 25% of the difference, all right? Pretty much for self-employed persons. Now, if you have employees, that's another set of taxes, right? Where you, as the employer, have to pay the same rate of taxes, but it's kind of you, as the employer, bears some, and the employee bears another set of it, right? So because we're crunching, I want to go right down quickly. So we won't go into that one. No, tax compliance. It is so important for you to be tax compliant. To be tax compliant, it means that you have complied with the laws of the land and you have filed your income tax return or made your declaration and have paid what you are to pay over to Tax Administration Jamaica. Now, when you are tax compliant, this is very good for you because it allows you to bid for government contract, open bank account. Now, if you're going to open a bank account, they're going to ask you for a tax compliance certificate, right? And so you're able to bid for contracts locally and internationally and with the government when you have a tax compliance certificate. So to get a tax compliance certificate, it means that you'd have had to file all that you have outstanding, and you would have had to pay all that is needed for you to pay up until the point when you're applying for the tax compliance certificate. So I don't know if we can take questions, but I see a gentleman hold up his hand over there. Quickly.
So good afternoon again. My question to you is pertaining to the tax compliance. If your business just registered, right? Meaning that you're registered, ready for the business, and you don't have a tax compliance, how would you go about to obtain one? And is it that you are required to pay tax once the business is registered?
All right. So when you register the business as a company, automatically at Companies Office of Jamaica, you're given what we call that first tax compliance certificate that is valid for 3 months. So if you registered it as a company, you get one automatically that lasts for 3 months. And with that one, you're expected to go get a stamp, open the bank account and all of that. But let us say you did not register it as a company and you didn't go and do all you need to do and you need another one. For new companies, recently, they've actually waived what we call the interview that you have to do with the compliance unit in order to get the tax compliance certificate. So you can actually go on your tax portal if you're a new company, you've never traded, and apply for the tax compliance certificate, and you'll actually get the first one without going through the process of an interview. So they have made it a lot easier for new businesses and new business persons, all right? Now, good record keeping. It is very important that you maintain your records because up to the 7th year, including the current year, you can be called by the auditors to present the records to verify what you have or to substantiate what you have declared on your income tax return. So you have to maintain good record keeping. Good record keeping is also how you know if the business is a growing concern. How you're going to know if you're making a loss or you're making a profit if you don't maintain good record keeping. So I had a taxi man sit at my desk one day and I said, okay, because he wanted a TCC. All right, let's file the returns. So what is the income? He said, I don't know. I don't know what is the income. So I had to, all right. So, and it's very simple, you know, to maintain good records. All you need is a book and a pencil, or a book and a pen to maintain the record. You didn't know? You don't have to run, go pay $100,000 accountant to maintain the record for you, because no matter what accountant you get, you're still going to have to give him the information. Right, so just maintain it yourself. So I had to go down to the nitty-gritty with my taxi friend, right? So I said to him, all right, so let's do this now. Roll up a sleeve and come now, okay. So for one day, just in one day, tell me how much money on average you make. I'm saying, all right, well, I make about 15 on average. All right, so how much time you go at the gas station? How much money you spend at the gas station? And he said, I said, oh, you wash your car? How often you wash your car? And I said, okay, all right. And then we're going to long over the year expenses. How much we license the vehicle? How much we insure it? How much time you service it and work it out? And I sat there and worked out his income and his expenses with him. And when he said the $6 million income for the year, he said, me not make that. Say, so, no make that. But he actually did. And then when we looked into his expenses now, he didn't even take stock of himself to know that I really incurred so much expense to do this little business here, right? So you need to maintain the records, and it's not hard to do that. If you want a book, come check me. I want a pencil, come check me. And then we draw a T, so, in the book, and right over here, so we put income, and over the next side, we put expenses. You remember that? And we write out there, and I said to him, just do it. Sit down. Every day you finish, just sit down and balance it. And then carry it forward to the next day. And then carry forward it weekly. And then carry forward it monthly. And then at the end of the year, there you have your income and expenses. And you don't need an accountant to do that for you. And then you can come to the education unit free of cost, and we will help you to file your income tax return. All right, no, I'm not burn out the accountant, I'm not burn them out. All I'm saying is that you have to actually keep your accountants accountable. Because if you don't do that, you're going to be paying late fees and don't know that you're paying late fees. You're going to be locked out of your own account, and when you want to throw them off and fire them and get somebody else, you can't fire them because them have the control of everything. But you can't do that, right? That is another story. But I'm saying it is important that you maintain good record keeping, because this is how you're going to know if the businesses are going concern, and this is how at the end of the year you're not going to be in a quandary to find out what your income and expenses are. All right? Now, and also, in the process of an audit, you will be asked to present these records, and if you don't keep it, then you're going to be leaving it to the Commissioner General to assess you based on your industry. And you don't want that, right? Because when the assessment says 50 million you earn, then you're going to have to prove to them that you didn't earn $50 million. That no do, all right? So you maintain your records. It's not hard to do it. All right? Now, let's move right along to your rights and obligations. It is your right to know that you can always amend your income tax return. It is your right to pay a fair share, no more and no less. You declare to the Commissioner General what your income is and what your expenses are. You do it. It's your right to do so because Jamaica operates a self-assessed system. Now, I am glad that I am working in Jamaica because in foreign, every dollar is taxed at source. Look at that. But you work in a system that you tell the tax man how much you have to pay, and you want to run one foreign galang. Right? You declare to the commissioner, this is my income this year, these were my business-related expenses, and therefore, these are the tax me for pay you. Can I tell you when the compliance officer come for you? It's because you tell the compliance officer, say you need to pay 100,000, and you don't pay it. So them come for you, because them say, you tell me say you have to pay it. Me never trouble you. You come file return and tell me say you have to pay 100,000, and then you don't want to pay the 100,000. I come for you, you see? I come for you, right? Then the auditor come for you now. When you're a doctor, and based on this, you say you're a doctor and you're working, and when them look, the doctors around you declaring $10 million, and you declare $1 million. Say, red flag. Red flag. So the auditor say, okay, since you say $1 million, every doctor around you in the same area declare 10 million. Oh, what's wrong with you? So we're coming to see now. So you can go through your entire tax life without being audited because you do the thing honestly and truthfully. Nobody try to trick them because they have data mining and all these things. You understand? So you declare your right is to pay a fair share, no more and no less. Don't try to rob the tax man because he will come to get you, right? You can go through your entire business life without being audited if you just do the thing right and proper. Nobody raising a red flag, all right? So, your right and obligation. You can also, let's say you go through 1 year, and you recognize that you left off some business-related expenses that you never know you could have claimed or you didn't know. You have the right to go back and amend your return, put it in writing while you're amending it, and attach it. You have the right to amend your income tax returns. All right? I want you to know that. Yes. Up to 2019. 2019, from 2019 to the current, to the present year. Yes, man. All right. So 2019, you file a return. You come today. And you recognize that 2019, you never used to claim motor vehicle expenses, even though you drive up your one little car up and down with all of the tire and bus on your road and all of these things, and you didn't claim any motor vehicle expense, right? But you come today and learn, say, if you use your personal motor vehicle to do the business, that you're allowed to claim some motor vehicle expenses as deductible expenses. You just have to apportion it because it's a private motor vehicle. You will have to know apportion the expenses of that motor vehicle and say, all right, let me claim 40% of this the total motor vehicle expenses, which include registration, fitness, insurance, lighting, servicing, parts, washing, painting the car, or whatever you do to the vehicle. The total expense on the vehicle, you're allowed to, in it, and at the end of the year, you say, all right, in all honesty, I'll say 40% of the time I go in this vehicle is to do the business. So I am allowed to claim 40% of this as a deductible expense. Now, this is 2025, and 2020, you just realized that you never did do that from 2019. You can go back to 2019 and amend the return to claim those business-related expenses that you omitted from the return. All right? All right, so that's what I mean. No, quick and see the brown lady stand up there, so. I just want to talk to you briefly about the benefits now. Quickly, me soon come back. Talk to me one away. Benefits to taxation, because we act like TAJ don't give no benefits, right? Right, so let's talk about them. Capital allowance is a benefit, right? The assets that you use in the business to run the business. The capital allowance is what the government has put in place for you to recover the cost to you, not the value, the cost to you for the assets that you use in the business. And capital allowance is used to, of course, reduce the amount of tax that you pay, all right? Right. There's capital allowance. There's employment tax credit for those of you who have employees, right? You can claim 30% of the total payroll, excluding PAYE, as a credit. All right. Then there is the solar tax credit. Anybody hear about the solar tax credit? That both persons that are employed and self-employed persons can claim. Now, if you install the solar system in your personal place of residence, you can claim back 30% of the cost to you if you install this system in your home on or after January 1st, 2023. 30% of the total cost to you. Now, for persons that are employed, you're on a payroll, you will actually get back the money itself in hand. For persons that are self-employed, you get it back as a credit, as a tax credit. All right, so I talk about capital allowance, solar tax credit, employment tax credit, and then we just touched on business deductible expenses. Every expense you incur to do the business, the law says, every expense you incur wholly and exclusively to earn the income, you deduct it before tax, you begin to think about taxation, taxes. All right? You're allowed to deduct it before you start to calculate the taxes. All right? So those are 4 of them at least. Anyone want to leave it out? Corporate tax credit. No. For the companies now, those of us that have registered companies, you get the $375,000 corporate tax credit as a reduction to the tax that you are to pay. So let us say 2024 you were to pay $370,000, right? Then you would end up paying $300,000, you would end up paying nothing because the tax credit would have wiped it out. You hear that? All right. So I'm going to write here. So individuals, you get the income tax threshold, and remember that the threshold was increased this year. The threshold was increased again to $1,774,799, right? It was increased again this year, and it's going to increase again next year, all right? So look here now. We're over at that table. If you have any questions or any answers, we're here to answer all the questions that you have. I'm Geneva Allen, and right over there in our yellow blouse is Miss Cephas. You can check us right after the presentation, all right? God bless you.
Thank you so much, Geneva. I wanted us to put in my handbag and carry you home. As you have such great information, seriously. And honestly, though, I have to say big thanks to Geneva. Please put your hands together again for her, please. And the entire tax team at that table. Thank you so much. Listen to me. We've learned a lot. I don't know about you, but we've learned a lot. Now, if I find all of my receipts, then we say I can carry them, go up to the TAJ, and claim back for all the things I did not claim for. Right? Whew, I love that. Don't you just love Jamaica? I just love my country. Can you imagine not being a Jamaican? I cannot imagine it, seriously. So, can we put our hands together for all our presenters, please? Please. Coach Mike, who did a fantastic job. Samantha from the PIOJ.
And of course, big thanks again to Geneva and Ms. Cardias, who was just there feeling her with a whole heap of information, just giving her all the additional information she needed. All right, here we go. Everybody's all right? You still with us? Yeah, still feel good? Yeah? All right, do me a favor, please. Quickly stand for me. Quickly stand for me. Quickly stand for me because I can see that the dessert is now setting in. The dessert is now setting in. Stand for me, stand for me, stand for me, stand for me. And the dessert was so good. That red velvet and chocolate combination. Oh, illegal on a Monday. My God. Can we stretch all the way up, please? Stretch it out. Stretch out the red velvet cake. There we go. Stretch it out. Yes. Stretch to the sides, to the sides, to the sides. Stretch to the back. Oh, I just hear a bone crack a while ago. Somebody's bone cracked a while ago. Rub your knee, rub your knee, rub your knees, rub your knees. Rub your toes to your toes. Yes. Then shake. Give me a good shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake it out. All right. Have a seat, have a seat, have a seat, have a seat. I just wanted to make sure. Mr. DJ, you're so late. I just wanted to make sure that you're up and ready because, listen, I need you guys to be absolutely alert and with us for this presentation. And the reason why is because it's not just that PriceSmart and PriceSmart Foundation are great partners and supporters of this program, but also because of what they are about to equip us with, and it's good knowledge. And I know a lot of us, sometimes we have some great ideas, products that we want to see potentially on some big shelves, in some big spaces, like a PriceSmart, and sometimes we don't know the first step. And so that's the reason why I want you all to pay keen attention to this next presentation. Positioning your product for retail shelf. All right? Fingers crossed, it gets you inside PriceSmart. But if for whatever reason it doesn't get you inside PriceSmart, it will get you in another place that's going to be as amazing and as good for your business. So at this time, I want you guys to welcome Mr. Courtney Hunter, PriceSmart Jamaica Country Head Buyer. Courtney wants to buy your product. Okay? All right, here we go. Set your plate good, right?
Smile, smile for me, Jamaica. And I said, smile, girl, smile. Ooh, Lord, smile for me, Jamaica. Never you cry, here am I. Yeah, I'm here for you, Jamaica. Dry your eyes, girl, smile. Smile for me, Jamaica. Lord, hey, she have a rich history. A beautiful woman with the sweetest gifts. Beautiful sunrise and an evening kiss of a nice sunset on the evening season. But she tell me, say she tired. Tired of the exploit and the liars. She give them reggae, give them beaches, give them flowers and the ferns. All she got is abuse in return. But I say, don't you worry yourself, mama. Hey, Chronix is here to your help, mama. Ooh, I said, no worry yourself, mommy. One thing me, I beg you do for me. And I said, smile, girl, smile. Smile for me, Jamaica. And I said, smile, girl, smile. Hey, smile for me, Jamaica. Never you cry, here am I. Girl, I'm here for you, Jamaica. What must I try? Oh, my. That she asks me, and this how when me say, a sweet, sweet chronics, you figure them, give them. The one drop beat, pan a rhythm. Are you give them bob with a different stepping? Are you give them bolt, nobody can run left him, boy. But see ya, they must see things, say you're out of ideas. You give them art and sweet literature. You're gonna make the world see the better picture. I said, no worry yourself, mama. Chronix is here to your help, mama. Hey, I said, no worry yourself, mommy. One thing me, I beg you do for me. And I said, smile, yeah, smile, boy. Smile for me, Jamaica. And I said, smile,
as an entrepreneur, you must identify your competition, your competitors. You know, what are the key aspects you're going to bring in terms of versus the competition if it's a similar product? I'm going to have Caroline just bring 2 products I saw as a buyer come in here and just being at the table. Just going to bring it quickly for me.
Chronics.
As a buyer, I'm always analyzing.
They don't know, and I said they don't know. Oh boy, they see me smile, but they don't know what I feel inside. Only you know, yeah. Only you know. They see me smile, but they don't know what I feel inside. They see the dancing, them see the performance. Enough people see me life and want one, but them no know say more time it look dormant, and them no see say I'm me belly me a crawl pan. Cause my mama just called me with tears in her eyes. She never know me have a stage show tonight. Not even she see the fears in my eyes, but me just a go and put on the show. Cause they don't know, yeah. They don't know, oh, oh. They see me smile, but they don't know what I feel inside. Only you know.
The Christmas season, you'll tend to find a lot of products around, cereal, that festivities, etc. And you'll see how we expand our portfolio to also include. There can be current trends. Persons are more health conscious and more healthy, right? What are the key points you want to grab at in terms of what's happening now? So yes, you might have the product today started at this, but what do you know if it's gluten-free? You know, so what you see is a lot of communication on the products, and there's a reason why a lot of those now are communicated. If it's reduced sugar, you know, reduce salt, reduce sodium, etc. You know, what are the talking points you want to really, you know, look at your finished product? Right place in terms of positioning. Again, a product that may be developed by you guys might not be at the right place in terms of, you're looking at the Price Mart. At Price Mart, we're a club store, and we have limited availability in SKU allocation. So a supermarket might have as high as 30,000. We're under 5,000 SKUs in a club store. So you're going to have to look at how you're going to really compete. So is it the right place at the right time? No. Then is it the right time? So we need to always have the merchandise at the right time, right? And I'll say right quantity. So as a club store, how we prefer to buy is in pallet quantities. So you're going to have to look at the dimension of the products. So a supermarket has shelves, right? But in a club store, what you're seeing is just a pallet display and a shelving. So the product has to be designed in such a way it's going to be merchandised itself. In a supermarket, items are placed on the shelves by, you know, eaches, by singles. But within Price Mart, we're trying to have the case itself be display ready, so it enhances the product. So I don't want to see a brown box, and in a club store, you don't want it to be looked at as a warehouse. So that's why when you come to us, we're going to ask, you know, specific question, you know, could you develop a display-ready case to have this product merchandise? Because the display-ready case stands as its shelf. And then price, we're going to challenge on the price. So I really want you to work your numbers because, again, you know, we're in it together as partners. Because, again, I'm asking the members, because it's a membership store, I'm asking the members to purchase this product. And if I'm asking them to purchase this product, is it the right value? You know, why would they come to our Price Mart and purchase the product here versus going to the supermarket? So again, I have to look at the value that I'm offering them. And instead of, say, for instance, I'm asking them to buy one single bottle of water, I'm asking them to buy 24. So I want you to really tweak your numbers and look at, hey, if I'm able to turn this product 10 times, what can I live with and be profitable versus I'm trying to attain, you know, full profit in terms of one product. And the right condition. So the product should be in good condition, properly displayed, and from damage and wear. So those are 6 rights in looking at products and analyzing products to list on the shelf. Now we do allow a lot of local vendors or a lot of local guys or yourself to partake in what we call a roadshow within PriceSmart. So what a roadshow enables you to do is to showcase your merchandise. So we might ask it in its barest form or a retail size to say, hey, I'm going to give you the opportunity to prepare this item. You have between 4 days, I would say minimum, or 7 days maximum to showcase your product. So you're telling me that this product is going to fly off the shelves. I'm giving you the opportunity to execute such. So that is where now you'll get relevant feedback from the members. Is it the right taste profile? Or probably you'll come across, am I communicating enough on the label? Is this attractive enough for me to purchase? So we really do give opportunities. And I would say when designing a product, and a lot of the shows I've been to, is that what I tend to see is that in Jamaica, I would say, is that we need to push to have the product final, where we see the product on an international shelf. So don't just look at it that it's going to be only in Jamaica. Because again, if the product is good, I'm going to look to take it into USVI, and I'm going to look to take it into Aruba. And it can go to PriceSmart LATAM, so possibility is always there to export the merchandise. So look at it as if you're going to reach the final goal in presenting a product to any buyer within PriceSmart. I think I've summarized it down to as much as possible. And just to educate, each country has within it a local buyer. So, and then within those local buyers, there's head buyers, such as myself, for each area of the business. So once a product comes to the local buyer, it is relevant, you're going to get the feedback that is required, needed. And one thing that we ask in terms of when we're looking to list product on the shelves are, there are certain requirements. And as such, we operate at a US standard in regards to you have to have, say, a product liability insurance. Because if it's a consumable product, you don't want to have someone consume the product and they're affected, and then again, it affects your profitability or the business goes down. So when we ask a certain requirement, it's also to protect you. Is there any question from anyone? Good. I have my cards, but let me give you my email. It's chunter@pricesmart.com. That's it? Oh.
You mentioned about the liability insurance. So for the requirements, you guys offer assistance in helping the entrepreneurs to get compliant with the standards that you require?
We'll always walk you through the process.
Okay,
we
good.
can say, hey, we have seen it and we have gotten it, and as I said, it's all down to assessment. If the product is not ready for shelf, which is meeting the 6 rights, I may propose, hey, the product is interesting, I think it needs more room for development. Let's see if we can execute on what's called a roadshow within the stores.
Okay.
And if it goes well, that's the next level where I'll say, hey, you have to get these in order, enable for me to list it on the shelf.
And you point them to the relevant bodies and authorities?
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll give you some suggestions.
Okay, good.
Good afternoon. I have a question as it relates to the roadshow.
Yeah.
So can you kind of outline to me how that looks? So does the person come in on a given day and they bring crates or cases of their product to do whatever interface with their customers, with your customers that could happen? or are they allowed to also sell that product at that time? What's the parameters?
Sure. I'll be brief, but I'll keep it topside. So once we approve a product for a roadshow, we're going to ask you to create what probably may be a price smart pack size. So given the example of the 500 ml, if I say, hey, I can't go as low as a single bottle, probably can take it down to 6 and not a 24, right? After we decide on the product, we will provide you within the store itself a pallet space. And within that pallet space, I needed to create, an attractive display, which would encourage members to stop, interact, and purchase. So we'll create the item because every item within PriceSmart has a UPC, it has to be set up. So we'll know, hey, we received 200 items, we executed the roadshow over the course of 4 or 7 days, and 70 items, 70 packs were sold. We'll give you the remainder, and what is sold, you're paid for it. Sure.
All right, I have a question. All right, so I'm asking this question because you actually chose Clear Purpose Spring Water, which is actually the spring water brand of young women and men of purpose. Mm-hmm. And of course, we would love to get it in PriceSmart. So based on your expertise, is there anything that is missing or did not stand out on that bottle of spring water that we would need to, change or update to get it into our retail store?
I'm going to try to be non-judgmental. I have to be, so again, if this is a product that you're asking me to review, to add, within PriceSmart, there is either A brand, B brand. It's based upon brand penetration within the market, right? Now, if it's not there, you have to tell me, or you have to define to me what differentiates this product from what is known in the market and has been in the market for multiple years. Huh?
That's a brand that's tried, tested, proven over time.
Exactly.
Okay. All right, fair enough.
But as I said, you have to, if it's the same product within the bottle, you have to come with something else for it to be creative. Because persons will attach, to something. What if it's the bottle design? It's unique, and that's how you have somebody take it up off the shelf.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. All right, we have 2 more questions around the back. Courtney, wow. I knew that this presentation would have been a hit. All right, we have 2 questions around the back. Do you have a microphone that can get to them, please? Can you hold your hand up for me, please? They're all the way around there to the back.
Hi, good day.
Good day.
All right, so I know you mentioned getting a product in PriceSmart, but I'm just asking from my perspective, what would the first step be for someone who has a product right now and they want to approach PriceSmart about putting it on the shelves? What would be the first step? And how would you say there is like a stepwise progress or different steps to take, and what order would you take them, and how would you recommend for somebody who has, like, for example, soaps and wants to get them on the shelves in PriceSmart?
So it's a bar soap, right?
Yes, this is just an example.
Okay, all right. First thing first, in looking at a PriceSmart, you know that we don't sell a single bar of soap. So it has to fall in either one of the 3 terms. Is it a club pack? Is it a 12 pack? Is it a 16 pack? Is it a 24 pack?
Okay.
Next, what differentiates from what we currently have on the shelf? Is it all natural? Is it it is more moisturizing, etc., etc. And then what marketing has been done? You can show me that this is a product that actually sells. No, as I said, the route I use as a buyer may not be for all, but the route I try to use is to have persons execute a roadshow. in which you'll learn more in terms of you're communicating now to the end user in terms of your selling points. Because again, if the product I'm looking at is not in its final stage of development, then you can go back to the drawing board. Once it's ready, and we have data that, hey, we did test this product, and it did perform well, then I needed to be compliant in meeting the 6 rights of listing the product.
Okay, so who would you contact to be a part of the roadshow?
The local buyer.
The local, and we'd have to get your email address or your contact information?
Yeah, once you send it to me, I'll forward it to the local buyer.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right. I believe I saw one more hand, and I think that's the only other question that we'll be able to take. Courtney did give his email address. Courtney, could you repeat it for us, please?
Yeah, it's chunter@pricesmart.com.
At pricesmart.com. All right. chunter@pricesmart.com. The question, somebody, the person who had the hand up, can you stand up for us, please? Or if you've already gotten your answer, okay, there you are. Go ahead, sir.
Hello. What's the first step to acquiring shares in PriceSmart?
What's the what? Huh?
The first step to acquiring shares in PriceSmart.
So I know we are trading on the New York Stock Exchange, and in any company that's listed, you can always purchase shares. I think there's a couple banks who allow you.
Yeah, but the first step, since you're here today.
I'm not hearing clearly, no.
The first step, since you're here with us now.
First what?
The first step. Well, I think. I mean, I'm not a banker, but I think you have to open an account with a brokerage account. And there are several of our banking institutions here in Jamaica that will be able to help you to do so. I'm assuming that you already do have an account with a banking institution. So you could actually speak to one of the bankers there to help you to open an account that will help you to trade. All right?
No problem.
All right, thank you so much. All right, Courtney, you have anything else you want to say before we wrap up?
No, as I said, I mean, thanks for having me here, and I'll definitely pass and look at some merchandise. I'm a buyer, so I'll see what's there.
Thank you so much, Courtney. Fantastic. I mean, Courtney dropped all kinds of good information for us, and I think it's good and applicable, and even if it's not price smart, but just to be able to get your product to another level, to get your product competitive in the market. Those were some really good nuggets. I love it. You have to know what your product is about. You have to make sure it is going to set something is going to set it apart from what is already available, especially if the product itself is not necessarily 100% original or new. As you know, Catherine Speak is there, but here we are being introduced today to another brand of water, Clear Purpose. And I'm sure Clear Purpose is going to amp up the marketing to ensure that it's going to become way more competitive in the marketplace. And there are several other water brands that we know, right? Exactly. So there's a space for everybody. But that is a market for us. In the line of business, you will find businesses that are very similar to yours. But you continue to improve on the product that you have. And you have to sell your brand. You can't feel any way at all about pitching your brand to the public. Designing your product, making sure it's very interesting. And it sets it apart in terms of the packaging than what is out there and available. And your price point as well. Are you competitive in the marketplace, especially when you're pitching to a company like PriceSmart, where they offer club membership, and you have to make sure that you are offering a price that's going to work for them. You have to ensure that you have a price that's going to be good in the market, right? And your product is in good condition, it's looking good. So after all of that, make sure if you do have additional questions that you do email Courtney. You remember Courtney's email? I'm giving you credit if you remember Courtney's email. What's Courtney's email? at pricemart.com. I'm sorry for your Courtney. You're going to have a lot of emails coming in. Remember to check your spam as well, because you know sometimes they end up there, right? They're going to be coming in loaded. Okay. All right. Well, on that note, listen, we are winding down. We're winding down. We're winding down. I believe it is time for us to announce the winner of the new cell phone from Flow. Who did their reel? You did your reels? Really? Okay, good. So, Lanicia, that means you have a winner. Okay. Kels with dreads. Who is that? Kels with dreads, come on up. She posted her reel. She got the most engagements and the most likes. And can we declare her as a winner?
Yes.
Yes, we're declaring her as the winner. Congratulations. Come for it. You did it. You did it. You did it. All right, there is your package right there. Yes. Yes, it's real. It is real. Okay, you have a good phone right now, or you've always wanted a new phone? Right? Because who doesn't want a new phone? Hello? Well, okay. Lenicia, don't give me a Steve Harvey moment, make sure it's the right winner, please. Okay, good. Okay. Congratulations. On behalf of R.E.A.P and the Flow Foundation, thank you so much for participating. Congratulations. Photographers, anybody inside here to secure the moment? Let's see if we can get the box out the way. Okay. Okay, can you come back for us, please, my darling? She just want to run away with the phone quickly. I know. Can stand right here for us. We want to make sure that we're capturing the moment so we can share it with the persons who did not get a chance to come today. We can tell them, don't miss the one next year, please. All right. And for our Flow customers who did not win an all-new smartphone, I have some all-new credit to give you. Okay? Star 121 star. Quickly before we head into the next and final panel discussion. Star 121 star. 86562 3498 02794. Number sign send. If you get it, get a woo. Who got it? Who got it? Who got it? Somebody got it? Tax Administration of Jamaica. You guys are no longer eligible for entry. I cannot believe you got it again. You got it for real? Oh my God. Phones down. Phones down over TAJ. Phones down. Here we go. Another one. Star 121 star. 56. Okay, backspace, backspace, backspace. Star 121 66 174 7499 29563. Number sign send. Somebody say, woo, woo, somebody got it over there. Awesome. Okay, I have two more. Don't worry, I have two more. Two more. Here we go. Another one. Star 121 star. 81821 2261 30966. Number sign send. If you get it, say woo. Nobody? Nobody at all? Going once, going twice, have to go again? Star 121 star 81821. 2261. 30966 number sign send. Somebody, anybody? Somebody got it and kept quiet. It's fine. All right, the last one. Star 121. Star 18426. 5229 70641 number sign send. Anybody? I feel like somebody got it and is staying quiet. That's what I feel like. Somebody got it and remaining quiet. Well, it's fine. Don't worry. We have some more to give away before the end of the program, right? But we want to move on because we are a little bit delayed with time and we have this last panel discussion to go. We are looking at the REAP effect, reaping the rewards of their labor. Lanicia Roden is going to be coming forward to make this one. Put your hands together for the hardest working lady in the room. And she's going to be joined by Tony Ann Williams from Mosa Estates. Javin Williams, Herbu Botanicals. Shadeen Salmon, Exquisite Events by Shadeen. Please forgive me if I mispronounce your first name. Crookseen, there you go. Crookseen Cooper Mays. Recrowning Purpose and Maze Compliance Services. Come on up, Crookseen. And that completes our panel. And Lanicia will be reading the descriptions for each panelist, okay? All right, may we have some additional microphones, please?
All right, thank you very much, Debbie. All right, so it's all. All right, thank you very much. It's a pleasure for me to be moderating this final panel called the REAP Effect, Reaping the Rewards of their labor. And the reason for this is that all 4 persons that you see here are entrepreneurs and they are past reapers in one of our 12 cohorts of REAP Entrepreneurship Program. Now, these 4 persons are outstanding, but we also have other outstanding reapers who have gone on to do amazing things. And so it was really difficult for us to really identify 4, but we know that, you know, the stories that the reapers will share will be inspiring, will be impactful, and hopefully, you know, will push somebody further into starting and even growing their businesses. I'm going to just quickly introduce you, and then I'm going to ask each reaper to just tell us a little bit about your business and where you were coming into the program. So Tony Ann Williams, founder of Mosa Estate. It's an award-winning agri-tech and agro-processing company that is committed to climate-smart agriculture and food security. Tony Ann is combining science with sustainability. She champions year-round crop production using resilient and innovative methods in her business. She has received numerous awards, including the Prime Minister's award, right, for in the agro-processing. And she's also won many grants over the years, and she'll tell us a little bit more about it. So let's give Tonya a hand.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So just a little bit about my business. It's right there at the back, actually, and what we have on display today is CMOS. But what my business is, Mosa Estate, it's a health, wellness, and sustainability business, agro-processing and agri-tech. And what we do is we grow crops in climate-controlled systems to allow for year-round production. So what you're seeing here on display today is more so the health and wellness aspect of it, using things, natural things in nature to enhance your bodily functions, right? To keep you healthy. So to answer your question, Lanissia, where was I when I signed up for the program?
Right.
Funny enough, I was on a delivery run. It was in the very, very early stages of my business back in 2020 when I actually just registered my business and just trying to figure out just how to navigate. I was on social media while traveling to Mobile to go pick up some orders to do the delivery. And I saw this ad for this entrepreneurship program and I thought, oh my God, this is what I need. Because I just started business, and to be honest, it was the very first, outside of going to school and learning different aspects of business, but actually being in business, it's a whole different experience. So I needed sort of, the structure. So okay, you came up with this idea, what next? What do you do next? What should I be doing next? Sure, you carry out your business functions, but I still needed some guidance. And quite literally, it was something that was in my mind. And I don't know if you've experienced this before, but sometimes when you think about things, you happen to just see it on social media. And I feel like it came at the perfect time. I was still trying to figure out business, and I saw the ad for the R.E.A.P program. And I called you, Lanissia, and I said, oh my God, I realized that the deadline has already passed, but I really, 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 really want to be a part of the program. I don't remember what I called, but and she said yes, and the rest is history. R.E.A.P has really given me structure, and I would have shared my story time and time again with the Reapers on how I started, just like them on ground zero, just trying to figure it out, just to try to figure it out. So R.E.A.P was really the launch pad for my business.
Okay, great. Thank you, Tonya. All right, so of course I'll have a few more questions for you, but let me go down the line in terms of the introduction. So we have Javin Williams. Javin is the founder and CEO of R.E.A.P Corporation. It's a natural hair care and skincare company using Jamaica's best herbs and spices to create 100% organic products. Javin is also a trailblazer in the entrepreneurial world. He has won numerous grants. And what I must say is that Javin actually participated in the very first entrepreneurship program that we had as an organization in 2012 to 2013. We received funding then from UN Habitat Urban Youth Fund, and he was selected, and he got a small amount of just $500. But I do want you to share with us, like Tonya, how you came to the program and how it actually impacted your business and your life.
Sure. Thanks.
You want to use this one?
Yeah. Thanks. So, R.E.A.P is a brand, is a local brand in Jamaica. We use only organic materials to make our beauty products. We do shampoos, conditioners, body wash, hair oils, castor oil. When we were a part of the R.E.A.P program in 2012, it was just the conceptualization in the early days. And we got into one store, which was Parkview Pharmacy in Mandeville. And being a part of the program, we learned so much about business. One of the most impactful things for me was that session about positive affirmation, when we had to stand up and say, I am successful, I am successful. And you literally feel it when you were in the room, and that's something that I continue to practice to this day. And I have a lot more to share as we go into the Q&A.
Okay, thank you very much, Javin. Right, then we move on to Shadeen Salmon. Now, Shadeen, she is the managing director of Exquisite Events by Shadeen, and it is a premier event planning and decor company on Jamaica's south side. And by south side, we mean St. Elizabeth, you target Westmoreland and Manchester. Right, but what I want to highlight too is that Shadeen, even though she's based on the south side, is not limited there. The balloon garland that you're seeing on the stage and the balloon garland outside where you're taking your photos was actually done by Shadeen and her company. Right, so Shadeen participated in our R.E.A.P Women Entrepreneurship Program, which was held in Manchester, and it was targeting entrepreneurs in the parishes of Manchester, St. Elizabeth, and Westmoreland. And she also won the award of Most Outstanding Entrepreneur at the time that she participated in the program, and has gone on to other awards as well as other programs. So tell us, Shadeen, how did you come into the program of R.E.A.P by Young Women and Men of Purpose?
Hi, everyone. So, as you know, my name is Shadeen, and I am an event planner / the #1 balloon artist on the south coast of Jamaica. Yes. And I heard about the R.E.A.P program I think I was scrolling on Instagram, and I truly believe it's important to use social media wisely, because there's a lot of opportunities there that we are missing. So I saw it on Instagram, I applied, and to be honest, I went under the post and I commented, because I'm like, them have to see me, because I want to be a part of this program. And when I got the call, I joined the program, and to be honest, it just helped me in terms of my confidence, in terms of personal and business-wise. So I went on to do many, many more things, but it was because I was in this R.E.A.P program.
All right. Thank you, Shadeen. And last but not least, Crooksine Cooper Mays. Crooksine, she's a you can clap. So Crooksine, she's a dynamic entrepreneur and the founder of Recrown in Purpose and Maze Compliance Services. And I know you have an interesting story about that, because you came into the program with Recrown in Purpose, and you exited the program with not just one organization and business, but 2, which are quite profitable now, right? And Crooksine actually participated in our first funded program by Price Smart Foundation, which was the R.E.A.P Women Entrepreneurship Program last year. And she is now, similar to Tonian, a facilitator in our R.E.A.P program, sharing not just her business acumen and expertise, but also her story with the other R.E.A.Pers. And she has grown her business significantly too, and has also won other grants since, exiting the R.E.A.P Women Entrepreneurship Program. So share with us too, Crooksine, how did you come into the program and how has it been?
All right, so at first, when I saw the post and applied, I didn't make it. But they say purpose cannot die, and I'm a living testimony of that. So somebody didn't want the opportunity, and they dropped out, and I got called. And I made use of that opportunity, and that's why I'm here today. When I came into the program, it was what I needed for the time and the season that I was in. I was struggling with recrowning purpose. I stopped, and it brought me from ideation to execution. I wanted to do a lot, but I lacked structure, and I lacked guidance and mentorship, and that is what R.E.A.P did for me.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so one of the questions that I want to ask, and I mean, each person can respond. So you would have all shared how you came into the program. You've heard, we spoke about it earlier today, we have at least 300 persons applying for any of our R.E.A.P programs at any time now. And so it is very difficult for us as a team to actually go through and to select the R.E.A.Pers who participate in the program. And I know that when you are in the program, when we share this with you, we always say to you that, you are special, you are selected, and you're chosen. But it doesn't mean that you're going to still take as much as you want from the program. So can you share with us what was the most outstanding element of the R.E.A.P Entrepreneurship Program and how that aspect actually took you from where you were to where you are now?
So I'll start. And I don't know if you remember my pitch. It was so bad. That was one of the things I took from the R.E.A.P program. I would have shared this with the R.E.A.Pers as well. Usually when you think of pitching, you think of Shark Tank, you think of something huge, you think of something out of this world. And at the time, I was still piecing together what my business is and where I wanted to take it. And I was struggling to get the idea out there. So learning or giving the fundamentals of how to pitch actually helped me to piece those ideas together in a way that was digestible and also that gave a clear vision and picture of what I want my business to be. But it was my first time and it was nerve-wracking. So it was really bad, but I used that experience to build on where I wanted my business to be. It was an idea, I'll tell you what it is. It's a microclimate greenhouse that grows crops right throughout the year, and it's very capital intensive, so I needed funding in order to make my dream a reality, to move from a concept into an actual product, an actual space, an actual hydroponic, sustainable farm. So learning how to pitch there just opened the floodgates for me. I went on to pitch at numerous competitions, like DBJ, the Ignite Grant, Flow Innovation, is a part of Flow,
Right.
Flow Innovation, Micropitch.
And she won those, by the way.
Yeah, and I won those.
So can I just insert here, when Tonian participated in our R.E.A.P Agritech Entrepreneurship Program, it was in COVID, so it was the first online entrepreneurship program that we had, but it has also been one of the best because we were not constrained by space or anything. We even had virtual field trip in the US, right? And Tonian did not win the grant with us, but here she is telling us about all the grants and tell us the amounts that you won. I mean, so that we can have an idea of how far you've come.
Okay, so I won a $3 million grant with DBJ. I think it's a 3,000.
That's a big deal. It deserves
a $3,000 grant from Micropitch. There are numerous grants that I went on to do. But as I said, R.E.A.P became that launch pad for me. R.E.A.P made me realize that, okay, this is where I need to be and what I need to be doing. And, funny enough, I'm still a part of the R.E.A.P, the YWAP team, and I'm teaching pitching to our entrepreneurs just as a testament to where I was and where I am right now, the importance of the R.E.A.P program and just how you can take your idea, your business from an idea to an actual product. So that was my main takeaway.
Thank you, Sonia.
For me, it was the business plan. Doing the business plan was a good highlight for me, learning about the different aspects of the business plan and what needed to go into it. And I don't know if you knew at the time, but we actually went and presented it to the first pharmacy that we got the products in to pitch to him for investment. He didn't invest, but we got some critical feedback from that when we started out in Mandeville, and this was just one store. But from what we learned, and we also learned about packaging and placement of the logo and the label, and just ensuring that, because sometimes in your head, you're like, everything is good, but then when you get a second opinion to review, you find that there are certain mistakes, some things that you overlooked. So that also helped us as well to put our labels together and our business plan together. And the following year, we actually entered the First Heritage Cooperative Credit Union Business Plan Competition, which we won, beating out UE and UTEC from NCU at the time. So that was significant. So it was thanks to the program. And from that, we grew from one store in Mandeville, and now R.E.A.P is available in over 200 stores island-wide. So that's... Oh, yes, and we're also in Trinidad. Yeah, our products are available in Trinidad and Tobago, Cayman Islands, United States, and we're also on Amazon.com. So we've definitely come a far way since the program.
I don't think you're hearing. He moved from one store in 2012, 2013, to over 200 stores locally. That's a really big deal, and right? Expansive growth. So congratulations, David. All right, and Shadeen, what about you?
All right, so for me, what stood out was the accounting sessions that we did. It really helped me in terms of being more accountable, in terms of my expenses, all of those stuff. I was able to just put them together, know my numbers. Because if you don't know your numbers, you don't know where you're going. So you have to know your numbers. And another thing, I went on to win the MIIC business pitch competition, which I won. How much was it? 300,000. Yeah. And then I got another grant from Heart for 300,000. And I don't even know how I got that, because it said you had to go to Heart. And I did not go to Heart. I just completed the business plan and sent it in, and I got it. So once you were a part of this program and you did some form of pitching, you can pitch anywhere, and you're going to win.
So just a quick addition to Shadeen. So Shadeen actually is our first R.E.A.P, our first entrepreneur who moved from our program and won. It was the first business roadshow that the Ministry of Investment, Industry, Investment and Commerce was having, and they're actually a partner for this conference today, so we just thank the ministry for their support. And since then, since Shadeen won, we actually have 8 of our R.E.A.Ps who've actually gone on to win the grants with the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce. So thank you for opening that door, Shadeen.
And
for
I'm
other R.E.A.Ps.
also a 2025 Scotia Bank Vision Achiever. So look out for me, because I'm coming for that win again.
Awesome. And you, Crooksine?
All right, so my key takeaway was the business model canvas. When I learned about that, it showed me that I had a lot of plans, a lot of ideas, but they weren't in the right place. And that the name that I had didn't align with what I was doing and my purpose and what I had to offer. And out of the business model canvas birthed Mace Compliance Services. Even though I entered as Reed Cronin purpose, that's just me being an author and a speaker. But in terms of compliance, I needed some structure. And out of that business model canvas and my value proposition, I understood clearly what I was doing, what I was about, my target audience, and how I can monetize all my gifts and skills in business and to stay relevant. And out of that, I went on and I won the MIC Business Pitch Competition for 2025 as well. And off on to great things. I am also one of the facilitators for business development in the R.E.A.P program, so that's a big achievement for me.
Awesome, awesome. All right, thank you for sharing. So I'm going to ask you a question. Entrepreneurship is not an easy feat. It takes a lot of grit and resilience. What would you say has been the most challenging, or what's the greatest challenge that you've had to overcome on your entrepreneurial journey?
All right, so for me, it's to stay consistent, to stay relevant, and to stay your brand visibility. A lot of times when you're a solo entrepreneur, when you are the accountant, the admin, the everything, there are different parts of your business that will not get certain attention. So it's to be consistent and to balance and to maintain that balance throughout your business. And to maintain that balance is just you have, a lot of times people think that, oh, being a boss is easy, but it's a lot of work and you have to be consistent and committed even when you don't feel like it, because you can't take any day off. You can't say you don't want to do it anymore. There's a lot of persons who look up to you and depend on the services that you provide or your product that you provide. So you have to stay consistent and committed. And this is why a strong why in business keeps you on days when nothing is happening, and weeks when nothing is happening, and months when nothing is happening. You have to know why you're in business and who you serve.
Thank you. Anybody else want to share the challenge?
I mean, I'll just second that entirely. But what I'll add to that is resilience, because in business, boy, it's tough. It is truly tough, but and it's sometimes going through like a major setback in business to actually have that drive to keep going. That why, as you had mentioned, is very important to help navigate you and to keep pushing on. So just to second what Crooksine has said, but also to add resilience to it as well.
Thank you. Any challenges?
All right, so I would say my greatest challenge was knowing when and how to delegate tasks. I am this person who will just take on everything, and that left me tired, burnt out. So entrepreneurs, delegate that task. Anything you don't specialize in, get somebody else to do it. Outsource it.
So true.
Yeah, that was also my point, because when we started hiring more persons in the company, because you're the person who started it, everything has to be done your way. You want it to be perfect, but then you have to understand that now you have a team. You need to be focusing on more high-level stuff and allow your team now to focus on what you hired them for. So letting go and allow them to do their task is definitely one of the biggest hurdles you'll have to overcome.
Right. I can, attest to that. There's a thing I learned years ago called founder's block. So as a founder of anything, you hold it like your baby, and so you don't want to let go. You don't want others to, work in it and to put their, creativity or skills in it. And so, really and truly, it is a big hurdle for entrepreneurs. And if we're not able to overcome founder's block, then we won't be able to, launch and to scale to the level that we should, in order to create that legacy that we want to create. So thank you for sharing. All right, so you've heard it. Are there any questions from the audience for our reapers? You've heard from them. As I mentioned earlier, they are 4 out of, over 300 reapers that we've actually impacted as an organization, out of over 80 reapers that we've actually sown into financially to actually start or to grow their businesses to a level. There might be persons in the room, there are other reapers in the room, and there might be persons who want to join an entrepreneurship program or to get support to really take your business to the next level. So do you have any questions for these entrepreneurs who are here? Questions? Yes? All right, there's a question in the middle of the room. The microphone is coming.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. So my question is particularly for Sudeen. Sudeen, right? That's your name? Green dress?
Oh, Shadeen.
Shadeen, all right. Because the other businesses are pretty unique in the product that they offer. And my question to you is because most recently, things like events are very popular on the market. In a very saturated market, how do you position yourself to be at the top of the curve so that you attract business and stay current and relevant while increasing your profitability?
All right, so when I just started out, I didn't really know what I wanted to do. I knew that I wanted to do events, but I wasn't being specific. But then I started to just do balloons, and that's what I'm known for. So when persons started to know me, because they say, if you want balloons, call Shadeen. So after I mastered balloon artistry, I started to introduce other services. So now that they knew that they could count on me for balloons, they knew that they could count on me for anything else event-related.
Right, awesome. Any other questions? Yes, go ahead, Coach Mike.
Can I ask you from here?
Sure. Here, come in the mic. It's coming.
Thank you. What belief about yourself did you have to overcome to be an entrepreneur?
Go ahead. Why me, guys?
Well, I'll be very honest. It was that I'm worthy of greatness. Once I overcame that, yeah, I can achieve these great things I'm looking to do, that's when the doors finally started opening for me. So it's believing that I'm worthy and worth it.
I love that. I'm worthy and worthy of greatness.
I would like to add to that as well, because being very young when you start out your business and you're in front of investors asking for millions of dollars can feel very intimidating, but you need it in order to grow. And especially if you grow up from a humble background, when you're pitching and asking for $100 million, it's serious money. And you have to convince them that you are the right person for the job. So overcoming that thought of you being an imposter, but you actually deserve this and your business is gonna grow. Because when I studied in Silicon Valley and hear these guys pitching, I'm like, wow, I've been asking for too little. So overcoming that is significant.
For me, it's overcoming imposter syndrome and owning your story. It is your story, own it, be confident in it, because in your story you will find the right people who is your target audience. As an entrepreneur, you don't serve everyone, but there is your people out there for you.
Amen to that. Thank you.
All right,
Shadi?
so for me, it was knowing that I am a unique person, and persons are naturally drawn to me because of my personality. And when I do get a customer, they don't want to work with anybody else. So that's what sets me apart from everybody else.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Yes.
You might be able to take one more. Go ahead.
Yes. All right. It's for Javian, or those who has products, right? It's for like, how do you
We're not
know-
hearing. We're not hearing clearly.
I'm sorry. You hear me now?
Yes, that's better.
All right. So it's for the products, right? How do you know the ingredients that you use are, eligible or effective? Did you go through a lot of, what would I say? What would be the best?
Oh, so this sounds like it's for Javin.
Yeah, trial and errors, right? Yeah, for Javin, right? Because I would like to work in herbal or natural products, right? So how many attempts did it meet? Was it there for you?
So you're asking how many attempts I did in order to arrive at the correct product?
Yes, sorry. Did you have like chemists, hire anybody, or did everything for yourself or by yourself?
So the best answer I can give you, if you're not a chemist, is to find one, because that will cut a lot of the time. Because I did mine about 10 times before I got it right. So to cut out all of that failure, I would say just go straight to a chemist and get it corrected.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Oh, I see. All right. We'll take just one last question. Go ahead. If she could get the microphone.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Xavier, and my question is for everybody. Well, everyone on the panel list. So I wanted to ask if there was ever a time that you were standing alone in your vision, and how did you overcome it?
Good question.
When you start, you will start alone. And until you own it, believe in it, and be confident in it, that is when other people will come on the journey with you. But if you don't own it and stay consistent to it, other people will not believe in it. Remember, your purpose is not for everyone. Your assignment or your business is not for everyone. But as you grow and evolve, the right people will come and support you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to add to that?
All right, so there's a lot of times that I felt like just giving up. I'm just being completely honest. But the one thing that kept me going was, it was one thing that I was so passionate about. I wasn't passionate about anything else. And I'm not gonna lie to you. I come from a family of pure bright people. I felt like I wasn't bright because they were smart. So I'm like, what is it that I am going to do that's going to set me apart? I was planning events from when I was 10. We like a backyard party, save we money, and we invite children from the community. And little did I know that this was what I would be doing now. So the passion that I had was one thing that kept me going in those dark times.
Yeah, when you're just starting out, you're gonna be alone, and what I'd say, in that solitude, you just take pictures, take enough pictures and videos, because you see, when you reach to the top, you're going to remember those days, and you say when things get down sometimes, just remember that you were there before, and you'll get through it.
Well, it's basically championing what they've all said, really. When I started, I was alone. This whole idea of innovation in agriculture, a lot of times persons think about agriculture, you think about a man with a machete going to dig yam. I'm from Trelawney. So a lot of my family members and a lot of my friends didn't quite get it. But it was a passion of mine. It was something that was therapy for me, and it's something that is my purpose. So as Christine says, it's your purpose. It's not necessarily for everyone, but once you believe in what you have to offer, other persons will come on board. It's a lonely road, but it's worth it as long as you're following and living in your passion and your purpose.
Awesome. Can we hear a big round of applause for our reapers? So thank you very much for the questions. You've heard from the reapers, and I just want to, just to reiterate 2 points that they made. So something that Tonian said is that, you have to know that you are worthy of greatness. And another person mentioned that your purpose, it may not be for everyone. So everyone may not catch on to it, may not support you. They may not see the vision that you have because it is your vision. But once you stick to it, I like what Javin said, right? Ensure that you're saving the videos, taking the photos, so that you can remind yourself and you can look back, right? Because as the vision grows, then people will, catch on to it. And it's okay. We also have to accept that it's okay that they did not see the vision that we had at the beginning. But as, we execute and carry it out, they want to come on board to support, even to promote, and we should be at that point where we are open to accepting, that sort of support or that sort of help. But I just want to congratulate you again, all of you. I'm very proud of you, not just me, but the team. There are team members who would have worked with you over the years. Some are still here, some have gone. But know that you all stood out as entrepreneurs in the R.E.A.P program. We are proud of you. And not only are we proud of you, our partners, our funders are also proud of you and the work that you're doing. So we wish you all the best in your businesses and continue to, pass it on and to share with others, especially those who may not have had, the opportunities that you have. Share with them, share opportunities with them, guide them where possible so that they can also get to the place that you are at. Thank you. You're welcome. All right. I'll hand over to Debbie to close out for us. We should. I'm trying to look for one of our photographers to maybe Raina. See the photographer. All right, so while Debbie comes, we will just take, and the basket.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together, please? Tony Ann Williams, Javin Williams, Shadeen Salmon, and Cruxine Cooper Mays. Wow. And of course, moderated masterfully by Lanicia Roden. Put your hands together for all of them. Very well done. Excellent stories. Thank you so much for being so honest and vulnerable and truthful, and for showing us that it can be done. All the young entrepreneurs inside this space, if you are looking for a sign to know whether or not you are worthy of taking up space, I hope that this particular panel discussion will serve as a signal to you that you are in the right place at the right time, doing the right thing, and you are about to break into a new dimension of your dreams. Thank you so much again to everyone here who participated in this panel discussion. Thank you. Oh, wow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, can you believe it? We made it to the end of the day. We are here. It has been such a wonderful day. Let me tell you, man, I am just in awe of how fulfilling today has been. From we started this morning to now we are rounding out. We want to say thanks again to all of our partners. Thank you so much to the Price Smart Foundation. Thank you to the PIOJ, the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, JBDC, Universal Service Fund, the National Housing Trust, Clear Purpose Spring Water. Drink it, your purpose will become clearer. Okay, please. That is how you get, hey, see, he's drinking it. Courtney's drinking it, all right? So, Lanicia, you can talk to Courtney afterwards, because now he'll get the vision. It'll become clearer to him. And of course, the Flow Foundation. And you have to clap Flow like you want some credit today. Exactly. Thank you so much. Am I missing anyone? The Reapers, of course. The Legacy Builders. Yes, the entrepreneurs who are going to be changing the face and the systems of Jamaica and making sure that we have a Jamaica that we can retire in and live prosperously and work prosperously and raise our families prosperously and do good business in Jamaica in a prosperous way, right? Thank you all so much for taking a bet on you. Thank you for answering the call. Thank you for seeing it through to this point, and thank you for joining this program. Big thanks to the entire young men and young women of Purpose team members. Yes? Put your hands together for them, please. Worked very hard. The production team providing audio-visual support. Thank you so much. The Just Create team and everybody on the ground. Phase 3 and everybody, thank you so much. Am I missing out anybody, Lanicia? Listen, of course, no, I mean, we've thanked him quite a few times, but we have to thank him again. I'm going to call him a son of the soil because his mommy's from Jamaica. Our big master keynote speaker, Sir Mike himself, head coach. Put your hands together for him, please. And if you have any questions, Mike says you can always contact him. The information is right there in your folder, so make sure that you contact him, all right? And what's coming up next, Lan? We're going to stick around and network. We have the space for a few more minutes, yes? coffee break on the outside, so you don't have to rush to get home. We can use this opportunity to connect because that's exactly what we're about, connecting and networking, because you never know. Your next partner could be right here in this building. Your next investor could be right here in this building. And so you want to connect those dots so you can continue building out on your business, all right? It has been my pleasure being your host for today. Thank you so much for putting up with me and my antics. And I want to give you guys some more credit. Would you want some more credit before we leave? No? Yes? Okay. Star 121 star, quickly. Star 121 star 76056 1304 34770, number sign send. Scream if you got that one. Somebody got it? Okay, awesome. This other one, star 121 star 58144 7824 95228, number sign send. Scream if you got it. Scream, anybody got it? Somebody got it? That tax table, I tell you about it. Star 121 star 40181. My microphone is going out. 40181 1122 07405. So you should have star 121 40181 1122. Okay. Screamer. We have a screamer in the audience. All right. And this last one. Star 121 star 18426 8229 70641, number sign send. Scream. Hey, somebody got it down there. Awesome. Do we have a daddy in the audience? Do we have a dad in the audience? Where's the daddy in the audience? Where? Can you come here, please, daddy? Oh, that's your daddy? Daddy, I don't know if you're eligible for entry. Conflict of interest, Daddy Roden, conflict of interest. But you know what? I think if anybody is deserving of this, it's you. Because you've raised an excellent, excellent businesswoman. And I know you are proud today looking at her and looking at what she's created. Give Daddy Roden a big round of applause, please. Daddy, I'm going to put you on the spot. Tell me how you feel when you look at Lanicio.
Very good.
Very good. Simple. Here you go, Daddy. $5,000 gift certificate. Go and enjoy it. Thank you so much. And I have one more for another daddy. One more for another daddy here. Any daddy? Who wants? Come on up, Courtney. For all the hard work, you know it's hard to be balancing fatherhood and buying all these products, right? And traveling to the countries. Quickly tell me how you balance it all.
I have a very, very, very great wife, which helps.
Good answer. Here you go, sir. Good answer. Thank you so much for being here. That's how you answer that question. Do you hear, fathers? You have a very, very, very good wife who helps, all right? And then you get a $5,000 gift certificate. Okay. Is there something else? We have another one? Oh, yes, we do. I think we do. Yes, we have your last one. All right, so here we go. Give 2 main points from, well, we did that one already. That's it? Oh, that's all of them. Oh, okay, so we've done that. All right, well, that is it. Thank you so much for being here again. This has been a wonderful event. Congratulations to every one of you. And may you continue reaping, sowing and reaping, so we can have another one of these conferences next year. Have a good evening, safe journey home. Peace and blessing, everybody. Thank you so much for being here again. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.
Say we're winning right now. Me forget a trophy to what me living right now. Cause I'm winning right now, yeah. And I'm chilling right now. Oh, we're winning right now. At Thanksgiving right now. Cause we're winning right now, yeah. I'm winning. I'm winning. I'm winning. Hey, watch out now. Hey, I'm a walking W. Learn from the L's. Turn them in a medal in a trophy and bells. Every day you see we with them on our next level. Break records like we cracking eggshells. And every single ounce of effort we expel. It's all about progress cause we have to excel. And watch out. Looking like success we dress well. Boom. Another knockout for the ring the next bell. I'm about to send my haters a card to get well. Cause I'm sick of it. Yeah, I'm so sick of it. But that's the whole gist of it. I hate in all the beauty when winning now we have it. Cause I'm winning. I'm winning. I'm winning. Oh, we're winning right now, you yeah. Say we're winning right now. Me forget a trophy to what me living right now. Cause I'm winning right now, yeah. And I'm chilling right now. Oh, we're winning right now. At Thanksgiving right now, yeah. I say we're winning right now. So every day you see me, we are the reigning champ. And at the cloud with the silver line we reigning from. Cause if you see some of the places where we're hailing from, it's just the type of place we should be failing from. But now we're winning. Yes, every quarter, every inning. Bolt if I tracks and then I fence if I swimming. You know that there's no giving in no matter the circumstances we're living in. You hear me? I'm winning. I'm winning. I'm winning. Oh, we're winning right now, you say we're winning right now. Me forget a trophy to what me living right now. Cause I'm winning right